Our protagonist was just a regular cop. Till one day the Crimson Moon gang stormed into the precinct. They unalive all of the officers in the precincts. Our protagonist even watches the chief get unalived. Since he's part of the Crimson Moon gang, the man walks free. Our protagonist was brutally beaten and almost dies. He wakes up and vows revenge. In this world, there is hierarchy of aura colors. The weakest level, Alpha, is green. Beta level is blue. Gamma level is purple. Omega level is red. And the Delta level, as strong as Yongu, is white. Yongu is the leader of the Crimson Moon. Even the president bows down to him. But our protagonist also has white aura. He gets stronger and bigger. One day, he gives Yongu a good falcon punch. Here's how it goes. The story begins in the heart of Seoul, where the vibrant city lights of Gangnam Road paint a picture of bustling energy and life. A sleek car glides through the dark streets, its polished surface reflecting the dazzling cityscape. The car moves smoothly amidst the flow of traffic, blending seamlessly with the rhythm of the city. Inside the car, a man dressed in a sharp suit sits quietly, his expression calm and composed. His gaze is steady, betraying no hint of the thoughts that might be running through his mind as he takes in the passing scenery. The car approaches a grand residence, its imposing structure standing out amidst the urban landscape. The car comes to a halt in front of the residence, the engine purring softly as it settles into silence. The suited man steps out of the car, his movements graceful and deliberate, exuding an air of quiet confidence. He is greeted by a man in glasses, who offers a polite welcome, his demeanor professional and respectful. The man with glasses expresses gratitude for his arrival and offers to escort him from there, his tone courteous and accommodating. However, the bodyguards react strongly, their voices firm and unyielding as they assert their role as protectors of the Blue House. More people begin to show up, their presence adding to the tension that hangs in the air. Among the new arrivals are individuals dressed in red beneath their suits, their attire standing out starkly against the more subdued colors of the others. The suited man turns to his bodyguard, instructing him to wait there, his voice steady and calm. He begins to walk away, his steps measured and deliberate, as if he is fully aware of the weight of the situation. The man with glasses smirks slightly, his expression hinting at a sense of amusement or perhaps satisfaction. The suited man is guided into the compound, the atmosphere around him shifting subtly as he moves deeper into the residence. The man with glasses continues to lead the way, commenting on the pleasant weather and directing him politely. The suited man looks up, taking in the surroundings as he remarks on the nice air, his voice calm and composed. A man with long white hair welcomes him, his voice carrying a sense of warmth and familiarity as he speaks of tending to his garden and the refreshing air. The long-haired man extends a warm welcome to President Hyeon Choi, his tone respectful and sincere. The white-haired man continued, his voice steady and calm. He acknowledged the weight on President Hyeon Choi's mind, his words carrying a sense of understanding and empathy. With a slight pause, he revealed his intention. It was clear that he had given this some thought, his invitation to his garden a testament to his sincerity. He hoped that the president would find solace in the ambience of his garden, a peaceful retreat before his return home. His words were genuine, his tone warm and inviting. President Hyeon Choi bowed respectfully, his posture reflecting his gratitude and acceptance of the invitation. As he rose, he addressed the white-haired man as Chairman Yang Yu-shin, his voice firm and resolute. The name of the Crimson Moon echoed in the room, a declaration of his intent. From this point forward, he announced the current administration would acknowledge the Crimson Moon as an inviolable organization. All further intervention would officially cease, a promise of peace and non-interference. With a deep breath, he prepared to make his final request. His voice was steady, his gaze unwavering as he spoke. He sincerely asked that the Crimson Moon call off their men and end their attempts on his life. His words hung in the air, a plea for peace and understanding. Yang Yu-shin grinned, his expression one of satisfaction and approval. He commended the president's decision, his voice echoing in the room. Reaching out his hand, he declared that the Crimson Moon accepted the current administration's offer. His gesture was one of unity and agreement, a promise of a new beginning. His gesture was one of unity and agreement, a promise of a new beginning. The scene shifts to a man was seen running, his breath ragged and uneven. He was clearly in distress, his pace frantic as he navigated through the crowded streets. As he turned a corner, he spotted a police station. His eyes widened with hope, his steps quickening as he headed towards it. Bursting through the doors, he cried out for help. His voice was desperate, his plea echoing in the station. The police officers looked up, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. They hurried towards him, ready to assist and find out what was going on. As the officers rushed to assist the man, he suddenly sprang up, his eyes wide with urgency. He gasped out that some gangsters were trying to kill I3W, his voice trembling with fear and desperation. He staggered towards the desk, his body shaking as he urged them to hurry. The raw panic in his voice was palpable, and he let out a cry of sheer terror. An officer approached him, trying to calm him down. He asked the man to take a breath and explain what exactly had happened, his voice filled with concern and urgency. A hand grabbed the man, steadying him as he pleaded for protection for I3W. The officer's grip was firm, a silent promise of safety amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a red-haired man stormed in, his face twisted in anger. He slammed the man's head into the ground, yelling at him to shut up and calling him a dipshit. The red-haired man stood up, his rage barely contained. He called the man a freaking asshole, berating him for not paying back what he owed on time. The police officers looked on in shock as the red-haired man continued his tirade. He couldn't believe that the man had chosen a police station of all places to run to. The red-haired man lifted the guy by his head, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he asked if he really thought the Crimson Moon would be scared of some cops. The man could only manage a sorry in response. The red-haired man continued, his voice echoing with menace. The cops looked on, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. The red-haired man's words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the danger that had just walked into their station. The red-haired man's voice boomed through the station as he addressed their dear customer. The man, trembling, pleaded for one more chance, promising to pay him back in 2 days. The red-haired man slapped the man, telling him to shut the hell up. He scoffed at the man's promise, reminding him that he had said the exact same thing a week ago. The interest he had racked up over the past 3 months was more than his actual loan. He continued to slap the man repeatedly, his voice rising with each strike. He couldn't believe the man was asking for 2 more days, his patience clearly wearing thin. The cops watched in stunned silence as the red-haired man's rage escalated. The man, desperate and pleading, begged for one last chance, his voice barely a whisper. The red-haired man cut him off, telling him to stop running his mouth and come with him. The man's pleas fell on deaf ears as the red-haired man's grip tightened. The man broke down, tears streaming down his face as the red-haired man suggested that his organs should cover some of the interest. His laughter echoed through the station, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The red-haired man turned to the cops, apologizing for the ruckus. The cops, trying to keep the situation light, laughed nervously, saying it was no problem at all, and that they understood it was a busy day for him. One cop remained quiet, his eyes fixed on the red-haired man, a silent observer to the chaos unfolding before him. The red-haired man began to walk out, dragging the man with him. He bid the cops a good one, his voice echoing through the station. The man, desperate and pleading, cried out for help, but it was too late. Just as they reached the door, someone called out, telling the red-haired man to wait. The quiet cop stepped up, his eyes meeting the red-haired man's gaze. The quiet cop stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. The station fell silent, all eyes on him as he prepared to speak. In a swift motion, the red-haired man was dropped to the ground, his voice echoing with a mix of anger and confusion as he demanded to know who the cop was. The red-haired man's frustration grew as the cop calmly dug into his pocket, ignoring the outburst. The red-haired man yelled again, demanding an answer, his voice filled with a mix of anger and desperation. The cop pulled out a pair of handcuffs and swiftly secured them around the red-haired man's wrists. With a calm and steady voice, he identified the red-haired man as the Crimson Moon's District D branch manager. The cop's voice echoed through the room as he firmly stated the name, Taejeong-oh. The cop's voice remained steady as he declared that Taejeong was under arrest. The officers behind the cop shouted in unison, completing the arrest statement for assault and intimidation. They addressed the cop as Officer Ryu. Tae let out a disbelieving laugh. He couldn't believe that Ryu was actually going to arrest him. In a sudden move, Tae grabbed Ryu's head, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening. Tae shook Ryu's head, demanding to know who he was and if he was new. His tone was a mix of curiosity and annoyance. Tae let out a laugh, finding the situation amusing. He commented on Ryu's full-of-drive attitude. Tae called out to the police chief, who responded with a respectful yes, sir, his voice trembling slightly. The police chief's face paled as Tae questioned what he had been teaching his officers. His voice was filled with a mix of fear and respect. Tae continued, his voice echoing through the room as he commented on Ryu's boldness. The police chief quickly apologized for Ryu's actions, his voice filled with fear. The police chief yelled at Ryu, asking what he was doing and if he knew who Tae was. His voice was filled with a mix of fear and desperation. The police chief demanded that Ryu take the handcuffs off Tae immediately. Ryu, however, remained calm and asked Tae to give him his left hand. Tae looked at Ryu with a mix of confusion and amusement, asking what he meant. Ryu explained that he needed to get the other cuff on Tae, his voice calm and steady. Tae threw a punch, his voice filled with amusement as he told Ryu to take his left hand. The punch landed right on Ryu's face, Tae's voice echoing with a mix of amusement and anger as he called Ryu a jackass. The cops in the room stood stunned, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief at what had just happened. The Crimson Moon goons, however, smiled, finding the situation amusing. Ryu was slammed into a desk, his body hitting the surface with a loud thud. Tae commented on Ryu's actions, calling him a real barrel of laughs. The police chief, however, quickly apologized, begging Tae to forgive Ryu. The police chief muttered under his breath, suggesting that Tae had much to learn, but Tae wasn't having any of it. With a sharp command, he ordered the chief to lock the doors, his patience wearing thin. Tae's eyes blazed with fury as he confronted the chief, questioning his sense of duty and authority. He challenged the chief, mocking his confidence and daring him to put up a fight. Tae's voice dripped with menace as he demanded an answer, threatening dire consequences if the chief remained silent. With a rattle of handcuffs, Tae taunted the chief, urging him to remove the restraints and face him directly. A shadowy figure nearby muttered something about letting Tae go, calling someone a dipshit. Ryu slowly got up, warning Tae about his death wish and declaring his intention to cooperate, though his actions suggested otherwise. Ryu positioned himself, reluctantly accepting that he had to put the handcuffs on Tae by force. Tae's anger boiled over as he hurled insults at Ryu, his face contorted with rage. Tae dropped to his knees, challenging Ryu to a fight, his voice echoing with determination and fury. Ryu quickly blocked Tae's attack, his movements swift and precise. Tae seized the opening, landing a powerful kick to Ryu's face, his guard momentarily down. The impact sent Ryu reeling, his consciousness slipping away as Tae's relentless assault continued. Tae stood over Ryu, taunting him and questioning his strength, his voice filled with contempt. With a brutal punch to Ryu's stomach, Tae declared that he was just getting started, his eyes wild with battle lust. The onlookers watched in fear as Tae's relentless assault continued, his fury showing no signs of abating. Tae's fists rained down on Ryu, each blow accompanied by a demand for answers, his voice a mix of rage and desperation. Tae's voice was filled with venom as he insulted Ryu, warning him about the consequences of messing with the wrong person. Ryu lay there, battered and bruised, as Tae's punches continued to land, each blow a testament to his unrelenting fury. Tae wasn't done yet, his fury far from spent. With a final, furious punch, he sent Ryu flying across the room, the force of the blow echoing through the air. The words, "You stupid pig," hung between them, a bitter testament to Tae's unrelenting anger. As the dust settled, Tae glanced down at the handcuffs binding his wrists, a sudden realization washing over him. He let out a frustrated sigh, muttering about the sheer waste of time and energy on someone so utterly worthless. Tae turned to the trembling police chief, his voice sharp with command. The chief, eager to comply, stammered out a nervous affirmation, fumbling with the keys to the handcuffs. The chief's hands shook as he removed the cuffs, his fear palpable. Tae's voice was cold, a stark reminder of the chief's responsibilities and the consequences of his officer's actions. Tae's words cut through the air, a clear directive that left no room for misunderstanding. The police chief, sweating profusely, assured him that this would never happen again, his voice barely above a nervous squeak. Tae dismissed the chief's apologies with a wave of his hand, his attention already shifting. He mentioned leaving just a little fight in Ryu, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. Despite his nonchalant tone, Tae admitted that Ryu would need at least 6 months in intensive care. With a final glance at the battered figure, he declared it was time to leave, his mission seemingly accomplished. But as Tae turned to go, he paused, a sudden thought striking him. He looked back at Ryu, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared that their dear customer could come with him after all. Ryu, despite his severe beating, managed to rise to his feet. His appearance was battered and bruised, a stark contrast to the defiant glare in his eyes. A nervous voice called out to Tae, hesitant and uncertain. Tae whirled around, his patience clearly wearing thin as he snapped back, demanding to know what was going on now. The voice, trembling, urged Tae to look behind him. Tae, exasperated, turned around, his eyes scanning the area for whatever new trouble had decided to rear its head. As Tae looked back, his eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered to himself, a mix of shock and confusion evident in his voice as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Ryu stood there, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. There was a newfound energy surrounding him, a surge of power that seemed to defy his previous state. Tae's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of Ryu, his voice a mix of disbelief and reluctant admiration. He couldn't help but acknowledge the transformation, the surge of power that seemed to radiate from Ryu's very being. Rewinding back a few months earlier, the scene opens in a secret hospital, where the atmosphere is tense and urgent. The medical staff frantically attend to a critical patient, his blood pressure dropping dangerously low. With over 9 critical injuries among his 38, the situation looks dire. As the patient is rushed through the hospital corridors, the staff shout in desperation, fearing he is on the brink of cardiac arrest due to excessive blood loss. Suddenly, the patient's heart gives out, and the medical team springs into action, immediately starting CPR in a race against time. A doctor barks out orders, demanding 50 milligrams of epinephrine, the urgency palpable as they fight to stabilize the patient. The patient's eyes begin to lose their light, the life seemingly draining away as the medical team works feverishly, urging each other to hurry. In a grim turn, the patient coughs up blood, the sight chilling as the reality of the situation sets in. The patient's heart rate slows down, each beat echoing like a ticking clock, counting down the final moments. Then, miraculously, the patient takes a deep, rasping breath, a glimmer of hope in the dire situation. The doctors exchange glances, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they assess the patient's condition. But then, the patient stops moving entirely, the monitors flatlining as the doctors solemnly declare him deceased. In a bizarre twist, one of the doctors suddenly laughs, the sound echoing eerily in the somber room. The doctor peers into a microscope, a look of fascination on his face as he mutters that the patient exists after all. He reveals that the patient has a genome with the potential to surpass Chairman Yang Yu-shin of the Crimson Moon, a revelation that shocks everyone present. The doctor's expression darkens as he mutters about Yang Yu-shin, his voice filled with venom and hatred. He accuses Yang Yu-shin of burying his wife and daughter alive, his words dripping with bitterness and a thirst for revenge. The doctor ominously declares that Yang Yu-shin's day of reckoning is just around the corner, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Another doctor looks at his colleague in disbelief, questioning how he can laugh at a time like this. The doctor retorts that the patient died because he didn't get treatment in time, his voice filled with accusation and blame. He laments that they could have saved the patient if they had acted just a little faster, the weight of the loss heavy in his words. Professor Jae-young-hun scoffs, calling them morons and dropping a bombshell that the patient is not actually dead. The doctors exchange shocked glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief at the professor's claim. As they turn to look, their eyes widen in shock and disbelief, the reality of the situation setting in. As the weight of the situation crashed down, the protagonist stumbled to his feet, huffing in disbelief. The body it had come back to life, and the reality of it all was too much to process. The impossible had happened. The body was back to life, and the shock of it sent waves of disbelief through everyone present. Jae-young-hun's eyes lit up with a mix of excitement and madness. This was exactly what he wanted. He ordered his underlings to grab their syringes and buckets, his mind racing with possibilities. With a manic gleam in his eyes, Jae-young-hun instructed them to extract as much blood as they could from their zombie friend. The protagonist groaned in pain and frustration, struggling against his restraints. Jae-young-hun continued his rambling, ordering them to move the protagonist to a regular hospital before he fully regained consciousness. The protagonist's struggles grew more desperate. With a wild scream, the protagonist thrashed against his captors. Jae-young-hun, undeterred, declared his intention to develop an age-reversing drug using the fascinating healing effects of the protagonist's blood. Suddenly, the scene shifted back to the present time. Tae came crashing through a window, landing with a heavy thud outside. He struggled to get up, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He gasped, trying to catch his breath. A hooded man stood nearby, watching Tae with a keen interest. The figure was still, his presence adding an air of mystery to the scene. The hooded man spoke, his voice laced with curiosity. He noted how MC seemed to get stronger with each hit, his interest piqued by this unusual phenomenon. The man removed his hood, revealing his face. He looked at MC with a mix of admiration and intrigue, calling him quite something. The man's eyes widened as he recognized MC. Days later, a man recalled how MC had just walked home after getting stabbed 8 times, his recovery speed defying all logic. Nearby, officers whispered among themselves, their voices filled with unease. Officer Ryu, freaked them out. They couldn't comprehend how someone could recover so quickly, his abilities bordering on the supernatural. As the whispers of the officers faded, Ryu turned his head, his gaze sharp and unreadable. Someone hesitantly called out to him, the title rookie hanging in the air like a question. The police chief, trying to lighten the mood, announced it was dinner time and suggested they eat before getting back to work. Ryu, ever the obedient one, agreed with a quick okay, sir. The chief then apologized to Ryu, admitting that they were all too scared to do anything. Ryu, confused, asked why. The chief explained that they were terrified when Ryu was dealing with the gangsters. Another officer chimed in, agreeing that there was really nothing they could say. The chief continued, explaining that they all have families, and Ryu understood, knowing how those thugs aren't easy to deal with. Ryu looked down, the weight of the conversation heavy on his shoulders. The chief shivered at the mention of the Crimson Moon, the name alone striking fear into his heart. The station was filled with the usual chatter, officers going about their business. One officer reminded another to wear his raincoat as it was supposed to rain later. The other officer scoffed, looking at the weather and insisting it didn't look like it was going to rain. The first officer retorted, reminding him of the last time he didn't listen and came back soaking wet. The second officer, annoyed, opened the door and grumbled about how annoying the first officer was. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the station shifted dramatically. Everyone looked stunned as Tae and his Crimson Moon goons appeared, their presence sending a chill down the spines of the officers. One cop stuttered, asking what was going on. Tae and his goons snickered, their knives glinting ominously. The officers trembled in fear, one of them calling out for the chief. Ryu looked at Tae, his eyes narrowing as he recognized him. Tae, with a wicked grin, called out to his guys. The goons dashed forward, their knives ready. Tae ordered them to kill everyone, his voice echoing through the terrified station. The goons rushed in, stabbing a cop without hesitation. The chief, terrified, could only watch in horror as the scene unfolded. The cop screamed in agony, his cries filling the station. The chief, frozen in fear, could only whisper no, his worst nightmare coming to life. As the cop's screams echoed through the station, the atmosphere grew even more tense. A cop, trembling and barely holding it together, tried to assert some control. He stammered, demanding everyone to put their hands in the air and stop, but his voice was shaky and filled with fear. The goons just stood there, looking stunned, as the cop continued to plead, begging them not to do this. The chief, overwhelmed by the situation, broke down in tears, his worst fears unfolding before his eyes. One of the goons jumped on top of a desk, shouting peekaboo in a taunting manner, adding to the chaos. The goon, about to stab the chief, yelled for everyone to peace out. The chief screamed in terror as the goon lunged. Suddenly, the goon was punched out of nowhere. The protagonist sent the goon flying with a powerful punch, stepping up to take control of the situation. The police chief, recognizing the protagonist, cried out his name in a mix of relief and desperation. The protagonist warned everyone that if they wanted to live, they needed to get out of there immediately. The protagonist, with a sense of urgency, shouted now, signaling for everyone to move quickly. Tae, walking in with his goons, greeted the protagonist with a mocking tone, acting as if they were old friends. Tae continued to taunt, telling the protagonist that he was going to get wasted that day, surrounded by his goons. The protagonist, not backing down, declared that he had let his guard down last time but not today, ready to face Tae and his goons. The goons stood menacingly, ready to back up Tae in the impending confrontation. Tae, licking his knife in a threatening manner, ordered the protagonist to get over there, escalating the tension. The protagonist, filled with anger, was ready to face Tae, who threatened to cut him to pieces, setting the stage for an intense showdown. Ryu leapt into the air, his body tensed and ready for battle. Tae's fury erupted as he shouted threats, vowing to cut Ryu to pieces. Ryu's thoughts raced, realizing Tae's strength was no joke. Ryu landed a powerful punch on one of the goons, his fist connecting with a satisfying thud. He followed up with another strike, his movements swift and precise. The goons scrambled, shouting in confusion and fear, wondering who this formidable fighter was. Ryu stood firm, his breath steady despite the chaos around him. The goons hurled insults, calling him a son of a bitch and urging each other to hurry, but Ryu refused to budge. Ryu's mind raced as he realized his body wasn't changing like it did before. He had bulked up, but the transformation he needed wasn't happening. A goon's blade found its mark, stabbing Ryu. Pain shot through him as he realized the dire situation. If he didn't change soon, everyone would be killed. The goon who stabbed Ryu looked stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. He had expected Ryu to fall, but Ryu remained standing. Ryu stood firm, his body trembling but his resolve unbroken. The goons couldn't believe their eyes, muttering in shock. Ryu glared at the goon who had stabbed him, his eyes filled with determination. He had been stuck good, but he wasn't down yet. Above the police station, a mysterious figure watched the scene unfold. He urged someone to get Ryu off, his voice filled with urgency. The hooded man from before appeared, his voice dripping with malice. He told them to shut up and stab Ryu again, his words laced with cruelty. The hooded man watched intently, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. He warned against intervening too hastily, believing Ryu needed to be pushed over the edge to hold a grudge against the Crimson Moon. The man continued to watch, a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed to enjoy the show, waiting for Ryu to reach his breaking point. Ryu struggled against the goons holding him down, his mind screaming for transformation. He knew he had to change, had to become stronger to save everyone. The goons held Ryu down, their faces contorted with effort. They shouted at each other to keep holding him, their voices filled with desperation. One of the goons breathed heavily, his face a mask of exhaustion and fear. He couldn't believe how strong Ryu was, how he continued to fight despite being stabbed. The goons couldn't believe their eyes as Ryu, despite being stabbed repeatedly, continued to fight with unrelenting strength. They wondered if he was even human anymore. Tae chuckled darkly, his laughter echoing through the room as he called out to Saiwon, his voice dripping with malice. With a swift movement, Tae pressed a knife to a cop's throat, his eyes gleaming with a twisted sense of purpose. Tae held the knife firmly against the chief's throat, warning him that he should have never come after him. The chief, trembling, called out Saiwon's name in fear. Tae's voice was cold as he blamed the chief for the innocent lives lost, his words dripping with venom. The lifeless body of a cop lay on the ground, a stark reminder of Tae's ruthlessness. Another cop's lifeless form was sprawled nearby, the scene growing more gruesome by the moment. The chief trembled in fear as Tae declared that this was what happened when you messed with the wrong person. Ryu, his eyes filled with horror, shouted for Tae to stop, unable to bear the sight any longer. Ryu's voice was filled with desperation as he spoke of the chief's family, begging Tae to target him instead. Tae smirked, declaring that he would indeed kill Ryu, but not before making him suffer. With a swift and brutal motion, Tae slashed the chief's throat, ending his life in an instant. Ryu stood stunned as Tae revealed his plan to kill everyone from the beginning, his words chilling and calculated. The chief's body dropped to the ground, lifeless, as Tae declared that it was finally enough. Tae's voice was cold and cruel as he promised to make Ryu's death as painful as possible. Ryu's anger boiled over as he shouted Tae's name, his voice filled with rage and desperation. Breaking free from his restraints, Ryu lunged at Tae, vowing to kill him and calling him every vile name he could think of. Tae ordered his goons to hold Ryu down, declaring that he would kill Ryu himself. With a final smirk, Tae said his goodbyes, ready to end Ryu's life. Suddenly, a goon flew across the room, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Everyone looked around in confusion, their voices filled with panic and fear as they tried to understand what was happening. Tae's eyes widened as he looked behind him, his voice filled with shock and disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Tae's shock turned to dread as a hooded figure emerged from the shadows, his presence ominous and unexpected. The hooded man's glare pierced through the tension, his eyes locking onto Tae with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Without warning, the hooded figure lunged forward, his movements swift and calculated. The hooded man swiftly took down the goons, their cries of pain echoing through the room as they fell one by one. One goon was hit with a force that sent him crashing to the ground, his cry of agony filling the air. Another goon followed, his body hitting the floor with a thud as the hooded man continued his relentless assault. The hooded man stood amidst the chaos, his presence dominating the scene as cries of pain filled the air. Tae trembled, his breath ragged as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events, his mind racing with disbelief. The hooded man had defeated all the goons, leaving Tae in a state of shock and confusion, wondering where these formidable individuals kept coming from. The hooded man's gaze turned to Tae, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and determination. Tae, driven by desperation, attacked with a knife, his voice filled with a mix of fear and defiance as he invoked the name of the Crimson Moon. The hooded man swiftly grabbed the knife, his reflexes lightning fast and precise. Tae stood stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the hooded man's actions. The knife shattered in the hooded man's grip, the pieces clattering to the ground, leaving Tae in a state of utter shock. Tae's body trembled with fear and confusion, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to understand how the hooded man had shattered the knife with his bare hand. The hooded man smiled, his expression a mix of amusement and contempt as he looked at Tae. With quickness that belied his size, the hooded man falcon punched Tae, his voice filled with disdain as he called him a jackass. The force of the blow sent Tae crashing to the ground, his mind racing with doubt. Had he been wrong about everything? Lying there, the words echoed in his head, the promise that strength came from enduring beatings, from pushing through pain. The hooded man loomed over him, a sneer twisting his lips as he muttered that this was no fun at all. Disappointment dripped from his voice as he mocked MC's pathetic state. Bloodied and bruised, MC could only stare up as the man spat out a name, Siwon. With a sense of urgency, the destination clear a hospital, where the weight of recent events presses heavily on the air. The hooded figure emerges, his presence adding a layer of mystery and tension to the unfolding drama. The hooded man's thoughts linger on the resilience of his adversary, questioning how someone could survive such an ordeal. Despite the numbers, the main character struggles to overcome even the weakest members of the Crimson Moon, his lack of power painfully evident. Lying in a hospital bed, the hooded man's thoughts are consumed by doubt, questioning his ability to defeat Yang Yu. The hooded man's voice echoes, calling out the name Jiang Hun, adding a personal touch to the unfolding drama. The scene shifts to a prison a few days earlier. The atmosphere is charged with hostility and anger. Inmates jeer and taunt, their voices filled with contempt and derision. A man is escorted out, the inmates' taunts following him, their voices filled with scorn and relief. The inmates continue their verbal assault, their words laced with venom and anger. Dakal, a notorious serial killer, is introduced. His reputation precedes him, a dark cloud of infamy. The inmates' jeers grow louder as Dakal takes a step, his execution day arriving, his crimes unforgiven. The atmosphere is electric with anticipation and hatred as Dakal's execution is about to take place. A pill is presented, the method of execution unconventional and mysterious. Dakal stands there, his presence commanding and defiant, as he is urged to take the pill. The man insists, his voice firm and unyielding, as he tells Dakal to take the pill. Dakal approaches, his voice laced with sarcasm and defiance, questioning the method of his execution. He scoffs at the absurdity, his words dripping with contempt and resignation, as he accepts his fate. Dakal grabs the pill, his voice filled with a mix of defiance and acceptance, as he faces his impending death. A smile plays on the doctor's lips as Dakal expresses his weariness, his words laced with a dark humor and resignation. With a resigned sigh, Dakal gives in, popping the pill into his mouth. The doctor's smirk lingers, the weight of the moment hanging between them like an unspoken challenge. He raises a glass of water in a mocking toast, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he declares it a toast to death itself. But then, something shifts in his expression. A flicker of realization crosses his face, his eyes widening slightly as if a sudden thought has struck him. The glass slips from his grasp, shattering on the floor as his mind races, connecting the dots of the doctor's sinister plan. His body begins to tremble, a guttural groan escaping his lips as the first waves of pain crash over him. Dakal's legs give out, and he collapses to his knees, his body racked with agony as whatever he ingested begins to take its toll. A scream tears through him, raw and primal, echoing through the room as he clutches at his body, the pain overwhelming. His breathing is ragged, each gasp a struggle as he fights through the pain. Through gritted teeth, he curses the doctor, his voice a mix of fury and desperation. With a shaky finger, he points at the doctor, his words barely coherent as he demands to know what has been done to him. As the pain subsides slightly, he notices something even more alarming. His reflection shows a younger version of himself, and his voice cracks with horror as he realizes the full extent of the doctor's betrayal. Memories flood back, a warning echoing in his mind about Yang Yu not being the same person he was 10 years ago. The words are a chilling reminder of the power Yang Yu now wields. He looks down at his hands, the weight of the warning settling over him. The realization that even with his strength, he might not be able to face Yang Yu alone. With a scoff, he dismisses the thought, his determination flaring. He refuses to believe that he is powerless, not when he has fully recovered his strength. Clenching his fist, he steels himself, his voice a growl of resolve. He is Dakal, the man who once drove Yang Yu to the brink of death, and he will not be cowed. With a renewed sense of purpose, he sets his sights on the Yang Yu residence, his mind made up. He makes his way there, each step fueled by his determination to confront the past and reclaim his strength. Meanwhile, at the Yang Yu residence, the air is filled with the aroma of tea. Yang Yu savors the scent, appreciating the depth of the flavor. He compliments Sang-jin on the tea, comparing its richness to the growing weight of Sang-jin's achievements. Sang-jin, modest as ever, brushes off the compliment with a polite thank you. As the conversation settled, Yang Yu reached for his tea, a sense of contentment washing over him. There was something deeply fulfilling about sharing a cup of tea by a pond on a rainy day with someone he trusted. Sang-jin, bowing deeply with gratitude for the kind praise. Yang Yu gestured for him to join him, inviting him to have a cup of tea. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, disrupting the peaceful scene. The figure revealed himself to be Dakal, who let out an eerie laugh. He mocked Yang Yu, saying that drinking tea didn't suit him. Dakal expressed his eagerness to see Yang Yu again, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and malice. Dakal boasted about managing to get past Yang Yu's wall of guards, now standing right under his nose. He couldn't help but wonder what Yang Yu's face would look like when he saw him. Yang Yu looked around, sensing something was amiss. He sprang up, his instincts on high alert. Yang Yu's gaze scanned the area, searching for the source of his unease. The man beside him noticed his tension and asked if something was wrong. Dakal watched from a distance, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and curiosity. Yang Yu released a chilling aura, a stark contrast to the previously serene atmosphere. Dakal felt the aura and was visibly shaken, fear gripping his heart. He struggled to breathe, realizing that Yang Yu was not the same person he once knew. Dakal wondered if Yang Yu had surpassed his previous abilities and could now release his power externally. Panicking, Dakal grabbed his throat, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Yang Yu's aura. He realized he needed to get away, or else he would be a dead man. Dakal quickly hopped into the water, disappearing from sight. The man beside Yang Yu asked if he had sensed something. Yang Yu grinned, trying to reassure him that it was nothing. He sat back down, but his mind was still on edge. Yang Yu mentioned that he thought he felt Dakal's aura for a moment, but dismissed the idea, thinking there was no way he could be off of death row and out in the world. Still pondering the odd sensation he had felt earlier, Yang Yu shifted his thoughts to a more pressing matter. He casually asked if he had heard about the Four Sickos, a group that had once dominated a generation before Yang Yu unified the underworld. Sang-jin eagerly confirmed that he had heard of them, that they were very skilled, and that they had ruled before Yang Yu's rise. Yang Yu acknowledged this, adding that they all had powers just like him. Meanwhile, Dakal was seen running, his movements swift and determined. Sang-jin, curious, asked if they were as good as Yang Yu. Yang Yu revealed that the four of them had joined together and almost killed him, despite their poor relationships. He admitted that if he had not driven a wedge between them, making them turn on one another, the Crimson Moon would not exist today. That was why Yang Yu made sure they were completely broken as soon as he was able to suppress them. Dakal's voice rang out, furious and betrayed. He yelled at Jiang Hun, calling him a liar. Dakal's appearance began to change, aging rapidly. He screamed that Jiang Hun had never told him he could turn old again at any moment. His body quivered with rage and fear as he declared he was going to kill Jiang Hun. Deep in the forest, a facility stood shrouded in mystery, its secrets hidden among the trees. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their presence a silent warning to any who dared approach. Inside, a doctor sat, enjoying a meal, the sound of a burp echoing through the room, breaking the silence. Jiang Hun's frustration boiled over as he lamented the $100 spent on a meal that tasted like mush, his disappointment palpable. With a sigh, he called out, inviting someone in, his meal finally finished. Dakal stumbled in, his fall echoing through the room, a sense of foreboding filling the air. Fury consumed Dakal as he confronted Jiang Hun, his voice trembling with rage. Dakal's voice shook with betrayal as he accused Jiang Hun of hiding the truth about his ability to regain his youth. Jiang Hun defended himself, claiming he had simply never been asked, his tone laced with sarcasm. In a fit of rage, Dakal slammed his face into something, the sound of the impact echoing through the room. Dakal's fury reached a boiling point as he vowed to kill Jiang Hun, his voice filled with venom. Jiang Hun tried to calm the situation, explaining that the drug was new and unstable, and that Dakal needed to keep taking the pills to stay young. Dakal accused Jiang Hun of trying to turn him into a slave, his voice dripping with contempt. Jiang Hun's laughter was cold and calculating as he asked if Dakal thought it would be free. Dakal's rage reached new heights as he vowed to kill Jiang Hun, his voice filled with hatred. Jiang Hun's pained groan filled the room as Dakal's fury seemed to shake the very foundations of the facility. Suddenly, a man walked in, his presence commanding and unexpected. Dakal's surprise was evident as he recognized the newcomer, his voice trembling with shock. Dakel's voice was filled with disbelief as he asked if Danga had finally woken up from his coma. A surge of power emanated from Danga, his presence filling the room with an almost palpable energy. With a swiftness that belied his size, Danga grabbed Dakel by the neck, his grip unyielding and strong. With a swiftness that belied his size, Danga grabbed Dakel by the neck, his grip unyielding and strong. Dakel was sent crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, the impact echoing through the room as he let out a pained cry. Danga didn't waste a moment, dashing forward with surprising agility, ready to press his advantage. Dakel barely managed to dodge the incoming attack, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and fury. He screamed out in frustration, cursing Danga with every fiber of his being, demanding that he just be dead already. With a swift punch, Dakel landed a hit on Danga, his voice filled with disbelief and anger as he questioned how Danga could still be standing. Despite the blow, Danga remained standing, much to Dakel's dismay. Dakel realized with a growing sense of dread that the pill's effects were wearing off, leaving him powerless. Danga seized the moment, grabbing Dakel by the face, his grip firm and unrelenting. With a powerful slam, Danga drove Dakel down, the impact echoing through the room as Dakel let out a pained groan. Despite his predicament, Danga couldn't help but grin, a sight that only fueled Dakel's fury. Dakel struggled, his curses filled with frustration and anger. A step echoed in the room, drawing the attention of both men. Jaeyoung-hun chuckled softly, his amusement palpable. Jaeyoung-hun's voice cut through the tension, asking what it was like meeting Yang-yu again. He reminded them that he had warned them about this. Jaeyoung-hun continued, stating that the first thing they needed to do was awaken Saiwon's potential. Dakel's frustration boiled over, accusing Jaeyoung-hun of being out of his mind and questioning if he had been spying on 313 ohms Siwa time. The next morning found them at a funeral home, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of recent events. The sight of dead cops laid out before them was a stark reminder of the violence that had transpired. A salute was given, a moment of respect amidst the chaos and loss. Rumors swirled about the man who had survived yet again, despite being stabbed dozens of times. He was out of the hospital in just a week, leading many to question if he was even human. Yet, despite the loss of all his colleagues, he stood there, not shedding a single tear. A sigh echoed through the room, a moment of reflection amidst the turmoil. Dakel, ever the critic, commented on the beef drop at funeral homes, stating that as usual it still tasted like shit. After complaining about the food, Dakel quickly turned his attention to the drinks, expressing relief that there was at least alcohol to make the gathering somewhat bearable. He exhaled deeply, as if trying to shake off the unpleasantness of the situation. He turned his head, scanning the room with a look of mild disinterest. His gaze landed on the main character, and his expression shifted slightly, though it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Around them, murmurs spread like wildfire. The crowd whispered anxiously about the main character, fearing he might get them all into trouble. Some tried to hush the others, warning them not to jinx their already precarious situation. The main character's attention was drawn to a television screen, where a news report was playing. The anchor announced that Taejeong-oh, suspected of attacking a police station and committing murder, had been fully investigated. The main character's eyes widened in shock as the news revealed that Taejeong-oh had been released due to a confirmed alibi. The news report continued, explaining that Taejeong-oh, a branch manager for the Crimson Moon, had been taken into custody over the past few days. The main character clenched his fist tightly, his expression darkening as he muttered Taejeong's name under his breath. Suddenly, a spoon was hurled at the main character, striking him and snapping him out of his thoughts. A distraught voice demanded that he bring her father back to life, accusing him of being responsible for his death. The main character recognized her as Chief Chidong's daughter, Jun. Jun, crying uncontrollably, blamed him for her father's death and demanded that he do something about it. Her tears flowed harder as she repeated her plea, begging him to take action. The television continued to broadcast, showing Taejeong-oh being confronted by reporters. He angrily denied the allegations, demanding to know if they wanted him dead and asserting his innocence. The main character turned to Jun, promising her that he would find Taejeong. With a determined look in his eyes, he vowed to kill Taejeong with his own 2 hands. As he stood up, ready to leave, a voice called out to him. He turned to see Dakel, who greeted him with a smirk, remarking that they met again. The main character asked who he was, and Dakel reminded him of their previous encounter, asking if he remembered. Dakel revealed that he was the one who had saved his life, hinting at their past interaction. The main character recalled the day at the police station, and Dakel confirmed his memory, acknowledging that he remembered now. The main character thanked him for his help back then, but explained that he was busy and suggested they talk another time. Dokkel, however, seemed curious about his hurry and questioned him further. Dokkel, sensing Ryu's burning desire to rush off, teased him with a playful smirk, acknowledging his eagerness to confront Taejeong. But with a dramatic pause, Dokkel assured him that if he could just calm down for a moment, there might be a better way. Ryu, however, was in no mood for games. He brushed off Dokkel's hand, warning him not to test his patience any further. Dokkel, unfazed by his anger, simply raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Oh, really now?" Before Ryu could react, Dokkel moved with lightning speed, his fist flying toward Ryu's face. Ryu stood frozen, his mind racing but his body unable to keep up. Dokkel leaned in, his voice low and challenging, asking what Ryu would do if he couldn't let go of his anger. Ryu was stunned, his mind reeling. How had Dokkel moved so fast? One moment he was across the room, and the next right in front of him. Dokkel challenged Ryu to land even a single hit on him, promising that if he could, he would not only let him go but also help him take down Taejeong. Ryu wasn't in the mood for games. With a fierce determination, he pushed forward, demanding everyone clear his path. His frustration grew as obstacles kept appearing, and he warned that there would be consequences for those who dared to stand in his way. But Dokkel wasn't intimidated. He challenged Ryu, daring him to follow through on his threats. Without hesitation, Ryu dashed toward Dokkel, ready to confront him head-on. Dokkel, however, was quick on his feet and effortlessly dodged Ryu's attack. Dokkel mocked the slow pace of the fight, clearly unimpressed by Ryu's skills. He threw a punch, urging Ryu to pay close attention to his movements. Dokkel followed up with a swift elbow strike, demonstrating his technique. Then came a rapid punch, each move calculated and precise. Ryu was no match, and Dokkel quickly brought him to his knees with a sharp knee strike, taunting him to be faster. Dokkel loomed over Ryu, questioning his approach to combat and pointing out his flawed strategy of taking hits to get stronger. He criticized Ryu's inability to throw a decent punch, calling him out for his poor technique. Dokkel shook his head in disappointment, wondering what Jaeyoung-hun saw in someone as pathetic as Ryu. Suddenly, Ryu launched a surprise attack, his fist flying dangerously close to Dokkel's face. Dokkel barely managed to dodge, expressing surprise at Ryu's sudden burst of speed and aggression. Ryu continued his relentless assault, moving faster than before, but Dokkel skillfully evaded each strike. Ryu's frustration boiled over as he vowed to take Dokkel down, but Dokkel countered by calling him an animal, lacking control and strategy. Dokkel advised Ryu to learn how to take advice and think before attacking. He threw another punch, emphasizing the importance of strategy over brute force. But this time, Ryu managed to catch Dokkel's arm, leaving Dokkel stunned and momentarily vulnerable. The tables had turned, and the outcome of the fight hung in the balance. The balance of the fight teetered, and in a swift motion, a knee connected with Dokkel's face, catching him completely off guard. The sheer audacity of the move left him stunned. His mind racing, how had he fallen for such a feint? Staggering back, the shock of the unexpected strike sent him reeling, his confidence momentarily shattered. His legs gave way, and he crumpled to the ground, the weight of the blow and his own miscalculation dragging him down. But the protagonist wasn't done yet. With a surge of momentum, he charged forward, relentless in his assault. Dokkel could only muster a desperate plea, his voice a mix of frustration and disbelief. Crawling backward, he winced as a sharp pain shot through his mouth. He had bitten his tongue, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. The pain was excruciating, but he couldn't afford to stop now. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared at his opponent, a mix of pain and newfound respect in his eyes. This guy was crazy, but in a way that demanded acknowledgement. Wiping his mouth, he couldn't help but admit that his initial assessment had been wrong. This wasn't some mindless brute, there was strategy behind those strikes. Perhaps there was more to this opponent than he had thought. Maybe, just maybe, he was capable of thinking after all. But the protagonist wasn't interested in praise or acknowledgement. With a cold, determined glare, he made his intentions clear. He wasn't here to chat. He had landed a blow, and now he was ready to finish this. Dokkel struggled to his feet, his body protesting with every movement. He knew what he had promised, but something inside him wasn't ready to give up just yet. Steadying himself, he squared his shoulders, a smirk playing on his lips despite the pain. If his opponent thought he was done, he was in for a surprise. Didn't he think he needed a bit more practice before taking on someone like him? The scene shifted abruptly, the tension of the fight replaced by the lively atmosphere of Red Moon Cash. The air was filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses as a toast was raised. The room echoed with congratulations, the mood celebratory. It was a stark contrast to the intensity of the fight, a reminder of a world that existed beyond the clash of fists and wills. Tae, seated among his companions, raised his glass with a grin. There was something about the combination of Chinese food and Kaoyong liquor that just hit different, a perfect pairing for a night of revelry. His laughter was infectious, spreading through the group as he reveled in their untouchable status. They lived in a world where they could flaunt their power, where even the law couldn't touch them. It was an intoxicating feeling, one that made him feel invincible. Tae's expression darkened slightly as he considered the reality of their situation. No one dared to stand up to them, not when they had the president himself in their pocket. It was a power play that ensured their dominance, a safety net that made them untouchable. But then, something flickered in his mind, a shadow of doubt creeping in. There was something or someone who didn't fit into this narrative of invincibility. His companions looked at him, confusion etched on their faces. They knew Tae well enough to sense the shift in his mood, the sudden tension that had entered the room. Tae's mind flashed back to a hooded figure, a memory that sent a chill down his spine. Who was that guy? And more importantly, what did he want? Tae's thoughts spiraled back to that punch, the one that had sent him flying. That was the worst punch he had ever taken in his life. His heart was pounding like a drum solo, each beat echoing the pain and confusion of that moment. A bead of sweat trickled down Tae's forehead as a sudden realization hit him. Wait, maybe there was more to that punch than met the eye. Tae's body trembled as the pieces started to come together. Just like their chairman or senior members, that guy was a Glaya user. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air, jolting Tae from his thoughts. One of the goons hit the ground with a thud. Tae's eyes widened in shock. Oh, what was going on? The confusion was palpable as another goon grunted in pain. Tae took a step back, his mind racing. What was going on? The scene before him was chaos, and he was struggling to keep up. Tae found himself surrounded by goons, their bodies littering the ground behind him. How were they still alive? The question hung in the air, heavy with disbelief. Ryu's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Taejeong, today was the day he was going to die. The words sent a shiver down Tae's spine. The goons around Tae started to panic, their fear palpable. What was up with that freak? Their eyes darted around, searching for an escape. Tae's body trembled as he processed the situation. He was just a cop, so why was this piece of work coming back again and again? Tae's mind raced, his body trembling with each thought. Why was this happening? The question echoed in his mind, a mantra of fear and confusion. The goons, driven by desperation, charged at Tae. Kill that annoying son of a gun right now, one of them shouted, his voice filled with venom. Tae's fist connected with a goon's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact echoed through the air, a testament to Tae's strength. With a swift motion, Tae uppercut another goon, his body moving with a precision and power that left his opponents no chance. Tae's fist connected with another goon, the impact sending him stumbling back. The power behind Tae's punches was relentless. And another goon fell, Tae's fists a blur of motion. Each punch was a statement, a declaration of his strength and determination. Tae's eyes widened in fear as the goons continued to fall. The scene was chaotic, a whirlwind of fists and bodies. Please, Tae's mind screamed. Stop. The plea hung in the air, a desperate attempt to make sense of the madness. Dokkel watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with shock. Oh man, he muttered. This was so barbaric. The violence, the chaos, it was all too much. Dokkel shook his head, trying to clear the images of chaos from his mind. Despite the brutality of the scene, he couldn't help but admit that the protagonist had a knack for taking advice and turning it into action. Like seriously, who does that? The protagonist had dominated his opponents with a single blow, as if he had been doing it his whole life. Dokkel watched, a mix of awe and disbelief on his face. This guy was something else. The protagonist turned his gaze towards Tae, a huff escaping his lips. Tae could feel the weight of his stare, knowing that he was next in line for whatever was coming. The protagonist didn't waste any time, charging at Tae with a battle cry. Come on, he seemed to say, let's get this over with. Tae wasn't about to back down, his pride flaring up. He yelled out, his voice filled with determination. He wouldn't be looked down upon, not by anyone. Tae's voice echoed with conviction as he declared his position. He had worked hard to become a branch manager of the Crimson Moon, and he wouldn't let anyone, especially not this guy, undermine his achievements. With a fierce look in his eyes, Tae landed a punch on the protagonist. He wouldn't hold back, he would make sure that the protagonist went down no matter what. Tae unleashed a barrage of punches, each one filled with the intent to take the protagonist down. Die, he yelled, his voice echoing in the room. Dakel watched the scene unfold, a look of disbelief on his face. That dumbass, he muttered. Had Tae learned nothing from the previous fights? Seemed not. In a swift move, the protagonist grabbed Tae's arm, halting his attacks. The room seemed to still, the tension palpable as the two locked eyes. The protagonist's voice was calm, almost eerie, as he spoke. Si Hwan could never be killed, he said, his words carrying a weight that seemed to press down on Tae. And with that, he delivered a message from Chief Min's daughter, June, wishing Tae the best. The protagonist clenched his fist, his gaze unwavering. He had a message to deliver and he wouldn't hold back. With a final wish for the best, he prepared to strike. The protagonist's punch landed with a devastating force, sending Tae reeling. The impact was brutal, the power behind it undeniable. With a final, powerful blow, the protagonist sent Tae flying out the window. The fight was over, the message delivered. Tae making a dramatic entrance, landing with a thud that sends shockwaves through the crowd. The onlookers collectively gasp, their murmurs filling the air with a mix of shock and concern. Tae, lying on the ground, looks up with a fierce determination in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he curses under his breath, his frustration and anger boiling over. Meanwhile, Dakel watches from a distance, his expression a mix of surprise and annoyance. He mutters to himself, acknowledging Tae's survival despite the fall. Tae, now on his feet, brushes off the concerned crowd. His eyes are wild, his breathing heavy, as he pushes through the sea of people trying to help him. The crowd's concern turns to confusion as Tae suddenly takes off running. Someone shouts after him, suggesting he should go to the hospital. But Tae is having none of it, yelling back for everyone to stay away. The crowd is left bewildered, whispering among themselves about Tae's strange behavior and possible head injury. Dakel and Ryu exchange glances, a smirk playing on Dakel's lips as he watches Tae run. He laughs, calling Tae a coward and suggesting they chase him down. Ryu agrees, his tone laced with determination and a hint of anger. Ryu's comment seems to strike a nerve with Dakel, who turns to him with a look of disbelief. He demands Ryu repeat what he just said, his voice dripping with incredulity. Dakel, clearly offended, lectures Ryu about manners and respect, hinting at his age and experience. Ryu, however, is not having it. He fires back, accusing Dakel of being around his age and telling him to shut up. Dakel's face turns red with anger. He yells at Ryu, calling him a rude piece of work and threatening to take him out right then and there. The tension between them is thick, their argument escalating quickly. As quickly as it started, Dakel's anger seems to fizzle out. He mutters a dismissive, "Forget it," turning away from Ryu with a wave of his hand. Dakel turns his attention back to Tae, who is now some distance away. He comments on Tae's resilience, noting how quickly he has recovered. His tone is a mix of annoyance and grudging respect. Dakel shakes his head, muttering about Tae's zombie-like recovery. His tone is laced with disbelief and a hint of admiration. Dakel continues, his voice tinged with surprise as he notes Tae's rapid recovery. It's clear that Tae's resilience has left an impression on him. MC, having heard enough, turns to leave. He declares his intention to go, but not before Dakel throws in a parting shot about MC's likely destination and the people he might find there. He pauses, turning back to Dakel with a raised eyebrow. Dakel smirks, clearly enjoying the attention as he mentions Insu Park. Dakel explains that Insu Park is a top-class GLIA user. Ryu, looking confused, asks what GLIA is. Dakel, with a smirk, realizes that Ryu has no clue what he's talking about. Dakel explains that GLIA users are the elite of the Crimson Moon, with Insu Park being one of the lowest level among them. He warns Ryu that even Insu Park would be a tough opponent for him at his current skill level. The scene shifts to a building labeled Red Moon Cache, Branch H. Dakel's voice echoes in Ryu's mind as he stands there, contemplating his next move. The tension builds as Ryu realizes the challenge ahead of him. Ryu's thoughts lingered on Dakel's voice as he stood before the Red Moon Cache building, but the scene abruptly shifted to a tense confrontation inside. Tae knelt on the ground, his breath ragged, as after he had just been through a brutal fight. A shadowy figure loomed over the kneeling man, his voice dripping with disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that this guy had been taken down by a cop. And not just any cop, but one who had sent him running for cover. The sheer absurdity of it all was almost laughable. The man slowly got up, his legs shaky but his resolve seemingly intact. He closed the distance between them, his voice a venomous whisper. He couldn't believe that Tae expected him to buy this ridiculous story. A cop. Really? It was like something out of a bad action movie. The figure was revealed to be Insu Park, a man with a reputation that preceded him. His voice was a mix of incredulity and rage. A cop. For Christ's sake, it was almost too much to bear. Insu's frustration boiled over, and he lashed out, his foot connecting with Tae's ribs. Tae gasped, explaining that this wasn't just any cop. This guy had been stabbed countless times and was still standing. He was a monster. Insu wasn't having any of it, though. He'd warned Tae about getting into trouble, and here he was, digging his own grave. Insu's rant continued, his voice a mix of disappointment and anger. Tae had screwed up, and now he was trying to make things right. But Insu wasn't about to let him off the hook that easily. Tae could only stammer out an apology, his voice barely audible. Insu's frustration was palpable. He couldn't believe that a non-user like Tae had been allowed to become a leader. It was embarrassing, to say the least. An officer? It was like something out of a bad joke. Insu pulled out his phone, his voice sharp and commanding. He ordered his people to gather, his tone leaving no room for argument. It was time to take care of this cop once and for all. Tae's eyes widened as he listened to Insu's orders. A crazy cop was trying to play hero, and Insu was sending his people to District D to take care of him. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Tae's fear was evident as he looked around the room, his eyes darting from one shadow to another. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was bad, really bad. Tae's voice was a mix of fear and urgency as he pointed towards the surveillance camera. Insu's eyes followed, his expression one of sheer disbelief. What the hell was going on? Insu's eyes were glued to the surveillance footage, his mind racing. What the hell was he seeing? It was like something out of a bad action movie. Insu's voice was a mix of shock and disbelief. Was that really the cop? The one who had taken down Tae? It was almost too much to bear. Tae collapsed to the ground, his strength seemingly sapped by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Insu could only stare, his mind racing. The scene shifted to the first floor, where the cop was making his way through a group of goons. His voice was a mix of urgency and determination. He wasn't about to let these guys stand in his way. The MC's fist connected with a goon's jaw, the sound echoing through the room. He wasn't messing around, that was for sure. More goons showed up, their voices a mix of urgency and fear. They couldn't believe that this guy was taking them down so easily. It was like something out of a bad action movie. The protagonist's fist connected with another goon's jaw, the sound echoing through the room. He wasn't about to let these guys stand in his way, no sir. He charged towards the remaining goons, his voice a mix of urgency and determination. He wasn't about to let these guys stand in his way, not after what he'd been through. His fist connected with a goon's jaw, sending him flying. The other goons could only stare, their minds racing. What the hell was this guy? Suddenly, someone started clapping, their voice a mix of amusement and admiration. Way to go, they said, their voice echoing through the room. As the applause faded, Dockel stepped forward, shaking his head like a disappointed dad who just caught his kid trying to sneak out past curfew. He had warned him, hadn't he? Now look at this mess. The main character was actually holding his own without transforming, throwing punches like a pro. But let's be real, the number of enemies was looking a little sketchy. Dockel sighed, rubbing his temples. At this rate, the main character was going to have to transform. Like yesterday, the odds were not looking great, and the enemies were multiplying faster than likes on a viral meme. Suddenly, a group of goons lunged forward, grabbing the main character like they'd just won the lottery. They were screaming about finally catching him, their voices high-pitched and way too excited for the situation. The beating started, and it wasn't pretty. The goons were yelling all sorts of creative insults, each one trying to outdo the other. It was like a roast battle, but with more fists and less humor. They weren't done yet. The stomping began, and the main character was really feeling it now. The goons were still yelling, saying they didn't have time for losers like him. Ouch, that one probably stung more than the kicks. Tae was still scared, trembling in the corner like a leaf in a hurricane. The goons noticed and yelled at each other to hit the main character more, like that was gonna help anything. Insu stepped in, looking at Tae with a mix of pity and disappointment. He suggested Tae should just resign already. I mean, come on, how much more of this could he take? Insu wasn't done. He couldn't believe Tae had lost to a deadbeat like that. But Tae, ever the optimist, yelled back that the fight wasn't over yet. Oh boy, someone was in denial. Tae tried to hype himself up, saying he was just getting started. Insu, not having any of it, shot back that Tae should check himself because it was clearly over. Insu turned to leave, muttering about how obviously it was over. But then he glanced back, curiosity getting the better of him. On the surveillance feed, things were getting weird. Insu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Someone yelled to run, but Insu was too busy staring at the screen, trying to figure out what was going on with the main character. Insu was still confused, asking what those idiots were doing. Someone mentioned they were in a new lobby, but Insu was too focused on the chaos unfolding on the screen. Tae was trembling, his voice shaky as he pointed at the screen. He couldn't believe it. The main character had changed again. Like, what even was that? The beaten goons were groaning, barely conscious. They were a mess, but the main character wasn't done yet. He dragged one of them, demanding to be let go. Like that was gonna happen. Ryu was on a mission. He dragged the goon, his voice low and dangerous as he told someone to come out. The tension was rising and it was getting intense. Insu was confused, his eyes glued to the screen. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. What in the world was that? Ryu had transformed, his body bigger and his eyes radiating an eerie aura. He repeated his demand, his voice echoing through the room. Come out right now. Ryu's voice boomed as he shouted for Tae. The power radiating from him was insane, and everyone could feel it. This was getting real. The tension reached its peak as Ryu's voice echoed through the room. Taejyeong-oh, he shouted, his voice filled with a mix of anger and determination. The battle was far from over, and everyone knew it. The scene opened with workers of the Crimson Moon going about their business, unaware of the chaos that was about to unfold. Suddenly, alarms blared through the facility, a mechanical voice echoing urgently, demanding all employees to stop working and greet a new guest. The workers quickly got up from their stations, dressing hastily and preparing themselves, the urgency in the air palpable as the announcement repeated itself. Meanwhile, Ryu stood breathing heavily, his chest heaving with exertion, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. The Crimson Moon workers began to advance towards him, their intentions unclear but their approach menacing. Ryu scoffed, dismissing the workers as small fry, his attention focused on a greater threat. With a shout, Ryu called out for Taejyeong-oh, demanding that he be brought forward, his voice echoing with authority and anger. The Crimson Moon workers charged at Ryu, their faces twisted with determination and malice, a command to kill him ringing in the air. Ryu, however, was not one to back down. With a fierce battle cry, he charged forward, ready to take on the oncoming threat. With a swift and powerful punch, Ryu took down one of the attackers, his strength evident in the force of his blow. He followed up with another strike, taking down a second attacker, his movements fluid and precise. Insu watched from a distance, his eyes narrowing as he observed Ryu's strange behavior. Ryu's body seemed to fluctuate in size, growing larger and then smaller, a phenomenon that piqued Insu's curiosity. Insu wondered aloud if Ryu could be a cop, but Tae quickly dismissed the notion, declaring Ryu to be a monster instead. Insu's mind raced with possibilities, considering whether Ryu could be a Glaya user, a thought that both intrigued and disturbed him. There shouldn't be any Glaya users outside of the Crimson Moon, he thought, the situation becoming more and more interesting with each passing moment. Dakal, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but question Ryu's actions, wondering what he was doing. Dakal explained that he had been excited to see Ryu bulk up, but noted that the transformation didn't last long before Ryu was completely drained. Dakal, realizing that Ryu was completely drained, suggested they stop fooling around and head home. However, Ryu insisted that Dakal should leave without him. Ryu made it clear that he wasn't going anywhere until he had killed Taejyeong with his own two hands. Dakal pointed out that Ryu had used up all his strength and warned him to stop being so stubborn, fearing the consequences of his reckless determination. Ryu's intense attitude frightened Dakal, who exclaimed in surprise. Dakal reluctantly agreed but asked Ryu to tone down his nasty attitude, finding it scary. As Ryu walked away, Dakal called out that if Ryu was determined to go all the way, he wouldn't stop him and told him to do his thing. Ryu waited by the elevator, his mind set on his mission. Suddenly, some goons rushed out of the elevator, urging someone to hurry up as the lower floor was already in chaos. Without hesitation, Ryu punched one of the goons, taking them by surprise. In the confined space of the elevator, Ryu beat them up, leaving the goons screaming in pain and shock. Stepping out of the elevator onto the 5th floor, Ryu was ready to face whatever came next. Insu, sitting with his goons behind him, questioned if Ryu wasn't taking things a little too far, even for a cop. Insu scolded Ryu for destroying someone's office just to kill off some kid, clearly disapproving of his actions. Ryu asked if he was Insu Park, to which Insu confirmed that he was indeed Insu Park, the Branch 1 manager for District H. Ryu demanded that Insu hand over Taejyeong-oh, his voice filled with determination. As Ryu walked towards Insu, Tae got scared and yelled out in fear. Insu grinned and mentioned that he had been trying to lead a good life, donating here and there, but there was something more beneath his words. Insu got up, his intentions unclear as he stood before Ryu. Suddenly, Insu threw a punch at Ryu, catching him off guard. The punch connected, and blood splattered as Insu questioned if Ryu was trying to get on his nerves. Ryu staggered from the impact, feeling the force of Insu's punch. Regaining his composure, Ryu prepared himself for what was coming next. Insu charged and grabbed Ryu, his quick movements catching Ryu off guard. Insu's swift movements caught Ryu off guard, and he relentlessly pounded his fists into him, questioning Ryu's identity as a mere user. Ryu was struck again and again, Insu's words echoing with each blow as he declared the vast difference between the Crimson Moon and regular humans. Ryu crumpled to the ground, Insu taunting him with a sneer, asking if that was all he had. Tei's laughter rang out, mocking Ryu's predicament. Insu loomed over Ryu, questioning the disappearance of his reckless attitude and muttering about how people like him needed to be destroyed. A single step echoed in the tense silence, drawing the attention of everyone present. Tei's face paled as he noticed the new arrival, fear creeping into his eyes. Dakel walked forward, expressing pity for the situation. Insu demanded to know who he was, while Tei warned Insu to be careful, emphasizing the newcomer's danger. Dakel observed the scene, remarking that it was the same as last time and that one couldn't bulk up twice in a row, even in desperation. Dakel sighed, stating his reluctance to get involved, while Insu's frustration grew, demanding to know who he was. Dakel recalled the doctor's warning about no more pills if Saiwan died, leaving him with no choice but to intervene. Insu dashed towards Dakel, demanding answers and refusing to be ignored. Dakel swiftly dodged Insu's attack, his movements precise and calculated. In a swift counter, Dakel landed a powerful punch to Insu's side, the impact resonating through the air. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously as Insu staggered from the force of the blow. Insu dropped to his knees, a cry of pain escaping his lips as he struggled to stay upright. Insu's face twisted in anger and pain as he glared at Dakel, demanding to know who he was, his voice filled with fury and desperation. Insu's fury burned, his pain fueling his rage as he confronted Dakel. But before he could get his answer, Dakel suddenly charged at him, a fierce determination in his eyes. Insu barely had time to react, his anger flaring as he shouted out, questioning if Dakel was a user like him. Their fists collided with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. The impact was brutal, neither willing to yield, their strength and determination clashing in a fierce battle of wills. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the room as Insu's fingers shattered under the force of Dakel's strike. The pain was excruciating, but Insu gritted his teeth, refusing to show weakness. Dakel smiled, a chilling sight that sent a shiver down Insu's spine. He taunted Insu, calling him a junkie, his words laced with venom and malice. Insu's pain was unbearable, his broken fingers a testament to Dakel's strength. He screamed in agony, his voice filled with rage and frustration. He cursed Dakel, his mind racing with questions. Who was this man who could overpower him so easily? Dakel came charging in like a bull in a china shop. Insu was there, clutching his hand, probably wondering why it felt like he just got hit by a truck. He couldn't believe his eyes, questioning if this guy was really that strong outside of the Crimson Moon. But Dakel? He wasn't in the mood for a chit-chat, yelling about why Insu even cared who he was. Before Insu could even process what was happening, Dakel's fist connected with his face, sending him reeling. Insu hit the ground hard, his mind racing. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that someone this powerful existed outside of the Crimson Moon. It was like finding out your local coffee shop had better brew than Starbucks. Unbelievable. Tei was there too, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. He swore under his breath, his eyes wide with fear as he called out to Insu. The goons were stunned, frozen in place. Tei shouted for Insu to wake up, his voice shaking with panic. Suddenly, someone yelled to run, and the goons didn't need to be told twice. They bolted, but Tei wasn't having it. He turned around, his face a mix of fear and determination. Tei couldn't believe what was happening. He swore again, his mind racing with the realization of just how powerful Dakel was. He looked at Dakel, his eyes wide with disbelief. This guy was a monster, and he had just taken out Insu Park like it was nothing. Tei dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. He didn't have a problem with Dakel, he said, pleading for his life. Dakel just stood there, telling Tei to take it easy. He wasn't out for revenge, he said, laughing like it was all some big joke. Tei couldn't believe his luck. He thanked God, thinking he had just dodged a bullet. But little did he know the drama was far from over. Suddenly, Dakel heard something. Ryu was getting up, his eyes locked on Tei. You could almost hear the dramatic music playing in the background. Tei was terrified, his voice shaking as he called out Ryu's name. Ryu wasn't in the mood for pleasantries, though. He called Tei a fucker and said he was going to kill him. Tei couldn't understand why Ryu was so mad, but he knew he was in deep trouble. Tae yelled, his voice filled with frustration and fear. He couldn't understand why Ryu was so pissed off, and he wasn't going down without a fight. With a burst of courage, Tae punched Ryu, his fist connecting with a satisfying thud. He demanded to know why Ryu was so angry, his voice echoing in the tense air. Tae wasn't done yet. He hit Ryu again, his voice filled with rage and desperation. He told Ryu to die, his words hanging heavy in the air. Tae kept going, screaming for Ryu to just die already. But Dakal just stood there laughing, like this was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. He yelled out that this was a total dumpster fire. Dakal then added that, actually, a dogfight like this wasn't so bad after all. The chaos seemed to amuse him endlessly. Ryu picked Tae up, ignoring his struggles. Dakal commented that there would only be one of them left standing alive. Tae elbowed Ryu, screaming for him to get away, but Ryu held on, determined to end this. Ryu carried Tae, who kept yelling at him to let go and give up already, but Ryu wasn't having it. Suddenly, Ryu bit Tae's ear, like some kind of wild animal. Tae screamed in pain, falling to his knees. Tae was on his knees, screaming in agony. The fight was taking a brutal turn. Ryu stood there, breathing hard, ready for whatever came next. Tae looked up at Ryu, his voice shaking with rage as he called him worthless. Tae screamed out Saiwon's name, calling him a worthless piece of shit. His anger was off the charts. Tae swore he was going to beat the life out of Ryu. Ryu charged at Tae, ready to finish this once and for all. Ryu hit Tae with a powerful punch, the impact echoing through the air. Tae was barely holding on. Ryu was breathing hard, his chest heaving with each breath. This fight was taking everything out of him. Ryu readied another punch, his body screaming in protest. But he couldn't stop now. Ryu punched Tae again, his fist connecting with a sickening thud. Tae was barely conscious at this point. Ryu kept pounding on Tae, his fists a blur of motion. He wasn't going to stop until it was over. Ryu was still going at it, his fists raining down on Tae. He screamed out in rage, his voice echoing through the arena. Dakal finally stepped in, telling Ryu to stop. He said Tae was already dead. Dakal congratulated Ryu on his first murder. Ryu looked at his hands, shaking. Dakal asked him to share how he felt about it all. Ryu lost consciousness, his body finally giving out. Dakal commented that it was kind of funny that someone who had killed as many as he had was asking Ryu how he felt. As Ryu's consciousness slipped away again, Dakal couldn't help but roll his eyes. The guy had the stamina of a phone battery at 1%, crashing at the worst possible times. Dakal sighed, shaking his head at the unconscious figure. Ryu was like a low battery warning, always shutting down when you needed him most. Looking around at the chaos they had caused, Dakal sighed again. The Crimson Moon was not going to be happy about this mess, especially not this early in the morning. Grabbing Ryu, Dakal's expression darkened. Things were about to get a lot worse once Yu found out about their little adventure. Dragging Ryu along, Dakal muttered under his breath. They were so dead if the Crimson Moon caught wind of this. The next day, the Red Moon cache was buzzing with activity. Vans rolled in, one after another, like they were filming an action movie. Members of the Crimson Moon spilled out of the vans, their expressions serious. Something big had clearly gone down. The scene was intense, like a squad of superheroes assembling for a major showdown. With a single step, the vice leader of the Crimson Moon side, taking in the situation. Han-Jun Kim, the vice president of the Western District of the Crimson Moon, let out a heavy sigh. This was not going to be a good day. Han-Jun started pointing, directing his team like a general on a battlefield. They needed to check every corner of this place. He was stopped in his tracks by one of his men, the urgency in the air palpable. Something was very wrong. Han-Jun's eyes widened as he took in the scene before him. Crimson Moon members were scattered, unconscious, like a bad night at the club. Han-Jun's face twisted in anger. Who dared to mess with the Crimson Moon like this? This was going to be a problem. With a fierce determination, Han-Jun ordered his men to search the area quickly and move upstairs. They needed to find out who was responsible for this. Arriving at the 5th floor, Han-Jun's voice echoed through the space. He was looking for Insu Park, and he wasn't in the mood for games. His eyes landed on a figure, and he rushed over, his concern evident. This was not the time for jokes or excuses. Crouching down beside Insu, Han-Jun's voice was firm but worried. He needed answers, and he needed them now. Insu stammered an apology, but Han-Jun wasn't having it. He demanded to know which organization had the guts to mess with the Crimson Moon. Han-Jun's voice boomed through the room. This was a declaration of war, and he was ready to fight back. Insu's revelation left Han-Jun stunned. It wasn't an organization, just two people. This changed everything, and not in a good way. Hanjuin's mind was still reeling from Insu's revelation. Two people? How could just two people cause this much chaos? It didn't add up. His brain was glitching like a buffering video at the worst possible moment. He turned to Insu, desperation in his eyes. Who were these people? Insu could only stammer, unsure. All he knew was that one of them was a user. Great, like that narrowed it down. It's not like the internet was a small place. Insu continued, revealing that the other was a police officer. Hanjuin's heart dropped.
A cop.
This was getting worse by the second. His mind raced, but one thought cut through the noise. Taejeong. Was he okay? Where was he right now? As if on cue, a voice called out. Taejeong was there. Hanjuin's head snapped up, hope flickering in his chest. But the sight that greeted him was far from reassuring. Taejeong looked lifeless, like a phone with a dead battery. Hanjuin's heart pounded in his chest, a mix of fear and disbelief coursing through him. A voice echoed his worst fear. Taejeong was gone. Hanjuin's world seemed to shatter, like a screen dropping to the ground. This couldn't be happening. Not like this. Hanjuin's eyes widened in shock as he took in the sight before him. Tae lay motionless, his body battered and broken. Panic surged through Hanjun as he realized Tae wasn't breathing. Hanjun quickly composed himself and barked orders to his subordinates, telling them to take care of the dead bodies in the building. His commands were met with swift obedience. A nervous underling approached Hanjun, suggesting they notify the General Assembly first. Hanjun's expression darkened as he considered the implications. Hanjun scoffed at the idea of reporting this freak show to the chairman. It would be a stain on his reputation, one he couldn't afford. The underling bowed deeply, apologizing profusely for his suggestion. Hanjun warned him to watch his tongue unless he wanted it ripped out. Suddenly, Hanjun heard a faint sound that made his blood run cold. His senses went on high alert. Hanjun turned slowly, his eyes widening in disbelief at what he saw. Couldn't be possible, yet there Tae was. Hanjuin's shock turned to anger as he realized Tae was alive. He couldn't believe his eyes, cursing under his breath. Tae let out a guttural scream, confirming Hanjuin's worst fears. He wasn't dead. Hanjun couldn't comprehend how this was possible. Meanwhile, in another facility, a man lay on a bed, his breathing labored and heavy. The sound of the machine keeping him alive filled the room. The man's chest rose and fell with each breath, the machine beeping steadily. His condition was critical, but he was alive. Hanjun entered the room, his mind racing with questions. He turned to Quack, demanding to know what had happened. Quack responded, his voice steady and calm. Hanjuin's frustration grew as he pressed for answers about Tae's impossible resurrection. Hanjun couldn't wrap his head around it. Tae had been dead, yet here he was, alive. It defied all logic and reason. Quack's response was cryptic, hinting at something beyond their understanding. Hanjuin's curiosity was piqued, but he knew he wouldn't get a straight answer. Quack gestured towards something in the room, urging Hanjun to look if he was curious. Hanjuin's eyes followed the direction, and what he saw left him speechless. Hanjuin's gaze fixed on the sight before him. It was something he had never seen before, something that defied all logic. A billion glaya. The words echoed in Hanjuin's mind as he tried to comprehend the magnitude of what he was seeing. It was unprecedented, unheard of. Hanjun turned to Quack, his voice filled with disbelief. Was Tae also a top-class user like Insu? Quack confirmed his suspicions, leaving Hanjun even more stunned. Hanjun's mind raced as he tried to piece together the puzzle. If Tae was a top-class user, it meant he had come back to life due to the power of the glaya. The implications were staggering. As Hanjun grappled with the revelation, he wondered aloud how someone of the lowest class could possess such an ability. Quack shrugged, uncertain of the answer himself. Quack explained that the glaya manifested differently in each individual, making it hard to predict its effects. Hanjun refocused, stating they needed to capture the attackers and report them before the General Assembly found out. It was the only way he could avoid any consequences for the chaos that had unfolded. Removing Tae's breathing mask, Hanjun assured Quack that Tae would be fine, given he had come back to life once already. Hanjun grabbed Tae, urging him to snap out of his daze. Hanjun asked Quack if he knew the attackers from District H. Quack groaned in frustration, wondering who they really were. Tae muttered weakly, mentioning the name Saiwon Ryu. Hanjun was taken aback, demanding to know who that was. He vowed to kill this Saiwon Ryu, his anger boiling over. Suddenly, Tae sprang up, declaring he would kill Saiwon Ryu himself. Tae threw a punch at Hanjun, his rage consuming him. Hanjun barely dodged, taken aback by Tae's sudden outburst. Quack muttered in disbelief, noting how Tae was barely alive moments ago, and now he was back on his feet, full of fury. Tae seethed, cursing Saiwan Ryu and demanding he show himself. He yelled for Officer Saiwan Ryu of the District D police station to reveal himself. Tae's fury reached its peak as he screamed for Saiwan Ryu to come out and face him. Han-jun, seeing Tae's condition, punched him to calm him down, thanking him for the information and telling him to get some rest. Quack chuckled, remarking that Han-jun had a way of surprising people, even in the most tense situations. Quack reminded them that they were supposed to send Ohm to acquire the ability for the General Assembly. Quack chuckled, amused by the irony of the situation. He explained that while it was true Ohm was meant to acquire the ability for the General Assembly, most who were sent to the training center on Musang Island never returned. Han-jun instructed Tae to stay in bed until his return, his tone firm and leaving no room for argument. Before leaving, Han-jun reminded himself that his first priority was to find Saiwan Ryu. Han-jun made his way to the bustling city, determined to locate Saiwan Ryu. In a quiet room, the protagonist lay down, his mind racing with thoughts of his mission and the challenges ahead. As he drifted off to sleep, his dreams were haunted by violent images and echoes of past conflicts. In his dream, he found himself in a fierce battle, screaming in frustration and anger as he fought against an unseen enemy. The dream intensified, and he found himself beating Tae, his emotions overwhelming him. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for air as the weight of his dream lingered. Dakal, noticing his distress, commented on his talking in his sleep, a hint of concern in his voice. Dakal teased him, suggesting that his outburst might be related to post-traumatic stress from his first kill. The protagonist, still disoriented, snapped at Dakal, questioning why he was there. Dakal retorted, reminding him that he had saved his life. The protagonist, still on edge, noticed another person in the room and demanded to know who he was. Dakal dismissed his concern, telling him not to worry about the other person. Instead, he expressed disbelief that the protagonist didn't have any kimchi at home. Dakal continued to complain about the lack of kimchi, muttering about assholes who didn't keep proper food at home. Despite his frustration, the protagonist sat down with them, trying to ignore Dakal's complaints. The protagonist asked for a bite of whatever they were eating, but Dakal refused, claiming he didn't have enough for himself. The protagonist argued that Dakal was eating his food, but Dakal told him to make his own if he was hungry. Dakal then realized they had eaten the last of the food, leaving the protagonist with nothing. The protagonist, frustrated and hungry, told Dakal to stop getting on his nerves. Danga, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up, greeting the protagonist with a simple hey. Danga continued, telling the protagonist that someone his age should be more respectful of his elders. The protagonist, confused, pointed out that they were clearly about the same age. The protagonist, still trying to make sense of the situation, asked who they really were. Still reeling from the confusion, Ryu pushed himself up, frustration boiling over as he demanded to know why they wouldn't leave him alone and what was with the old man act. His anger flared as he questioned if they were some kind of time-traveling bumpkins, his voice dripping with sarcasm and disbelief. Danga's glare intensified as he warned Ryu to shut his mouth before he hooped his ass, his patience clearly wearing thin. Ryu, unfazed, shot back that whatever the case, they needed to answer his question and repeated his demand to know who they really were. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand lunged at him, cutting him off mid-sentence. Danga grabbed Ryu, his grip firm and unyielding, holding him down with ease. Danga ordered Ryu to listen, but Ryu, shocked and struggling, could only manage a startled exclamation. Danga, annoyed, repeated his command for Ryu to shut his mouth. Ryu, still grappling with the situation, couldn't help but wonder how Danga was so strong, his mind racing with confusion and fear. Dakal wasn't impressed, calling out that the protagonist's healing and bulking up skills must mean he's a user too, but seeing how he couldn't even defeat Insu, he clearly had no idea what he was capable of. With the protagonist being choked by Danga, Dakal continued that was why he and Guangma would become his mentors, to bring out his potential. Dakal stated that only then would he be able to stand against the Crimson Moon, asking if he understood. The protagonist wasn't having it, calling out Dakal's nonsense and questioning why he would fight the Crimson Moon when he had already killed Taejeong. He demanded to be let go, stating his issue was with Taejeong, not the Crimson Moon. Dakal just laughed, calling him a dumb bastard. Dakal explained that he had no choice but to fight the Crimson Moon for the rest of his life now. As the protagonist was getting choked, Dakal continued that the Crimson Moon never spares those who come at them. Dakal crouched down, adding that once they find out he's a user, They'll either try to make him one of their own or kill him so he won't cause them more trouble in the future. Dokkel asked if he got it now, if he understood why he needed to fight them with everything he had. Looking down on the protagonist, Dokkel repeated his question, emphasizing the need to fight with everything he had. Suddenly, the protagonist's arm got bigger as he shouted for them to get out of his house. Right now. He squeezed Donga's arm, threatening to kill both of them if they didn't leave. Dokkel smacked him, telling Saiwin to please stop. Donga smiled, and Dokkel warned that no one shows off their strength in front of Gwangma. Donga overpowered the protagonist, ready to teach him a lesson. With a swift motion, he smashed down on the protagonist's face. Blood splattered everywhere, painting a grim picture of the protagonist's defeat. Donga prepared to smash his face again, showing no mercy. Dokkel stepped in, telling Gwangma that was enough. Dokkel warned to take it easy, or they might need to arrange a funeral. Gwangma asked if the protagonist wanted to die. Gwangma told him not to ever tell him what to do. Dokkel laughed, questioning if he thought he could actually kill him. Dokkel wasn't having it, stepping forward with that classic, "Oh, you did not just say that" energy. He reminded Donga that they had some serious unfinished business from last time, and it wasn't going to be pretty. Donga stretched his arm, feeling the tension. He admitted Dokkel was right, but seriously, the fact that they were even on the same team was already a whole vibe of ridiculous. Dokkel cracked his wrist, already done with the chit-chat. He told Donga to save the tears for his girlfriend because things were about to get real messy, real fast. And just like that, they charged at each other like two bulls who'd had one too many energy drinks. No more words, just pure, unfiltered chaos. But then suddenly they both paused. Something was off. The vibe shifted, and they knew it. Dokkel turned all serious now. He asked if Donga felt that too. Donga, of course, said if he felt it, then obviously he did too. Because why wouldn't he? Dokkel's face dropped. Ah, crap. This wasn't good. Whatever it wasn't part of the plan. Dokkel glanced over at the main character, passed out cold. He'd thought they had more time, that it would take a while before anyone found this place after Taejyeong died. But nope, here they were, and this was about to get real annoying. Real fast. Cut to outside the main character's place, where Hanjun was standing like he owned the joint. He had a message for his goons: don't kill that cop. Just rough him up a little. Hanjun wasn't playing around. He wanted the main character brought in, but in one piece. No funny business. The Crimson Moon goons, hyped up and ready to go, shouted out a "yes, sir," and charged in like they were about to win the biggest battle of their lives. They stormed up the stairs, all confidence and swagger, like they were the kings of the world. But then they stopped. Something was off. The vibe was all wrong, and they knew it. At the top of the stairs, Dokkel and Donga stood, looking down at the goons like they were about to ruin someone's whole day. One of the goons, suddenly feeling very small, shouted up at them, asking what they even wanted. Another goon, trying to sound tough, told them to get out of the way or else. Dokkel just laughed. Killing was so easy for them? Please. Donga chimed in, telling them they should be in school or something. Like, where were their parents? And with that, Donga charged in, shouting about how they probably didn't even have parents. The goons didn't know what hit them. Donga landed a punch so hard it sent one goon flying. This wasn't going to be pretty. In seconds, Donga was tearing through the goons like they were made of paper. Bodies flew, walls shook, and the Crimson Moon crew was getting wrecked. Donga paused for a second, looking up like he'd just remembered something important. But what was it? Donga's eyes widened as a memory flashed through his mind, something crucial, but just out of reach. Before he could grasp it, Hanjun was already midair, launching a fierce kick straight at him. Donga barely had time to react, but react he did. With a swift motion, he blocked the incoming kick, the impact reverberating through his arms. The force of the blow sent Donga skidding back, his feet struggling to find purchase. He stumbled, falling to the ground, the wind knocked out of him. Hanjun loomed over him, his presence imposing. He demanded to know if Donga was the one who attacked their branch in District H. Hanjun's gaze shifted to Dokkel, confusion flickering across his face. He had thought there was only one of them, but now he wasn't so sure. Dokkel, taken aback, couldn't help but wonder who this guy was. Judging by his blue aura, he was a beta level at best. Yet, a beta level was strong enough to knock Gwangma back? Hanjun's aura blurred as he pondered this. Whatever the case, challenging the Crimson Moon meant immediate execution. Donga, still on the ground, scoffed at the mention of execution. He wasn't about to go down without a fight. With a burst of energy, Donga charged at Hanjun, determined to turn the tables. He wasn't going to be executed. Hanjun was the one who was going to get executed. Hanjun barely managed to dodge Donga's attack, his reflexes saving him at the last second. Danga wasn't done yet. He spun around, his elbow aimed straight for Hanjun. Hanjun blocked the elbow strike, his arms shaking from the impact. The force of the blow sent Hanjun flying down the stairs, his body tumbling uncontrollably. Hanjun's subordinates rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. They asked if he was all right, but Hanjun was more focused on the fight. Hanjun couldn't believe how strong Danga was. Dakal chimed in, mocking Hanjun for struggling against someone like Danga. Hanjun's anger flared at Dakal's words. He wasn't about to be looked down upon. With a burst of speed, Hanjun dashed towards Danga, determined to prove that strength alone wasn't everything. Just because they were users didn't mean they were the same. Hanjun aimed a powerful knee strike at Danga, but Danga blocked it, his arms shaking from the impact. Hanjun followed up with an uppercut, his fist flying towards Danga's chin. Dakal watched the fight intently, a sense of unease growing within him. Something wasn't right. Hanjun's strength was unexpected. Had the Crimson Moon managed to upgrade their men in such a short amount of time? But even so, they couldn't possibly be strong enough to face Gwangma. Danga stood his ground, ready for whatever Hanjun threw at him next. As the fight raged on, Dakal's realization began to kick in. There was more to this situation than met the eye. Dakal's eyes widened as he stared at his hands, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Could it be? Was this really happening? He looked at his hands again, disbelief etched on his face. Only 5 days had passed, yet his hands told a different story. Why was he aging so rapidly? Overwhelmed with frustration, Dakal shouted out, calling for Gwangma, his voice echoing with desperation. Danga quivered, his voice trembling as he responded, knowing exactly what was happening. Danga's body began to show signs of aging too, his voice cracking as he exclaimed they were screwed. Sweat poured down Dakal's face as he cursed Jaeyoung Hun, realizing the gravity of their situation. With a sudden burst of energy, Dakal and Danga started running, their survival instincts kicking in. Hanjun, noticing their escape, ordered his men to chase after them, determined not to let them get away. Reaching the top, Dakal's fury reached its peak as he vowed to kill Jaeyoung Hun 10 times over for this betrayal. Suddenly, the protagonist emerged, his presence adding a new layer of tension to the scene. As Dakal climbed over the ledge, Danga voiced his concern about Saiwan, but Dakal brushed it off, prioritizing their own survival. Dakal jumped down, muttering that Saiwan would survive only if he was lucky, leaving his fate to chance. Hanjun chased after them but suddenly stopped, his determination wavering for a moment. He ordered his men to leave, his voice echoing with authority and a hint of frustration. Hanjun looked around, a sense of urgency in his voice, as he wondered if they had gotten away. His eyes caught something in the distance, a glimmer of hope in this chaotic situation. The protagonist stood there, his presence commanding attention and adding a new dynamic to the scene. Hanjun smiled, recognizing the protagonist, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and relief. He addressed the protagonist as Officer Saiwan Ryu, his tone respectful yet firm, setting the stage for what was to come. Ryu was not in the mood for company. He made it clear with a sharp tone, demanding to be left alone. Hanjun, caught off guard, responded with a confused and slightly sarcastic tone, clearly not expecting such hostility. Ryu's frustration boiled over as he shouted incoherently, his voice filled with anger and desperation. Hanjun dodged Ryu's punch with ease, his curiosity piqued as he noticed something unusual about Ryu's body. Hanjun continued to evade Ryu's attacks, his suspicion growing as he questioned whether Ryu had taken something. Ryu's body began to transform, growing larger and more imposing. Hanjun couldn't help but find this interesting, albeit concerning. Ryu threw another punch, but Hanjun was ready, calmly stating that Ryu's little game was about to end. With a swift kick, Hanjun brought Ryu down, declaring that the confrontation was over. The kick landed squarely on Ryu's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Ryu hit the ground hard, his body returning to normal size. Hanjun, now in control, ordered his men to find the other two who had escaped. Hanjun's men responded promptly, splitting up the search for the fugitives as ordered. Hanjun looked down at Ryu, who was now lying on the ground, his body back to normal size. Ryu's large form was now reduced to his normal self, lying defeated on the ground. In Ryu's mind, he recalled a vivid memory of Tae holding a knife to the police chief's throat, the chief desperately pleading for Saiwan to save him. The memory intensified as the knife pressed closer to the chief's neck, the chief's pleas becoming more desperate. Ryu woke up from the memory, his mind still echoing with the chief's pleas. He found himself on his knees, his wrist chained, the reality of his situation sinking in. Ryu tried to move, but the chains restricted his movement, leaving him helpless. Hanjun stepped closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he remarked that Ryu had gotten a good deep sleep and his body had shrunk back to normal. Hanjun's curiosity got the better of him as he asked Ryu what he was exactly, comparing him to a living example of Jekyll and Hyde. Ryu remained quiet, his silence speaking volumes. Hanjun, not satisfied with the lack of response, pressed further, asking if Ryu didn't want to answer. Ryu's silence only fueled Hanjun's frustration, and with a swift kick, Hanjun snapped, sure then, he'd find out the truth himself. Hanjun's fists flew, each strike landing with a sickening thud as Ryu groaned in pain, but his determination to uncover the truth only grew stronger. Quack's laughter echoed through the room as he watched the scene unfold. This kid was definitely interesting. Ryu's body began to transform, growing larger and more muscular with each passing second. Quack's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what was happening. He really got bigger the moment he got beaten up. Hanjun's mind raced as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Could Ryu be a similar type to Taejeong? Quack quickly shut down that idea, no way. Quack explained that this guy had a natural ability to heal ridiculously fast, and he seemed to be able to use Glaya to buff up his body for extra strength when he was in danger. Taejeong, on the other hand, literally died then came back to life. Ryu's eyes widened in shock as he processed what Quack had just said. Taejeong was alive? Ryu's mind was reeling. He swore he had killed Taejeong with his own hands. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the room. Saiwan Ryu. Ryu's head snapped up to see Tae standing there, dressed in a crazy suit, declaring he was going to kill him. Tae's voice was filled with venom as he swore he was going to kill Ryu with his own hands. Ryu could only stare in stunned silence. Taejeong was alive and standing right in front of him. Ryu's mind was racing as he tried to process what was happening. Taejeong was alive and he was going to kill him. Ryu's fists clenched as he grinded his teeth. You son of a bitch. Ryu's voice was filled with rage as he yelled at Tae. This time he would make sure he never came back again. Quack watched the scene unfold. These two animals seemed to have pretty intense grudges against each other. Hanjun grinned as he watched the scene unfold. While we're at it, should we have ourselves a death match? It would be fun to see which of them was more of a monster. Outside the facility, the guards stood at attention, unaware of the chaos unfolding inside. The guards were completely oblivious to the fact that their world was about to be turned upside down. One of the guards turned his head, sensing something was off. Who's there? Before he could finish his sentence, a blur of motion rushed past him, knocking him to the ground. Dakel's voice echoed through the air as he shouted, Gwangma, you crazy bastard. The guards were knocked out cold, their bodies crumpling to the ground as Dakel's voice echoed through the air, a clear sign that things were about to get even crazier. With the guards down, Dakel couldn't help but roast Gwangma for being as stealthy as a bull in a china shop. Gwangma, panting like he'd just run a marathon, shot back that he was already out of breath. Dakel then dropped a bombshell, suggesting their sudden physical changes might have some unexpected side effects. Dakel realized they were weaker than before popping those mysterious pills, which was definitely not the power-up they were hoping for. Dakel cursed Jaeyoung-hun, blaming him for their current mess. He couldn't believe they had let that piece of work slip through their fingers. In a sudden twist, a gun was pressed against Jaeyoung-hun's head, the cold metal a stark reminder of the dire situation they were in. Jaeyoung-hun's eyes flickered to a picture of his family, a small glimmer of warmth in the midst of the chaos. With the gun to his head, Jaeyoung-hun looked at the family picture, whispering to his love, Hyojin, that he would be with her soon. Sweat poured down his face as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. A flashback hit Jaeyoung-hun, remembering a time when he begged for anything but harm to come to his wife and daughter. On his knees, Jaeyoung-hun confessed it was all his fault, pleading for mercy and offering himself instead. In a desperate plea, Jaeyoung-hun begged to be killed instead of his wife and daughter, hoping to spare them from the horror. Yang-yu appeared, his presence sending a chill down Jaeyoung-hun's spine. Tears streamed down Jaeyoung-hun's face as he begged for mercy, his heart shattering with each passing second. Yang-yu coldly reminded Jaeyoung-hun of the multiple requests to withdraw the lawsuit regarding the patent, his voice dripping with disdain. He blamed Jaeyoung-hun's selfish decision for the stock of their pharmaceutical company tanking, leading to massive financial losses. Yang-yu declared that all of this happened because of Jaeyoung-hun, his voice echoing with finality. He stated that Jaeyoung-hun must take responsibility for the loss he caused the Crimson Moon, his words heavy with menace. Yang-yu's gaze shifted to Jaeyoung-hun's wife and kid, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he prepared to deliver his ultimatum. With a smile that sent shivers down Jaeyoung-hun's spine, Yang-yu offered him a choice, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. Jae-young-hun's tears flowed freely as he realized the gravity of the situation, his heart breaking with each word. Yang-yu asked if Jae-young-hun would save his wife, the question hanging in the air like a guillotine. He then asked if Jae-young-hun would save his daughter instead, giving him 3 seconds to decide, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Jae-young-hun begged for mercy as Yang-yu started the countdown, the weight of the decision crushing him. Jae-young-hun, held firmly, repeated his pleas as Yang-yu continued the countdown, the seconds ticking away like a time bomb. Jae-young-hun's desperate pleas were met with Yang-yu's chilling smile, a cruel contrast to the ticking clock of doom. Yang-yu continued his countdown, each number dripping with malice, while Jae-young-hun could only scream out in frustration, calling him a psycho. Yang-yu's smile widened as he taunted Jae-young-hun, relishing in his despair. With a mocking tone, he lamented how unfortunate the situation was, his words like venom. With a snap of his fingers, Yang-yu sealed Jae-young-hun's fate, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the tense silence. Dirt began to pour over his wife and child, the cruel reality of Yang-yu's actions sinking in. A scream tore through the air, raw and filled with anguish. Jae-young-hun's screams echoed, his voice breaking as he called out for his family. The pain and helplessness were too much to bear, his world shattering around him. Back in the present, Jae-young-hun was a wreck, the memories of that day haunting him. A guttural groan escaped him, the weight of his past too heavy to bear. With his head on the desk, Jae-young-hun tried to shut out the world. But Danga, ever the persistent one, wasn't having it. He called Jae-young-hun out, his voice laced with frustration and concern. Danga held Jae-young-hun down, his grip firm. He wasn't about to let Jae-young-hun give up, not when they needed him. He yelled at him, asking where they were supposed to get their pills if Jae-young-hun gave up. Jae-young-hun's laughter was manic, his sanity hanging by a thread. He screamed out, asking what had happened to his family, his voice filled with a mix of despair and madness. Jae-young-hun's frustration boiled over as he scolded the group for their reckless actions, reminding them that overexertion would only hasten the effects of the youth pill wearing off. Dokal realized the limitations of the youth pill, while Gwangma taunted Jae-young-hun about his supposed expertise, clearly unimpressed. Jae-young-hun's attention shifted as he noticed the absence of Saiwon, questioning the group about his whereabouts. Dokal revealed that the Crimson Moon had taken Saiwon, leaving Jae-young-hun shocked and demanding immediate action. Jae-young-hun's desperation grew as he urged them to retrieve Saiwon, emphasizing the dire consequences of their current predicament. Gwangma's anger flared, but Dokal tried to calm him down, urging him to take it easy. Dokal looked at the gun, realizing the gravity of their situation and the need for immediate action. Jae-young-hun smiled, but Dokal saw through it, accusing him of seeking a fight to the death. Dokal tapped the desk, addressing Jae-young-hun as Doc, and demanding all the remaining pills. Dokal insisted on using all the pills to ensure they did everything in their power to bring Saiwon back. The protagonist found himself on the receiving end of a brutal assault, taking hit after hit. Tae relentlessly struck the protagonist, his fists landing with precision and force. The protagonist, Ryu, a cop, shouted in anger and frustration, calling out Tae's name and hurling insults. Ryu fought back, landing a punch of his own, but the tide of the battle seemed to be turning against him. Tae taunted Ryu, questioning if that was all he had, his confidence growing with each passing moment. Ryu looked surprised, perhaps realizing that Tae was not the same opponent he had faced before. Tae landed a powerful punch to Ryu's stomach, declaring that he now had power too. The fight continued, with Tae gaining the upper hand, his newfound strength allowing him to stand up to Ryu. Hanjun and Quack watched the fight, commenting on its one-sided nature and the potential outcomes. Tae overwhelmed Ryu, his movements precise and calculated, as Quack mused about the fight's outcome depending on who could draw out more of their potential. Tae smiled as he punched Ryu, claiming he could see all of Saiwon's movements as clear as day. Tae felt an electrifying surge coursing through his body, every nerve alive with a power he had never known before. With this newfound strength, Tae believed he could not only defeat Saiwon but anyone who dared to stand in his way. A wicked grin spread across Tae's face as he declared Ryu's demise with a chilling certainty. Tae's fist connected with Ryu's body, the impact sending him crashing to the ground. Ryu coughed up blood, realizing that Tae was far stronger than he had been during their last encounter. Ryu stared at Tae, disbelief etched on his face as he struggled to comprehend Tae's sudden surge in power. Even if Tae had grown stronger, Ryu couldn't fathom how he was being overpowered so effortlessly. Ryu's mind flashed back to Dokal's words, echoing in his head like a haunting prophecy. Dokal's voice rang clear, reminding Ryu that without unlocking the potential of Glaya, he was nothing. Dokal's warning continued, The Crimson Moon would crush him like an insignificant bug if he failed. Snapping back to the present, Ryu found himself flying backward, the force of Tei's attack sending him hurtling through the air. Ryu hit the ground hard, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he struggled to rise. Tei stood over Ryu, a triumphant grin on his face as he declared his victory. Tei's grin widened, savoring the moment of his hard-fought triumph. Tei loomed over Ryu, his voice dripping with contempt as he addressed Saiwan, his longtime rival. Tei's voice dripped with venom as he glared at Saiwan, his hand gripping his own face in a mix of fury and pain, the memory of their last encounter still fresh. He vowed to repay the humiliation. With a clenched fist, Tei prepared to strike, his eyes burning with the promise of retaliation. He would make Saiwan pay for the damage done to his face. Hanjuin's voice cut through the tension like a blade, commanding Tei to halt his advance. The authority in his tone was unmistakable. Approaching Tei, Hanjun declared him the victor, his voice steady and firm. The fight was over, and Tei had proven himself. Hanjun praised the intensity of the battle, acknowledging that it was a fierce and well-fought match. Such skill deserved recognition. Tei stood up, his body still humming with the adrenaline of the fight. Hanjun noted his improvement, a hint of pride in his voice. Hanjun's gaze sharpened as he noticed something in Tei's demeanor. There was a shift in the air, a subtle tension that hadn't been there before. Tei's eyes flicked sideways, a sideways glance that didn't go unnoticed. Hanjuin's voice turned cold as he demanded an explanation for the disrespectful stare. Hanjuin's glare intensified, a warning in his eyes. Tei needed to remember his place unless he wanted to face the consequences. Tei lowered his eyes, a sign of submission to Hanjuin's authority. The tension in the room eased slightly, but the air remained charged. Tei bowed deeply, apologizing for his earlier behavior. The fight had consumed him, and he had forgotten his manners. Hanjun accepted the apology, understanding how the heat of battle could cloud one's judgment. It was a common occurrence in such intense fights. Hanjun smacked Tei on the back, a reminder to know his place. Respect and hierarchy were crucial in their world. Hanjun's voice turned icy as he warned Tei against any further disrespect. The consequences would be severe if Tei dared to challenge him again. Tei bowed once more, promising to be more careful in the future. He understood the gravity of the situation and the need for respect. Hanjun patted Tei on the shoulder, a gesture of approval and encouragement. Tei was learning the rules of survival in the Crimson Moon. Tei's thoughts burned with determination. He vowed to himself that one day, he would surpass Hanjun and claim his revenge. A voice interrupted the moment, asking Hanjun what was keeping him so entertained. The atmosphere shifted as attention turned to the newcomer. Hanjun looked back, his expression one of surprise and slight apprehension. The interruption was unexpected and unwelcome. Sanjin, the Bexa, stood there, a smirk on his face. Hanjuin's shock was evident as he addressed the powerful figure, wondering what brought him there. Sanjin walked closer, his curiosity piqued by the scene before him. Hanjuin's mind raced, trying to figure out the reason for this unannounced visit. Hanjuin's thoughts raced as he considered the possibility that Sanjin had discovered the attack on the District H branch. His mind was filled with uncertainty and a hint of fear. Sanjin fixed his gaze on Hanjun, a hint of expectation in his eyes. He wondered why Hanjun was so lost in thought and reminded him of his manners, expecting at least a greeting. Hanjun quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. He stammered a greeting and asked about the reason for Sanjin's visit, his voice betraying his nervousness. Sanjin glanced around, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to be considering something before responding to Hanjun's question. Sanjin's attention shifted to something behind Hanjun. His gaze fixed on two figures standing there, their presence seemingly unnoticed by Hanjun. Sanjin's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the two individuals behind Hanjun. He wondered who they were and what they were doing there. Sanjin's voice cut through the air as he called out for Hanjun, his tone sharp and demanding. Stepping closer, Sanjin's gaze fixed on the figures behind Hanjun, his curiosity piqued and his tone insistent. Hanjun shifted nervously under Sanjin's scrutiny, stumbling over his words as he tried to explain. With a deep breath, Hanjun introduced the new Glaya users, his voice barely steady. Sanjin's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed the information, his tone laced with skepticism. Hanjuin's shock was palpable as Sanjin abruptly ordered the new users to be taken to the car. Sanjin's smile was almost unsettling as he questioned Hanjuin's surprised expression. Sanjin reminded Hanjun of the protocol for new Glaya users, sending them to Musang Island for the test of survival. Hanjuin's thoughts raced, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Taejeong decided to spill everything, the consequences would be dire. Tae nodded firmly, ready to follow orders. As they walked, Hanjun's mind was consumed with worry about the potential fallout from the attack on the H branch. They picked up the main character, their movements swift and efficient. Dragging the main character along, their urgency was clear. Hanjun's forehead glistened with sweat as Sanjin revealed the reason for his visit. Adjusting his glasses, Sanjin's expression turned serious as he mentioned the 4 sickos. Hanjun's curiosity was piqued as he tried to confirm Sanjin's reference to the 4 sickos. Sanjin confirmed, detailing the ultimate villains who had once pushed their chairman to the brink of death. The chairman's memories of the damage they caused still haunted him, and he feared they might have resumed their activities. Hanjun questioned if the chairman had already dealt with them himself. Sanjin explained that their leader, Min Kong, had been executed and Donga Lee had passed away in the hospital. The car door opened, and Sanjin continued, revealing the fates of the other members. The main character was thrown into the car, the urgency of the situation evident. Tae nodded in acknowledgement, ready to follow the orders given. Tae stood ready, listening as Sanjin pointed out that only Shin Hyung-baek and Jia Seo remained, questioning if Hanjun was the one overseeing them. Hanjun grinned, assuring that there was nothing to worry about. He boasted that he had full control over Shin Hyung's body and soul. If anyone questionable approached him, he would report to him right away. Sanjin called out Hanjun's name, shifting the focus onto him. Sanjin reminded Hanjun of his desire to be promoted to a C-level member at the General Assembly that year, catching Hanjun off guard. Sanjin warned that Hanjun needed to fix his habit of being so sure about things. Hanjun bowed, apologizing for his incompetence, and Sanjin ordered him to check in on what Shin Hyung had been up to and report back. Sanjin made it clear that if anything happened to him, it would be Hanjun's head on the table, not a promotion. Sanjin walked away, leaving Hanjun seething with anger. Hanjun muttered under his breath, clearly frustrated by the situation. The scene shifted to a sunlit island, a stark contrast to the previous tension. A cabin stood in the distance, its details slowly coming into view. Inside the cabin, Ryu began to wake up, groaning softly as he regained consciousness. He sprang up suddenly, gasping as he looked around in confusion. Ryu looked around, trying to figure out where he was. He tapped his head, trying to recall what had happened. Memories flooded back as he remembered Taejeong punching him and knocking him out. Curious and cautious, he opened the door of the cabin. Stepping out, he looked around, wondering what this place was and how he had ended up there. As he looked around, his gaze landed on a figure in the distance. The figure noticed him and seemed surprised. Ryu waved at the figure, trying to get his attention. Ryu called out, asking if he could ask him something. Before he could finish, the figure suddenly charged at him, leaving Ryu bewildered about where they were. The guy threw a flying kick, but Ryu managed to block it. The attacker jumped back, frustrated. Ryu stepped back, shocked by the sudden attack. Ryu stood there utterly confused. The guy raised his leg, poised to kick Ryu down. Ryu barely had time to react. The guy jumped back again, giving Ryu a moment to catch his breath. Ryu shouted, demanding to know who he was and why he was attacking him. The guy leaped again, asking if Ryu had been dragged there without a clue. He landed a kick on Ryu's side. Ryu fell to the ground, struggling to understand what was happening. The guy stood over him, revealing that this place was Musang Island. He explained that it was a survival training center for the Crimson Moon to test new Glaya users. Ryu lay there, still confused, wondering what Musang Island was. Ryu found himself on Mustang Island, confusion clouding his thoughts as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Ryu wondered why he had been dragged there, but his question was met with hostility from a man who seemed to have no patience for his ignorance. The man continued, stating that the reason didn't matter anyway, his tone dripping with indifference. Stepping closer, the man's eyes gleamed with a sinister intent as he prepared to reveal his true intentions. With a swift motion, the man lunged forward, his foot connecting with Ryu's face, declaring that Ryu was going to die anyway. The impact sent Ryu crashing to the ground, the taste of blood filling his mouth as he struggled to comprehend the sudden attack. Ryu hit the ground hard, his body aching from the force of the kick, but he knew he had to get up and fight back. The man didn't give him a chance to recover, stomping down with the intent to cause serious harm. Ryu managed to evade the stomp, rolling out of the way just in time, his mind racing with the realization that this man was truly trying to kill him. Ryu's thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and anger, wondering why this man had talked about survival training only to try and end his life moments later. Ryu couldn't believe the sudden turn of events, his mind struggling to keep up with the man's erratic behavior. With a surge of determination, Ryu pushed himself up from the ground, his body aching but his resolve unwavering. Ryu stood his ground, declaring that he would beat the truth out of the man, no matter what it took. The man laughed at Ryu's determination, mocking his resolve and claiming that this place was not meant for someone like him. With a sudden burst of speed, the man charged at Ryu, his words echoing with a chilling finality. Ryu dodged the attack, his body moving on instinct as he refused to let the man's words become his reality. Seizing the opportunity, Ryu grabbed the man's leg, his grip firm and unyielding as he prepared to turn the tables. With a surge of strength, Ryu lifted the man by his leg, defiantly declaring that his kicks didn't hurt. Ryu slammed the man down, the impact echoing through the air as he finally took control of the fight. With a vicious punch, Ryu unleashed his pent-up frustration, his fist connecting with the man's body as he refused to back down. The man's eyes widened in fear, his earlier bravado replaced with a stark realization that he had underestimated Ryu's determination and strength. Ryu's hand dripped with blood, but his determination remained unshaken. With a swift motion, he struck the man down, proving that the fight was over almost as soon as it had begun. The man lay on the ground, his nose bloodied, a look of shock and frustration on his face. Ryu stood over him, his expression firm. Ryu looked down at the man, a sense of disappointment washing over him. He had hoped to learn more about this place, but it seemed that was not to be. With a sigh, Ryu turned and walked into the forest, leaving the man behind. The dense trees swallowed him up, the sounds of the forest filling his ears. As Ryu walked, he muttered to himself about Muzang Island. It was a survival training center where the Crimson Moon tested Glaya users. He couldn't believe he was stuck in such a place. Ryu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He needed to find a way off this island, and fast. Suddenly, Ryu heard a groan. He stopped in his tracks, listening intently. Following the sound, Ryu came across an old man gardening. The man was hunched over, rubbing his back and groaning in pain. The old man looked up, noticing Ryu. He seemed cautious, his eyes narrowing as he studied Ryu. Ryu approached the old man, calling out to him respectfully. The old man looked up, surprised at the sudden interruption. Ryu asked the old man if he lived there. The old man nodded, confirming Ryu's suspicion. Ryu then asked the old man if he knew how to get off the island. The old man looked at him, a strange expression on his face. The old man grabbed his tool, his expression turning serious. He began to explain the meaning behind Muzang Island, an island that erases all thoughts. The old man rose, his eyes intense as he asked Ryu if he knew why the island was called Muzang. Ryu shook his head, not understanding the old man's sudden intensity. Before Ryu could react, the old man threw his tool at him. Ryu barely managed to evade, the tool whizzing past his head. The old man shouted that on this island, one could not think of anything else besides killing each other. The tool grazed Ryu's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. The old man, now seemingly possessed by a frenzy, charged at Ryu with tools in hand. The old man's eyes were wild as he lunged at Ryu, shouting that Ryu too would soon be free of his thoughts. Ryu was stabbed, the pain shooting through his body. He staggered back, shocked at the old man's sudden attack. The old man pulled the knife out, his expression cold. He told Ryu that he should never trust anyone on this godforsaken island. The old man stabbed Ryu repeatedly, his strength surprising for his age. Ryu could only stagger back, trying to defend himself. Suddenly, the old man stopped, his expression turning to one of shock. Ryu, despite his injuries, grabbed the old man's hand, stopping him from attacking further. The old man looked at Ryu, his eyes wide with fear. He stammered, asking why Ryu wouldn't die. Ryu looked at the old man, his expression serious. He asked the old man if he was a monster. The old man, now scared, could only whimper in response. The old man's whimpering only fueled Ryu's frustration. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist and struck the old man's face. The force of the punch sent the old man flying backward through the air. The old man crashed into the ground with a heavy thud, his body sprawled across the cold, hard surface. Ryu stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the old man's motionless body. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, the old man's body began to transform, his wrinkled skin smoothing out, his frail form filling with youthful vigor. The man stood up, now appearing much younger, and spoke with a sinister tone about users who could disguise themselves as old people. Meanwhile, aboard a cruise ship, a conversation was taking place. Yang Yu inquired about the number of participants in the survival training. He was informed that there were a total of 12 participants. Yang Yu then asked if there was anyone promising from this round of training. Sanjin responded that there was indeed someone promising, but he wasn't from this round. As the sun began to set, a lone figure struggled to climb a cliff. With a grunt, a hand grabbed the edge of the cliff, the person muttering about Musang Island. Tae managed to lift himself up, muttering about the screwed-up name of the island. Finally, Tae pulled himself onto the cliff, panting with relief. He looked back, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Tae admired the view of the entire island, feeling a sense of satisfaction at finally seeing it all at once. Suddenly, a voice called out, expressing surprise that Tae had made it. The voice had assumed all the weak newbies had been eliminated. Tae turned to see a big guy carrying another person, the voice remarking that there was still a survivor. Tae asked what the big guy was doing with someone who was already out of the competition. The big guy simply responded with a greeting. The big guy casually mentioned he had not encountered any new enemies lately, so he was just having a bit of fun with the guy he had already beaten. Tae got up, chuckling at the situation, calling the big guy a freak. The big guy's eyes narrowed as he repeated the word, questioning Tae's choice of words. The big guy's gaze was chilling as he asked Tae if he had a death wish. He then introduced himself as Chanseong Park. Sanjin explained that Chanseong was a battle maniac who had defeated all of his group members during the past exam and was granted the right to leave the island. However, he had since claimed to enjoy the island and decided to repeat the test. Yang Yu listened intently, responding with a curious tone, asking if that was so. Yang Yu looked at the screen, murmuring Chanseong Park's name under his breath. Taking a sip of his drink, Yang Yu remarked that it was about time they got someone to work with. Tae scoffed at the idea of a death wish, declaring that only one of them could walk away from this encounter. Chanseong casually agreed, though his tone carried a weight that suggested he was far from indifferent. Chanseong clenched his fist, his expression darkening as he corrected Tae. There would be two of them left standing, and he intended to make sure it wasn't Tae. With a sudden burst of speed, Chanseong charged, his voice cutting through the tension as he declared Tae the one who would fall. Tae attempted to evade, trying to put distance between them, but Chanseong was relentless, cutting off his escape with precision. Tae threw a punch, his movements quick but lacking the force he needed to turn the tide. Chanseong caught Tae's fist effortlessly, his grip unyielding as he held it in place. The two locked eyes, the air between them crackling with tension as neither backed down. The exchange of punches began, each strike faster and more furious than the last, neither willing to yield. Chanseong blocked Tae's attacks with ease, his confidence growing with each deflection. A smirk played on Chanseong's lips as he taunted Tae, questioning if that was truly all he had. Chanseong threw a punch with devastating force, his voice ringing out as he declared Tae too weak. Tae couldn't believe it was Chanseong really just a newbie user. The punch landed, sending Tae reeling. He couldn't comprehend how someone could be this strong. Tae flew backward, skidding across the ground, the impact leaving him dazed and struggling to recover. Tae cursed under his breath, the pain searing through him as he realized just how outmatched he was. Tae looked up, his vision blurring as he tried to focus on the figure looming over him. Chanseong hovered in the air, his presence dominating the scene as he prepared for the final blow. With a swift, decisive motion, Chanseong drove his knee into Tae's face, pinning him to the ground. His voice was cold, declaring Tae as nothing more than his toy now. Chanseong stared down at Tae, his expression cold and unyielding. The dominance he expected to feel was missing, leaving only a hollow satisfaction. Tae managed to block Chanseong's knee strike, a move that caught Chanseong off guard. His eyes narrowed as he realized Tae was still fighting back. Chanseong's frustration grew as he sneered at Tae, questioning why he even bothered to resist since his fate was already sealed. Tae's anger flared as he refused to be looked down upon. He shouted defiantly, his voice filled with a mix of rage and desperation. Chanseong quickly moved to subdue Tae, locking him in a chokehold. He taunted Tae, asking him if he could feel his life being squeezed out of him. As Chanseong tightened his grip, he marveled at the sensation, finding it incredible. Tae struggled, cursing and vowing to kill Enoch. Tae's resistance began to fade as Chanseong urged him to give up, asserting that he could never beat him. Tae's eyes lost their light, the fight draining out of him as he succumbed to Chanseong's grip. Tae's hand dropped limply to the ground, a sign of his impending defeat. Tae went limp in Chanseong's hold. Chanseong expressed his disappointment, finding the fight to be over too quickly and lacking excitement. Chanseong lamented that he should have eased up to prolong the fight, wanting more time to play with his opponent. Chanseong walked away, already thinking about where he would find his next toy to play with. Chanseong noticed a drone recording the fight. He felt a sudden drain of energy, wondering if something was wrong. Yang Yu watched the scene unfold, questioning if Tae's death was confirmed. Sanjin confirmed that Tae was no longer breathing, his vitals showing 0. Yang Yu praised Chanseong's fighting prowess, calling him a true fighting machine. Yang Yu suggested that they should set Chanseong on the front line. Sanjin agreed to make the arrangements immediately. Yang Yu looked up, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Sanjin asked if there was a problem. Yang Yu grinned, finding the situation unexpected and intriguing. Yang Yu's grin faded as Chan turned, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected turn of events. Chan's eyes widened in shock as Tae, seemingly out of nowhere, struck him with a rock. Confusion washed over Chan's face as he struggled to comprehend how Tae, whom he thought was dead, stood before him. Blood began to leak from Chan's wounds, painting a grim picture of the battle's intensity. Chan dropped to his knees, his strength waning as Tae taunted him with a smirk, claiming he was not so easily defeated. Chan realized with horror that he couldn't move, his body betraying him as Tae's mysterious power took hold. A green aura began to emit from Tae, leaving Chan to wonder just who this man was and what he was capable of. Tae smirked, his confidence growing as he saw the fear in Chan's eyes. Chan could only watch in helpless terror as Tae lifted his foot, preparing to deliver a final blow. With a swift motion, Tae stomped down on Chan, sealing his fate. Tae smiled, a sense of peace washing over him as he looked down at his defeated foe. Chan lay motionless, his body broken and defeated, as Tae muttered a final curse under his breath. The scene shifted to a ship, where Yang Yu and Sanjin watched the events unfold with a mix of shock and intrigue. Yang Yu and Sanjin exchanged glances, both recalling how Tae had seemingly died, his heart stopping just moments ago. Yet, there he was, not only alive but stronger than before, his power radiating through the screen. Yang Yu struggled to recall Tae's name, with Sanjin reminding him that Tae was a regular member and acting branch manager for District D. On the screen, Tae held Chan precariously over a cliff, his grip loosening with each passing second. With a final, chilling smile, Tae dropped Chan, sealing his fate as Yang Yu and Sanjin watched in stunned silence. Yang Yu's eyes gleamed with interest, the possibilities of Tae's newfound power racing through his mind. But Tae's attention was drawn elsewhere, something in the distance catching his eye. A laugh erupted from Tae, a mix of surprise and amusement playing on his features. He couldn't believe who he was seeing, never expecting their paths to cross here of all places. As the figure climbed the cliff, Tae's grin widened. It was truly good to see him again, Saiwan Ryu. Ryu climbed over, his expression darkening as he thought about how Tae had no idea what was coming. A fierce glare crossed Ryu's face as he locked eyes with Tae, excitement and anger burning in his gaze. Tae flinched, taken aback by the intensity of Ryu's presence. As Ryu walked towards him, Tae couldn't shake the feeling that Ryu was growing more unsettling each time they met. Ryu positioned himself firmly, his patience wearing thin as he declared he was tired of Tae's antics and ready to end things once and for all. Tae smirked, unfazed by Ryu's words, and taunted him with a mocking grin. Without hesitation, they charged at each other, Tae's smirk widening as he realized this was exactly what he wanted. Tae's fist connected with Ryu's face, the force behind it fueled by sheer fury as he shouted for Ryu to die. Tae smiled, his frustration boiling over as he yelled about how sick he was of Ryu's behavior. With a sudden headbutt, Tae struck Ryu again, asserting that despite everything, he was still the stronger one. Tae followed up with a knee to Ryu's body, declaring that someone like Ryu was no match for him. Ryu managed to block the next attack, his mind racing as he realized Tae was faster and stronger than before. Ryu knew he had to change the flow of the fight or risk losing again, his thoughts flashing back to Dakel's advice about striking first and always pressing forward. He recalled Dakel's words about the best defense being a strong offense, and the need to keep moving forward no matter what. With a determined look, Ryu understood what he needed to do. Ryu's expression hardened with resolve, his mind set on turning the tide of the battle. With a powerful punch, Ryu launched a counterattack, his fist flying toward Tae with all his strength. The impact was loud, the force of the blow echoing through the air as Ryu finally took the offensive. Tae slid back from the impact, the force of Ryu's punch pushing him backward. Ryu stood there, huffing, his breath heavy but his resolve unshaken. Ryu thought about how Tae had come back to life, but vowed to make sure he stayed dead this time. Tae, still reeling from the punch, echoed Ryu's thoughts, declaring that Ryu had taken the words right out of his mouth. Ryu, still reeling from the punch, echoed Tae's thoughts and demanded to know why Tae had done it. Tae, however, played dumb, asking what Ryu was talking about. Ryu's frustration boiled over as he accused Tae of killing him would have ended everything. Ryu's voice trembled with anger as he questioned why Tae had killed innocent people like Chief Min and all the other officers. Tae burst into laughter, his amusement only fueling Ryu's rage. Tae shook his head, admitting he knew something was off about Ryu from the start. Ryu's cold stare bore into Tae as he questioned whether Tae had really come after him just because he had killed a few people. Tae sneered, asking if the Crimson Moon really needed a reason to kill people. Ryu ground his teeth, declaring that no one should ever speak like that. Tae charged at Ryu, taunting him to do something about it. Tae landed a punch, yelling that Ryu was nothing but a weak-ass prick. Tae followed up with a kick, demanding to know what Ryu was going to do about it. Tae landed another kick, repeating his challenge, asking what Ryu was going to do about it. Tae looked at Ryu, expecting him to be down for the count. But Ryu was still standing, seemingly unfazed by Tae's attacks. Tae flinched, shocked that his attacks had no effect on Ryu. Ryu's death stare bore into Tae, sending a chill down his spine. Tae began to sweat, wondering how Ryu was still standing after all those hits. Tae threw more punches, screaming for Ryu to die already. Tae sweated more, confused as to why his attacks were not affecting Ryu. Ryu stood there, still unfazed by Tae's attacks. Ryu's glare intensified, sending a shiver down Tae's spine. Tae freaked out, realizing that something was very wrong with Ryu. Ryu threw a massive punch, leaving Tae in a state of sheer terror. Tae was sent flying from the sheer force of Ryu's punch, disbelief flashing across his face as he struggled to comprehend how Ryu had overpowered him so effortlessly. Crashing into the ground, Tae's frustration boiled over, wondering why he always ended up in this position, defeated and helpless. Ryu stood over him, huffing and puffing, his breath heavy with exertion but his resolve unwavering. Grabbing Tae by the collar, Ryu declared this was the ties, his grip firm and unyielding. With a clenched fist, Ryu readied another punch, vowing to make sure Tae would not take another breath. Suddenly, Ryu stopped, his body frozen in place as an unseen force took hold of him. Panic surged through Ryu as he realized something was terribly wrong, his body refusing to obey his commands. Ryu stood frozen, his mind racing with fear and confusion as he struggled to understand why he couldn't move his body. A man stepped forward, his presence commanding and authoritative, declaring that enough was enough. The man revealed that Tae, the child Ryu had subdued, was property of the Crimson Moon, and thus, Ryu could not kill him. With an aura glowing on his hand, the man stated that Ryu could not kill with his current state. Ryu's mind raced with questions, wondering who this man was and if he was also affiliated with the Crimson Moon. But he sensed that this man was different from any he had encountered before, his power and demeanor setting him apart. Still frozen in place, Ryu yelled out in frustration, demanding to know what kind of ability this man possessed. The man smiled, his expression calm and collected, as Ryu cursed all Crimson Moon members. The man clenched his hand, the aura around it intensifying, as he prepared to make his next move. Ryu dropped to the ground, his body feeling impossibly heavy, as if an unbearable weight was pressing down on him. Struggling to comprehend the immense pressure, Ryu's mind reeled with confusion and fear. Ryu's gaze fixed on the man, his thoughts consumed by the mystery of his identity and the source of his power. With a swift motion, the man lifted Tae's body into the air, his control over the situation absolute. The man explained that he had blocked off the use of all of Ryu's muscles, rendering him unable to move for a while. Yang Yu warned that forcing movement would only tear Ryu's muscles, urging him to exercise restraint. But Ryu's anger flared, and he shouted for Yang Yu to shut up. Ryu's fury intensified as he declared his intent to kill Taejeong right there and then. With sheer willpower, Ryu pushed against the ground, muttering that Taejeong was someone he had to kill. Despite the warnings, Ryu managed to rise, his body trembling with effort and rage. Yang Yu scolded Ryu for not listening, reminding him that he had already been warned. Ryu's body shuddered as Yang Yu repeated that his muscles would tear the more he fought against the restriction. Yang Yu urged Ryu to control himself if he wanted to live, but Ryu's body cracked under the strain. Ryu's face contorted with anger as he defiantly told Yang Yu to tell it all up. With a determined look, Ryu vowed that Taejeong-o would die by his hand. Yang Yu looked surprised at Ryu's sudden movement and determination. Ryu tackled Yang Yu, catching Sanjin's attention as he shouted for his sir. Ryu choked Yang Yu, demanding to know how he was able to move and ordering him to give Taejeong to him. Ryu pinned Yang Yu down, threatening to kill him if he didn't hand over Taejeong right then. Yang Yu couldn't help but smirk at the sheer audacity of the young man before him, a boldness that demanded respect. Sanjin rushed forward, concern etched on his face as he called out to his superior. Yang Yu's glare shifted toward Sanjin, a silent warning in his eyes. Sanjin halted in his tracks, sensing the tension as Yang Yu's voice cut through the air like a blade. Yang Yu pondered the young man's raw power, a puzzle that didn't quite fit, his strength far exceeding his apparent experience. Yet, there was something undeniable about him, a limitless potential that Yang Yu couldn't ignore. Yang Yu acknowledged the young man's power, urging him to stand down, a hint of respect in his voice. But the young man refused to back down, his voice echoing with determination as he demanded the release of Taejeong. Yang Yu's smile was a mix of amusement and danger, a threat lingering beneath his words as he praised the young man's boldness. In a swift motion, Yang Yu grabbed the young man's arms, his grip firm and unyielding. But the young man broke free, his spirit unbroken as Yang Yu acknowledged his potential, but reminded him of the long road ahead. Yang Yu lunged forward, his palm aimed with precision, a testament to his power and experience. The impact was devastating, the young man crumpling under the force of Yang Yu's strike. Blood sprayed from the young man's lips as he was sent flying backward, the force of the blow echoing through the air. His body soared through the air, a testament to the power of Yang Yu's strike. With a thud, he hit the ground, his body aching from the impact. Yang Yu rose to his feet, his gaze shifting to Sanjin as he inquired about the young man's well-being and identity. Sanjin responded with the young man's name, Saiwan Ryu, his voice steady despite the tension. Yang Yu stepped closer, his curiosity piqued as he questioned Sanjin about the young man's affiliation with the Crimson Moon. Sanjin clarified that the young man was not part of the Crimson Moon, revealing his connection to Hanjun Kim, the vice president of the Western District. With Sanjin's confirmation that the young man was connected to Hanjun Kim, he was instructed to bring him to the General Assembly immediately. Sanjin acknowledged the order and prepared to leave, setting the stage for what was to come next. Yang Yu's power lifted both the main character and Tae into the air, revealing his intentions to deal with them personally. Yang Yu demanded a detailed report on both individuals, his curiosity piqued by their unexpected presence. Yang Yu's gaze shifted, sensing something amiss at the edge of the cliff. He dropped the main character and Tae, his attention now focused elsewhere. Yang Yu's eyes narrowed as he peered over the cliff, questioning the presence of someone unseen. Suddenly, two figures launched up from the cliff, their laughter echoing ominously. Yang Yu's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the newcomers, their identities sending a wave of disbelief through him. Dakal greeted Yang Yu with a smirk, commenting on his appearance. Dakal and Danga stood before Yang Yu, their presence a stark reminder of a past he thought long gone. Yang Yu's shock turned to confusion as he questioned how the two were still alive. His mind raced with questions, trying to piece together the puzzle before him. Dakal and Danga charged at Yang Yu, their intentions unclear but their actions speaking volumes. Yang Yu stood calmly, assessing the situation and preparing for what was to come. He began to weave his powers, ready to face the unexpected challenge. Yang Yu's movements were precise, targeting Danga with his abilities. Yang Yu recognized their movements, confirming their identities as Min and Danga. Despite their youthful appearances, Yang Yu sensed the experience and power they still held, setting the stage for a confrontation that promised to be anything but simple. With a sudden burst of speed, Yang Yu struck both Danga and Dakal with a powerful palm strike, the force sending them staggering backward. Yang Yu glided across the battlefield, his movements fluid and precise, closing the distance between himself and his opponents with ease. In a swift motion, he grabbed Dakal, his grip firm and unyielding, ready to unleash his next attack. With a powerful heave, Yang Yu threw Dakal across the battlefield, his strength evident in the force of the throw. Yang Yu tapped into his power, the energy surging through him as he prepared for his next move. With a swift motion, he lifted the main character, his strength evident in the ease with which he handled his opponent. Dakal crashed into the main character, the impact sending them both tumbling to the ground. They hit the ground with a heavy thud, the force of the impact reverberating through the battlefield. Yang Yu's voice echoed with disbelief as he questioned how they could be standing before him. Yang Yu's gaze fixed on Dakal, his voice filled with cold fury as he declared that Dakal should have been executed long ago. Dakal, realizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledged Yang Yu's overwhelming strength. Turning his attention to Danga, Yang Yu's voice was laced with disbelief as he remarked that Danga was supposed to be in a coma. Danga, struggling to find an opening, realized the futility of his efforts against Yang Yu's power. Yang Yu's voice was filled with a mix of curiosity and anger as he expressed his desire to question them about their methods and the mastermind behind their actions. Danga, fueled by desperation, charged at Yongyu. His voice filled with defiance as he refused to comply with Yongyu's demands. Yongyu, with a calm and collected demeanor, pointed out the obviousness of their moves and the predictability of their coordinated attacks. A look of surprise flashed across Yongyu's face as he realized the unexpected turn of events. The main character seized the moment and grabbed Yongyu, his grip firm and determined. Yongyu's voice echoed with surprise as he acknowledged the unexpected turn of events. Danga and Dakal, seeing an opportunity, charged at Yongyu, their voices filled with determination and resolve. Danga's attack was swift and fierce, his voice echoing with anger as he cursed Yongyu. Dakal joined the assault, his attacks relentless and powerful. Yongyu, despite the onslaught, let out a laugh, his voice echoing with amusement and confidence. Without another word, Yongyu unleashed a surge of powerful energy, the force of it directed straight at Dakal. The sheer force of Yongyu's energy surge left Dakal and Danga frozen in shock, their eyes wide as the power surged toward them. The blast sent them flying through the air, their bodies tumbling helplessly as the energy overwhelmed them. Danga's voice trembled as he called out Yongyu's name, disbelief echoing in his tone. Dakal's fury erupted as he shouted at Yongyu, his voice a mix of anger and disbelief. Ryu staggered, his body riddled with holes, his voice barely a whisper as he struggled to comprehend Yongyu's strength. Yongyu stood radiant, energy pulsating around him as Ryu wondered how someone could be this powerful. Dakal's voice echoed with desperation as he questioned just how far Yongyu had pushed himself. Yongyu's response was cold, his disappointment clear as he mocked Dakal and Danga's weakened states. A pause hung in the air as Yongyu considered his own strength, wondering if he had grown even more powerful. Danga charged forward, his voice filled with determination as he declared that Yongyu would never surpass him. Yongyu's gaze shifted, his expression unreadable as he prepared for whatever came next. Sanjin moved swiftly, launching a flying knee, but Danga blocked the attack with precision. Danga slid back, his stance ready as he prepared for the next move. Danga's voice was sharp as he demanded to know who this new opponent was. Sanjin stepped forward, his tone respectful yet firm as he asked Danga to stand back. Without hesitation, Sanjin removed his coat, his focus unwavering as he declared he would handle the situation. With his coat discarded, Sanjin stepped forward, greeting Danga with a calm confidence, ready to test his strength. A purple aura enveloped Sanjin as he prepared to face Danga, curious to see if the man's reputation held any weight. Danga charged at Sanjin, his fury boiling over as he hurled insults, determined to take him down. Sanjin swiftly weaved, avoiding Danga's attacks with ease. Danga stood shocked, his confidence shaken by Sanjin's agility. Sanjin acknowledged Danga's strength but remained unfazed, his speed giving him the upper hand. With a flurry of kicks, Sanjin struck Danga repeatedly, proving his superior speed. Danga's fury grew as he realized Sanjin was toying with him, pushing him to his limits. Danga vowed to beat Sanjin to a pulp, while Dakal watched in confusion, wondering why Sanjin was wasting his time with such an opponent. Yongyu appeared, taunting Dakal and questioning his attempt to escape. Yongyu's aura-covered hand glowed as he expressed his disappointment in Dakal's return. Yongyu declared that he would not let Dakal leave alive, his determination clear. Dakal rushed towards Yongyu, determined to take him down. Yongyu effortlessly evaded Dakal's attacks, his speed and precision making it seem as though he was reading Dakal's mind. Yongyu taunted Dakal, calling him a relic of the past, his words striking a nerve. Dakal's frustration grew as Yongyu dodged every attack, his confidence wavering. Dakal realized that Yongyu was predicting his moves, making it impossible for him to land a hit. Dakal began to despair, fearing he would never be able to defeat Yongyu. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Dakal shifted his focus to rescuing Saiwan, his priority now clear. Dakal turned his gaze away from the fallen main character, his resolve hardening as he prepared to face the threat alone. Dakal knew his chances were slim, the odds stacked against him, but he refused to back down. Even as he struggled, he couldn't help but notice Gwangma still locked in combat, his own battle far from over. Yongyu descended from above, his voice cutting through the chaos as he urged Dakal to focus. With a swift motion, Yongyu twisted his body, preparing for the next strike. Dakal took a brutal hit, his body twisting unnaturally from the impact. He crumpled to his knees, the pain searing through him, but he refused to stay down. Dakal found himself frozen in place, his body refusing to obey his commands as Yongyu taunted him, acknowledging his weakened state but praising his resilience. Yongyu's voice softened, hinting at a past he wished to discuss, but the moment was slipping away. With a final declaration, Yongu's hand glowed with aura, signaling the end was near. Dakal trembled, his body barely holding on as Yongu bid him a final farewell. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, the main character charging in with renewed vigor. His eyes blazed with aura as he launched himself at Yongu, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Yongu's eyes widened in shock, disbelief coloring his voice as he struggled to comprehend the sudden shift. With a powerful punch, the main character struck Yongu, the impact resonating through the battlefield. The blow freed Dakal from his paralysis, his body finally responding to his commands once more. Without hesitation, Dakal called out to Donga, his voice filled with urgency and hope. Dakal's urgent plea hung in the air, but Sanjin stood frozen in shock. With a sharp tone, Dakal snapped at Sanjin to shake off his stupor and move, but Sanjin could only stammer in response. Before Sanjin could react, Donga's hand struck out, his voice calm yet firm, assuring there was no need to worry. With a swift motion, Donga slammed Sanjin's face into the ground, his voice icy as he declared Sanjin would soon be joining his companion. Dakal, carrying the main character, urgently asked Donga which way they should go. Donga responded with a direction, and Dakal acknowledged. With no other options, they leaped, Dakal declaring he would rather fall to his death. As they plunged, Dakal's voice rang out, defiant, stating he would rather meet his end than be finished by that despicable man. Meanwhile, Sanjin, still reeling from the encounter, could only stammer in shock. Sanjin rushed to Yongu's side, his voice filled with concern as he called out to him. Yongu assured Sanjin that he was fine, despite the obvious tension in his voice. Sanjin bowed deeply, his voice filled with regret as he apologized, admitting he should have done whatever it took to prevent this. Yongu's voice was stern as he called out Sanjin's name, drawing his attention. Yongu questioned Sanjin about Hanjun handing over Saiwan Ryu to him. Sanjin confirmed that was correct. Yongu's face darkened with anger as he declared they needed to speak to Hanjun immediately. Still fuming, Yongu stormed toward the cruise ship, his mind fixated on confronting Hanjun without delay. His long strides carried him swiftly along the dock, each step echoing his determination. As he boarded, a man immediately bowed low, his voice ringing out in welcome. The entire Incheon branch had gathered to greet him, their voices unified in respect. Yongu cast a glance over the assembled group, his expression unreadable. The officers stood at attention, waiting for his acknowledgement. Yongu's gaze settled on Sanjin, who stood among them, ready to respond to his command. With a hint of irritation, Yongu remarked that he had no taste for such formalities. Sanjin stammered an apology, explaining that everyone at the Incheon branch had been eager to meet him. Yongu turned away, signaling it was time to leave, but a sudden shout of his name made him pause. A voice from behind stopped him in his tracks, the urgency in it impossible to ignore. A man stood trembling, a knife clutched in his hand as he confronted Yongu. Sanjin's eyes widened in shock, demanding to know how anyone could dare approach the chairman with a weapon. Sanjin's voice boomed as he ordered the others to act, urging them to get rid of the man immediately. The men around him hesitated, unsure of how to proceed as tension filled the air. Yongu raised a hand, halting their movement as he stepped forward to address the trembling man himself. He asked the man what business he had with him, his voice calm but firm. The man's voice cracked as he explained his family and cousins were living on the streets because of the Crimson Moon. He accused Yongu of raising the interest rates too high, leaving him with nothing more to lose. He declared that everything would be over if he killed Yongu and then turned the knife on himself. Yongu's expression shifted to a grin as he apologized, suggesting they had troubled their customer and were very sorry. The man stammered, realizing something was amiss, and begged Yongu to write off the debt his cousins had accumulated. Yongu's grin faded as he clarified that wasn't what he meant. He was sorry they had made it seem like the man could just come there with a knife in his hand. The man jumped back in surprise as Yongu questioned whether they had ever forced him to borrow money from them. Yongu continued, suggesting the man probably borrowed the money knowing the interest rates would rise if he fell behind on payments. He accused the man of forging the signatures of his family. Leaning in, Yongu stated that the man never intended to pay them back in the first place. Yongu's voice lowered as he accused the man of planning to either wait for the government to write off the debt or take the money and hide. He concluded by stating they were different, searching every corner of the world to find people like him and ensure they got every last penny back. Continuing his declaration, Yongyu asserted that this approach would teach people like him to fear the Crimson Moon and their money. He ordered the man to stop blaming others and do everything in his power to pay them back, even if it meant selling his family or his organs. The man trembled, barely able to mutter his name. The man denied the accusations but then suddenly blamed him for everything. In a sudden outburst, the man charged at Yang Yu with a knife, screaming that it was all his fault. Yang Yu swiftly froze the man with his aura, halting his attack. The man began to swell uncontrollably. He kept getting bigger, his body straining as he pleaded for it to stop. Suddenly, the man popped, his body unable to contain the pressure. Blood splattered everywhere, painting a gruesome scene. Sanjin, sweating profusely, could only watch in shock. The scene was silent, the weight of what had just happened hanging heavily in the air. Yang Yu addressed everyone, his voice cutting through the tension. He ordered his men to retrieve every last penny from the man's family. His men acknowledged the order without hesitation. The cops present looked away, not daring to interfere. Yang Yu stepped forward, his presence commanding and intimidating. They drove off, leaving the gruesome scene behind. Sanjin asked if Yang Yu was all right. Yang Yu, lost in thought, murmured about the four sickos. Yang Yu asked Sanjin if he knew why they were called that. Sanjin replied that he had heard the underworld gave them the name for their barbaric violence and fighting skills. Yang Yu confirmed that the four sickos were indeed brutal. He recounted how they attacked several branches of the Crimson Moon, leaving no one alive. Sanjin was shocked, barely able to comprehend the brutality described. Yang Yu explained that what made them truly fearsome was not their brutality, but their tenacity to never give up. Once they set their eyes on a target, they never ceased their pursuit, which is why they never failed and went on to establish themselves as the rulers of the night. He continued, stating that eventually, there was a battle between them and the Crimson Moon, a rising force that would determine their fate. The scene shifted to 20 years earlier. 20 years earlier, the battle against the Crimson Moon raged on. Dokal was locked in fierce combat, his every move a testament to his relentless determination. Donga was not far behind, his strength evident as he choked his opponents, his grip unyielding and fierce. Shinta showcased his agility and precision, his kicks landing with devastating accuracy, each strike a blur of motion. Wasa, with a swift and brutal efficiency, slashed at her foes, her blade a deadly extension of her resolve. After defeating their enemies, the four warriors walked together, their bond evident in their synchronized steps. They entered a new area, their presence commanding and their purpose clear. Dokal stepped forward, his voice echoing with anticipation as he finally got to meet the infamous chairman. Yongu looked on, his gaze steady and calculating. Yongu stood there, his posture relaxed yet ready, a silent sentinel amidst the unfolding drama. Yongu stood firm, his voice cutting through the tension as he confronted the four sickos, accusing them of mercilessly eliminating even those who couldn't fight back. He declared that only those capable of facing such formidable foes would dare vie for control of the nation's underworld. The four sickos stood united, their presence exuding a sense of dark camaraderie. Dokal questioned who would even attempt such a feat, while Wasa smirked, finding the notion almost amusingly endearing. Wasa's smirk widened as she taunted Yongu, offering a mocking cuddle, her tone dripping with sarcasm and menace. Donga stepped forward, his voice sharp with warning. He reminded Yongu that their leniency should not be mistaken for weakness, urging him to remember his place. Yongu's aura surged with a mix of red and white, a clear sign of his determination. He declared that the truth would be revealed once the fight began. Dokal's aura flared red as he observed Yongu's dual-colored aura, questioning if he could possibly be a stronger Glaya user than them. Yet, he brushed off the concern, asserting that their unity would overcome any difference. Without hesitation, Dokal charged at Yongu, his fists ready to strike. Fists collided with a resounding impact, the force of the blow echoing through the air. Dokal staggered back, stunned by the unexpected power behind Yongu's punch. Yongu's hand bounced off Dokal's, the impact sending shockwaves through both fighters. Dokal staggered back, his stance wavering as he struggled to maintain his balance. Yongu readied his next attack, his voice dripping with disappointment as he taunted Dokal. Donga dashed in front of Dokal, his voice filled with determination as he declared they were just getting started. Donga caught Yongu's punch, his grip firm and unyielding. A cracking sound echoed as the force of the punch sent a shockwave through Donga's body. Donga coughed up blood, his body straining under the impact of Yongu's powerful strike. Yongu's voice was cold as he taunted Donga, questioning if that was all he had to offer, expressing his disappointment. Donga squeezed Yongu's hand, his grip tightening as he declared they were not done yet. Shintu and Wasa charged in unison, their movements swift and coordinated as Donga urged them to hurry. Shintu threw a powerful kick, his leg arcing through the air with precision and speed. Yongu blocked the kick, his arms absorbing the impact with a grunt. A knife appeared behind Yongu, its blade glinting menacingly as it aimed for his back. Yongu weaved to the side, narrowly avoiding the knife's deadly trajectory. Yongu continued to weave, his body moving with agility as he dodged multiple knife swings. The four sickos charged at Yongu, their movements synchronized as they launched a relentless assault. It was a knockdown, drag-out brawl, the intensity of the fight reaching its peak. The relentless assault from the four sickos continued, their synchronized movements and intense ferocity creating a chilling atmosphere that even Yongu couldn't ignore. The battle finally came to an end, leaving Yongu battered and bruised. Yongu found himself on his knees, the weight of the fight taking its toll. Dakal panted heavily, his breath ragged as he struggled to catch it, the intensity of the fight leaving him exhausted. Donga was equally drained, his energy completely spent, but he couldn't help but acknowledge Yongu's strength. Shinto and Wasa were also left breathless, the intensity of the battle affecting them deeply. Dakal, trying to catch his breath, suggested they move on to the next phase, acknowledging Yongu's efforts. Yongu, still on his knees, posed a question that hung heavy in the air, asking who among them would become the leader once he was gone. Dakal and Donga exchanged surprised glances, the weight of Yongu's words sinking in. Yongu continued, reminding them of how Seoul was once divided among them, but now stood united, and the question of who would rule it all remained. Yongu revealed his strategy, explaining how he used their greed against them, knowing that the lure of a united Seoul would bring out their true nature. Dakal, trying to avoid further conflict, offered Gwangma a deal, suggesting he take Incheon instead of Seoul. Donga scoffed at the offer, questioning Dakal's sanity. Dakal tried to reason with Donga, urging him not to be greedy, but Donga refused to back down, accusing Dakal of hypocrisy. Tensions escalated as Dakal and Donga argued, their voices rising, each refusing to back down. Yongu observed the scene, noting how their greed had surfaced now that Seoul was united, something they had managed to keep hidden when the city was divided. Donga struck out, his attack swift and fierce. Dakal retaliated with equal force, the clash between them intensifying. Shinto and Wasa tried to intervene, urging them to stop before it was too late. Yongu suddenly appeared before them, his presence commanding and ominous, questioning if it was already too late. Yongu revealed that he had been saving his strength for this very moment, his words sending a chill down their spines. Shinto, filled with rage, lashed out at Yongu, his kick aimed with precision. Yongu caught Shinta's leg with ease, his grip unyielding. With a swift motion, Yongu snapped Shinta's leg, the sound echoing through the air as Shinta screamed in agony. As Shinta's scream echoed, Wasa lunged at Yongu with a fierce attack, her movements swift and deadly. Yongu, however, skillfully wove through her strikes, avoiding each one with precision. In a sudden move, Yongu grabbed Wasa by the throat, his grip firm and unyielding. Yongu acknowledged the infamous reputation of Wasa's poisonous fangs, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of respect for her deadly prowess. Shinto, still on the ground, looked up at the unfolding scene, his voice filled with concern as he called out to Dakal and Gwangma. Yongu held Wasa firmly, her struggles growing weaker as Shinta's cries of pain filled the air, his leg clearly causing him immense agony. Dakal's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Yongu back on his feet, his voice filled with shock and confusion. Gwangma, realizing Yongu's strategy, voiced his understanding of the situation, his tone laced with frustration. Yongu's gaze shifted to Dakal and Gwangma, his voice carrying a warning as he hinted at the dire situation Wasa was in. Wasa's voice trembled as she pleaded for help, her eyes filled with desperation and fear. Gwangma and Dakal exchanged a tense glance, their exhaustion evident as they contemplated their next move. Despite Dakal's warning, Gwangma charged towards Yongu, his determination to save Wasa overriding his fatigue. Yongu watched Gwangma's charge with a hint of approval, acknowledging his loyalty. In a swift and brutal motion, Yongu stabbed through Gwangma's leg with his hand, his voice cold as he declared the consequences of his actions. Blood splattered as Gwangma cried out in pain, his leg giving way beneath him. Gwangma collapsed to the ground, his strength spent and his body betraying him. Yongu turned his attention to Dakal, his voice firm as he declared him the only one left standing. Yongu taunted Dakal, reminding him of his relationship with Wasa and the need to save her. Dakal's voice trembled with anger and frustration as he struggled to find the words to respond. With a heavy heart, Dakal turned and walked away, his voice barely a whisper as he apologized. Yongu reflected on his victory, attributing it to the rift he had created among his opponents. Returning to the present, Yongu shuddered at the memory of the poisonous aura of the four fighters, his mind now focused on their new target, Saiwin. He recalled the way Saiwen fought on Musang Island. His thoughts filled with anticipation. A vivid memory flashed in his mind, the image of Saiwen punching him with all his might. A smile crept across Yongu's face as he thought about the excitement of meeting someone like Saiwen again. Still smiling at the thought of Saiwen, Yongu's mind drifted as he found himself at the docks under the cover of a dark night. Suddenly, figures emerged from the water, stepping onto the docks with urgency. Dakal and Danga dragged Yongu's limp body, their faces etched with concern and frustration as they muttered about their near failure. They dropped Yongu's body onto the ground, and Danga questioned if he was still alive. Dakal quickly dismissed the notion, asserting that it was impossible for him to be dead. Dakal looked down at Yongu, his expression darkening as he mentioned Saiwen's name, acknowledging that he had managed to land a blow on Yongu. Danga agreed, recalling that Jiang Hun had been right about Saiwen's capabilities. Dakal pondered aloud, considering the possibility that they might finally have a chance. He looked at Yongu, a determined glint in his eyes as he spoke of their potential to beat Yongu if they used Saiwen the right way. Meanwhile, a car was driving nearby. A man and a woman inside engaged in a cheerful conversation about going to see the ocean. The woman eagerly agreed to the man's suggestion, and they prepared to set off. The man told her to sit tight as they began their journey, both excited for the trip ahead. Suddenly, the man spotted something unusual up ahead, his excitement turning to confusion. Danga stood in front of the car, blocking their path. A loud bang echoed, startling everyone nearby. The man and woman in the car freaked out, their faces filled with terror as they realized they had just hit someone. Dakal, Danga, and Yongu appeared in the back seat, their sudden presence frightening the couple even more. Danga addressed the terrified man, asking who he was while trying to calm him down. The man trembled in fear, and the woman cried, pleading with them not to hurt them. Danga assured them that he wouldn't press charges if they just drove. They arrived at a facility, the atmosphere tense and uncertain. Guards stood at attention, their eyes scanning the area with vigilance. One of the guards noticed the approaching group, his gaze narrowing with suspicion. The guards pointed their guns, ordering them to freeze and identify themselves. Dakal stepped forward, his voice steady and commanding as he told the guards to step aside. Danga and Dakal carried Yongu, asserting that they were with the guard's superior. As they stepped into the office, an unsettling chuckle echoed through the air, raising the tension in the room. The doctor took one look at their battered appearances and remarked that they must have endured quite the ordeal on Musang Island. Rising from his seat, the doctor listened as Dakal revealed how Yongu had nearly killed them, leaving the doctor stunned. The doctor's shock deepened as he realized it was Yongu Shin they were talking about, and he couldn't believe they had survived. Dakal pointed at the main character, explaining that he had managed to strike Yongu, giving them a chance to escape. The doctor's surprise grew as Dakal revealed that this bold move had allowed them to make it out alive. The doctor chuckled softly, seemingly amused by the turn of events. He began to speak, hinting that he had a plan in mind. The doctor declared that they needed Saiwen to defeat Yongu, which sent Dakal into laughter. Dakal quickly pointed out that it wasn't the time for laughter, given the dire situation. He muttered that the main character was on the verge of death. Dakal wondered aloud why the main character was in such bad shape, considering he had recovered from previous injuries. The doctor simply replied that it was obvious, calling him a monster for a reason. Danga observed that things weren't looking good for the main character. Danga exclaimed that he didn't want to deal with a dead body and demanded a doctor be called. The doctor responded that these wounds couldn't be treated by just any doctor. Dakal asked what they should do then, looking for any possible solution. The doctor grinned, assuring them that he had his ways of handling the situation. The main character lay on the bed, breathing heavily, his condition worsening by the minute. Dakal looked around, curious about the strange room they were in. The doctor explained that it was a type of decompression chamber which puzzled Dakal. The doctor went on to explain that divers use high-pressure gas to increase their internal body pressure, allowing them to endure the water pressure during deep-sea diving. He added that a room filled with high-pressure gas is called a decompression chamber. Dakal asked if that meant the room was a decompression chamber. The doctor confirmed, adding that the only difference was that this room was made of customized bulletproof glass. Danga questioned why the main character was placed in there while badly injured. The doctor began to explain that it was because the room was specially made for Saiwen. The doctor clicked his mouse and revealed that the room had been specially designed for Saiwen, leaving everyone in anticipation of what would happen next. The room was designed for Saiwen, but what happened next left everyone stunned. Mist began shooting out from the air vents, filling the space with an eerie tension. Amidst the swirling mist, Saiwen stirred, his body slowly waking from its slumber. Gasping for air, Saiwen's eyes flew open, a look of sheer panic and confusion spreading across his face. Through the glass, Dokkel watched in shock, his voice rising in disbelief as he questioned if this was really supposed to happen. Saiwen clutched his neck, his body racked with pain as Dokkel's concern grew more intense. The doctor smiled calmly, confirming that Saiwen was indeed in more pain, much to everyone's horror. Veins began to pop out all over Saiwen's body as the doctor explained that even skilled divers couldn't handle beyond level 9, but the room had already surpassed level 12. The doctor continued, revealing that Saiwen was experiencing what it was like to be a few hundred meters deep in the sea without any protection, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. Danga couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the doctor, demanding that he stop the experiment immediately. Danga's grip tightened as he yelled at the doctor, calling him a son of a bitch and insisting he stop the experiment right now. Dokkel joined in, asking if the doctor was trying to kill Saiwen. The doctor sighed, indicating that they still didn't understand the purpose of the experiment. The doctor asked why they thought Saiwen survived and continued to get stronger even when he constantly faced life-threatening situations. Dokkel was shocked into silence, realizing there might be more to the experiment than he initially thought. Saiwen gritted his teeth, his body undergoing a transformation as the doctor explained the need to subject him to extreme conditions to draw out his full potential. Saiwen's body began to transform, and he screamed in agony as the doctor's words echoed in the room, leaving everyone in a state of shock and anticipation. As Saiwen's transformation continued, his body pulsed with a green aura. Dokkel couldn't believe his eyes, shouting in disbelief at the sudden change. Guangma was equally stunned, struggling to comprehend how Saiwen, who once barely controlled his glaya, now radiated with power. The doctor, Jiang-hun, observed with a mix of curiosity and regret. He confirmed that Saiwen was indeed emitting an aura, a sight invisible to ordinary eyes like his own. Saiwen panted heavily, his body still adjusting to the newfound power. Jiang-hun deduced that Saiwen's glaya must have finally emerged after enduring a series of life-threatening encounters. With a burst of energy, Saiwen punched the bulletproof window, his fist glowing with the green aura. Dokkel watched with concern, urging for Saiwen's release, fearing he might suffocate from the strain. But Jiang-hun dismissed his worries, insisting that such an opportunity was rare and precious. Jiang-hun grinned, eager to discover Saiwen's limits. He declared that there was still much more to see, considering Saiwen's full potential. Suddenly, Saiwen's aura shifted, turning blue. Jiang-hun urged the others to look closely, to see the change. Dokkel couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the new color. Saiwen's body was now covered in a blue aura, a sight that left everyone in awe. Jiang-hun explained that glaya users express different colors of auras depending on their level, a fact well known to Dokkel and Guangma. He detailed the hierarchy of aura colors: the weakest level, alpha, is green, beta level is blue, gamma level is purple, omega level is red, and the delta level, as strong as Yangyu, is white. Saiwen trembled as Jiang-hun eagerly anticipated what color Saiwen was capable of reaching. Dokkel pondered the implications, considering the possibility that Saiwen might actually have the potential to surpass Yangyu. Guangma concluded that they had no choice but to place all their bets on Saiwen, given the circumstances. Saiwen's aura began to change color once more, hinting at another transformation. Saiwen's aura turned purple, and Jiang-hun encouraged him to keep going, pushing his limits. Jiang-hun chuckled, urging Saiwen to do better, to reach even greater heights. With a determined gaze, Jiang-hun looked at Saiwen, pushing him to explore the full extent of his abilities. Saiwen, driven by Jiang-hun's words, focused his energy and struck the glass with a powerful punch. A purple aura began radiating from Saiwen, growing stronger with each passing moment. Jiang-hun urged him to embrace the pain and push further. Jiang-hun, pleased with Saiwen's progress, suggested increasing the pressure to 15. Danga, watching in horror, begged him to stop, fearing for Saiwen's life. Jiang-hun dismissed Danga's concerns, declaring they were just getting started. Danga, frantic, accused Jiang-hun of losing his mind. With a determined look, Jiang-hun entered a command on the keyboard, declaring his intent to push Saiwen to his limits, no matter the cost. More mist filled the room as the pressure increased, enveloping Saiwen in a dense cloud. Saiwen dropped to his knees, struggling under the immense pressure. Suddenly, Saiwen's aura shifted to a deep red. Dokkel, shocked, noted that Saiwen had reached the omega level in record time. Danga, horrified, noticed Saiwen was bleeding. Blood streamed down Saiwen's arms as Danga desperately warned that continuing would be fatal. Jiang-hun paused, telling Danga to wait and hold on, leaving everyone in suspense. Dokkel, sweating profusely, urged everyone to look at Saiwen, sensing a dramatic change. Saiwen's aura shifted once more, this time turning a brilliant white, astonishing everyone in the room. With newfound strength, Saiwen rose to his feet, his aura blazing with intensity. Saiwen charged towards the window, his power surging with each step. Jae-young-hun smirked, watching Saiwen's incredible display of power. The bulletproof window shattered as Saiwen unleashed his full potential. Jae-young-hun was thrown back by the force of Saiwen's power, his smirk never fading. Saiwen leapt into the air, his aura blazing around him like a comet. Jae-young-hun laughed in amazement, acknowledging that Saiwen had exceeded all expectations. Jae-young-hun laughed in amazement, acknowledging that Saiwen had exceeded all expectations. But the moment of celebration quickly shifted as his laughter turned into a cunning smirk. The doctor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared that they finally had a chance to take down Yongu Shin. Dakal couldn't believe what he was hearing, while Gwangma urged Saiwen to snap out of his daze. Suddenly, Saiwen collapsed, his body giving out on him. Saiwen lay on the ground, his strength spent. Gwangma was in disbelief, stuttering in shock, while Dakal pointed out that Saiwen had pushed himself too far. Jae-young-hun observed the scene with a critical eye, concluding that Saiwen had reached his limit. Even if Saiwen's Glaya emerged, Jae-young-hun mused. The rapid use of his strength and the limited bulk-up period were still major hurdles. He knew that Saiwen's current method of using his power was unsustainable. Jae-young-hun continued, stating that if Saiwen could use his power without bulking up, they might actually have a chance at taking down Yongu. Jae-young-hun turned to the others, telling them that they should focus all their energy on training Saiwen from that point on. Dakal questioned what he expected from them. Jae-young-hun reminded them that they were the four who once dominated the nation. He urged them to find a way to train Saiwen so he could maintain his Glaya without bulking up. Dakal summed up the situation, asking if Jae-young-hun essentially wanted Saiwen to be able to use his Glaya without getting beaten up first. He expressed his doubts about the feasibility of such a task. Jae-young-hun simply replied that they didn't have a choice. Jae-young-hun smirked, his tone leaving no room for argument. The group knew they had a daunting task ahead of them. Meanwhile, at Yongu's residence, a different scene unfolded. Hanjun stood nervously, looking down at the ground. His posture was tense, and his eyes darted around as if expecting something to go wrong. Yongu was in the midst of sniping branches off a tree, his focus entirely on the task at hand. Yongu let out a sigh of disappointment, realizing that he had accidentally cut off a perfectly fine branch. Yongu's frustration was palpable as he muttered to himself about the mistake he had made. Turning to Hanjun, Yongu called out his name, causing Hanjun to snap to attention and respond with a respectful, "Yes, sir." Yongu asked Hanjun what he should do about the marred tree. Hanjun stuttered, unsure of how to respond. Yongu fixed Hanjun with a chilling stare, his gaze intense and unnerving. Hanjun flinched under the pressure, trying to downplay the situation by saying it was just a small branch and not a big deal. Yongu's hand began to glow with a mysterious aura as he calmly stated that it was, indeed, a big deal. As the aura around Yongu's hand glowed brighter, his gaze shifted to the towering tree before him, its ancient roots stretching deep into the earth. Even the mightiest of trees could fall from the smallest of wounds, he mused, his voice carrying the weight of an unspoken truth. With a swift motion, his hand moved through the air, and the great tree split in two, its halves crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. As such, he declared, his words echoing through the sudden silence. "It must be cut down before it begins to rot," he continued, his eyes reflecting the grim necessity of his actions. With a heavy heart, he swung his hand, and the tree fell, its crash echoing. Hanjun stood nervously, his eyes darting around as he wrung his hands together, pleading silently for mercy. Falling to his knees, Hanjun bowed deeply to the ground, his voice trembling as he begged for forgiveness and mercy. Yongu stood calmly, his voice cold and measured as he began to question Hanjun. Hanjun's voice quivered as he revealed that a few days ago, Insu's district had been attacked and destroyed by monsters. Yongu's eyes narrowed as he listened, his tone sharp and demanding an explanation for the secrecy. Hanjun stammered, struggling to find the right words as he felt the weight of Yongu's gaze. Yongu's voice rose, his anger palpable as he warned Hanjun that lies would not be tolerated. Hanjun trembled, his voice barely a whisper as he admitted to withholding information, fearing it would cost him his promotion. Yongu's command was sharp and cold, demanding Hanjun to continue his confession. Sweat poured down Hanjun's face as he revealed that one of the monsters who attacked the district was Saiwen Ryu. Hanjun's voice shook as he disclosed that the other two monsters were part of the four sickos. Yonggu's voice was calm yet firm as he acknowledged Hanjuin's confession, his mind seemingly made up. Yonggu's hand glowed with a sinister aura as he declared Hanjun to be the rotten branch that needed to be cut down. Hanjun was sweating profusely, his body shaking as Yonggu explained that one rotten branch could bring down the entire tree. Yonggu's voice was cold and final as he declared his intention to rid the Crimson Moon of rotten branches like Hanjun. Desperate, Hanjun slammed his head against the ground, blood spilling as he pleaded for one more chance. Hanjuin's voice was filled with desperation as he declared his lifelong dedication to the Crimson Moon, begging Yonggu to consider his past contributions. Hanjuin's head hit the ground repeatedly, his pleas growing more desperate with each strike. Yonggu's voice softened slightly as he acknowledged Hanjuin's contributions, but his eyes remained cold and unyielding. Yonggu's cold gaze remained fixed on Hanjun as he clarified his words, stating that he would not be the one to end Hanjuin's life. Hanjun listened as Yonggu declared that Hanjun must prove himself worthy of living, leaving Hanjun confused and questioning what he meant. Hanjun turned at the sound of a voice calling out to him. A person stepped forward, addressing Hanjun by his full name. The person grinned, commenting on Hanjuin's disheveled appearance. Tae laughed at the sight of Hanjun, finding the situation amusing. Yonggu interrupted, calling out Tae's full name. Hanjun looked on as Yonggu offered him a deal, stating that he would forgive Hanjun for the mess he had created if Hanjun could take down Tae. Hanjun got up, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to face someone he considered a weakling. Tae smiled, warning Hanjun that he had no idea what he was talking about. Tae instantly dashed forward, throwing a punch, but Hanjun blocked it, declaring that he was no weakling. Hanjuin's anger flared as he accused Tae of being arrogant. Hanjun weaved, questioning if Tae really thought a punch like that would work. Tae threw a powerful punch, but Hanjun ducked under it. Tae claimed he only needed one punch to drop Hanjun, but Hanjun retorted that Tae should learn how to block. Hanjun threw a kick, reminding Tae how he had taken him in from the streets and telling him to know his place. Hanjun's kick hit Tae on the side. Tae lost his breath from the impact, and Hanjun reminded him of his earlier warning. Hanjun threw another kick, declaring that people who messed with him didn't get to see another day. Hanjun raised his leg, ready to strike again. Hanjuin's leg came crashing down on Tae's shoulder, his fury unleashed as he roared about smashing his opponent to pulp. Tae's body went limp as consciousness slipped away, collapsing under the weight of Hanjuin's relentless assault. Yonggu watched the scene unfold, muttering to himself about how quick the fight had been. He shrugged, commenting that betas simply couldn't beat alphas after all. Yonggu glanced at Tae's motionless body on the ground, expressing his disappointment at the lack of excitement. Sanjin observed the scene, recalling Tae's victory over Chanseong on Musang Island. But he quickly dismissed it, noting that Chanseong was also just a fresh amateur. On the other hand, Hanjun was a vice president at the top of his game. Sanjin thought to himself, realizing that this was an impossible fight from the start. Hanjun turned his attention away from Tae, seemingly ready to move on. He bowed down, acknowledging that Tae had caused a lot of trouble for the Crimson Moon. Hanjun pondered whether he should end Tae right then and there. Yonggu chimed in, suggesting that today was not Hanjuin's day to go. He grinned, telling Hanjun to do as he wished. Hanjun looked down at Tae, thanking Yonggu for his permission. He smirked, warning Tae not to pass out on him just yet. Hanjun readied his punch, asking Tae if he wanted to know why he was doing this. He threw his punch, explaining that the fun of smashing Tae's face in was about to start. Suddenly, Tae caught Hanjuin's punch, surprising Hanjun. Tae declared that he never agreed to getting his face smashed in by a jackass. He smiled, remarking that the fight had been a nice warm-up. Hanjun stood stunned, his confidence shattered by the sudden turn of events. He couldn't believe what was happening, his mind racing with disbelief and frustration. Tae smirked, closing the distance between them, his voice dripping with mockery as he taunted Hanjun about their proximity. With a swift motion, Tae grabbed Hanjun by the throat, his grip tight as he declared Hanjuin's predicament with a sneer. Hanjuin's body erupted with a blue aura, his anger boiling over as he shouted for Tae to be silent. Hanjuin's fists flew, each punch carrying the weight of his fury. He declared his ability to kill Tae with his bare hands, dismissing Tae's resurrection as nothing special. Hanjuin's fists pounded into Tae repeatedly, each strike fueled by his anger and frustration. Tae's face bore the brunt of Hanjuin's assault, but Hanjun wasn't finished. He declared Tae would never be able to beat him. Yonggu watched the brutal exchange, his gaze steady as Hanjun continued his relentless attack, shouting for Tae to die. Yonggu's voice cut through the chaos, asking what they thought of Tae's ability to revive repeatedly. Sanjin responded, acknowledging Tae's power but still believing Hanjun to be superior in strength and ability. Yonggu pondered this, his curiosity piqued. Yonggu gestured for Sanjin to look closely at the battle. Hanjun panted heavily, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as the fight took its toll. Yonggu observed the change in Hanjun's aura, noting with surprise that it had turned green. Hanjun, despite his earlier confidence, began to feel a strange weakness creeping in. He questioned why he felt weaker, his confusion growing as the battle raged on. Suddenly, Tae began to rise, his body stirring back to life. Hanjun watched in confusion, his mind racing with questions as Tae revived once more. Yonggu explained that Tae seemed to revive himself by momentarily strengthening his life force, likely using Glaya. Tae smiled, his expression hinting at a secret power that kept him going. Tae's smile faded as he towered over Hanjun, his gaze sharp and calculating. Yonggu's voice cut through the tension, questioning the sudden surge of Glaya, suggesting Tae absorbed it from somewhere. Hanjun's anger flared, his expression twisting with rage as he vowed to kill Tae. With a sudden leap, Hanjun lunged towards Tae, screaming his name in fury. In a blur of motion, Hanjun's anger propelled him forward, his intent clear as he aimed to break Tae's neck. Tae effortlessly dodged the attack, his movements fluid and precise, taunting Hanjun with a mocking remark. Leaning slightly, Tae's posture exuded confidence, his eyes locked onto Hanjun's every move. Shifting his body with practiced ease, Tae reminded Hanjun of a warning he had previously given. With a powerful punch, Tae struck Hanjun's face, declaring that Hanjun was the one who was going to face consequences. Hanjun fell to his knees, the force of the blow sending him crashing down. Stunned, Hanjun looked up at Tae, his voice trembling with a mix of shock and anger as he cursed Tae's name. Tae smirked, his tone laced with satisfaction, as he revealed that Hanjun had upset the order of the Crimson Moon. Hanjun sweated, his breathing heavy as Tae requested permission to eliminate him. Yonggu's voice responded, granting Tae the permission he sought. With a swift dash, Tae moved towards Hanjun, thanking Yonggu for the approval. Hanjun shouted Tae's name, his voice echoing with desperation and fury as he realized the gravity of his situation. Hanjun's desperate shout echoed as blood splattered across the cold ground, marking the grim end of his struggle. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless and defeated. Applause filled the air, a chilling contrast to the grim scene. Yonggu clapped his hands, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked that it had been a while since the Crimson Moon had recruited real talent. Tae bowed respectfully, acknowledging his name being called with a firm and eager response. Yonggu announced that starting that day, Tae would report to him as his secretary, leaving everyone in shock. Sanjin glanced at Tae, his mind racing with disbelief at how quickly Tae had been promoted to such a high position. Tae declared his loyalty, vowing to dedicate his life to Yonggu and the Crimson Moon. Yonggu then turned his attention to Sanjin, calling his name with an authoritative tone. Yonggu revealed that Dokal had returned from being a death row inmate and Gwangma was no longer in a coma. He pondered aloud that this would never have happened unless someone powerful was protecting them. Yonggu started to think that the president might have decided to change his mind. Sanjin, eager to prove himself, offered to gather their best users and assassinate President Choi. He awaited the command, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yonggu firmly declined, stating it was not yet time for such drastic measures. He explained that they did not know for certain whether the government was involved and ordered Sanjin to focus all efforts on capturing Saiwan Ryu and the 4 sickos alive. Yonggu's voice grew cold as he declared that if they found out the president was involved, he would pay dearly. Whether it would cost him his life or the power to control the nation, Yonggu was determined to see justice served. Back at the doctor's office, Ryu couldn't shake the thought of the mysterious guy who had rendered him immobile. He recalled the terrifying moment when his body had frozen, unable to move as if paralyzed by an unseen force. As the memory of his paralysis lingered, Ryu's thoughts shifted to Yonggu, the source of that terrifying power. The sheer force he had witnessed was beyond anything he had ever known. Sweat beaded on his forehead as the weight of the encounter settled in. A monster like that existed in this world, and he had faced it. Turning, Ryu's gaze fell on the name that had been haunting his thoughts: Yonggu Shin, chairman of the Crimson Moon. Dokal and Danga entered, the latter reminding Ryu that he had punched Yonggu Shin in the face. The Crimson Moon was likely searching every corner of Korea for him now. Dokal added that Taejeong-oh was probably alive and well. Danga, with a hint of challenge, asked if Ryu had enough reasons to fight now. Ryu looked away, expressing his disdain at seeing their faces again. Donga's temper flared, but Dakal quickly intervened, reminding him that Ryu was their only hope. Ryu looked around, trying to get his bearings. Dakal asked if he remembered where he was. Dakal explained that Ryu had been brought there every time he got beaten to a pulp. Fragments of memory rushed back, voices urging haste, warning that his blood pressure was dropping. More memories surfaced. The gravity of his injuries, the risk of cardiac arrest due to excessive blood loss, the screams of those trying to save him. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He had been on the brink of death, and these people had saved him. Ryu's eyes widened as a flood of forgotten memories rushed back, overwhelming him with the weight of all he had lost. Dakal chimed in, reminding Ryu that by the time he woke up, he had already been moved to a regular hospital, all thanks to Jae-young-hun's cunning tactics. Ryu's mind raced with questions about the experiments Jae-young-hun had performed on his body, but before he could dwell on it, Jae-young-hun himself stepped forward, ready to explain. The doctor opened the door, his presence commanding attention. Dakal and Donga exchanged glances as Jae-young-hun entered, clearly just as desperate as they were for answers. Ryu's eyes locked onto the doctor, recognition and anger flashing in his gaze. Jae-young-hun acknowledged Ryu's anger, explaining that he had planned to extract as much blood as possible to develop an age-reversing drug using its incredible healing effects. Ryu lunged at the doctor, grabbing him by the collar, demanding to know what had been done to him. Jae-young-hun merely chuckled, unfazed by Ryu's outburst. Jae-young-hun began his explanation, revealing that he had first brought Ryu there after hearing about a cop who couldn't die, no matter how many times he got stabbed. He recalled his research, which proved that Ryu had the potential to surpass Yang Yu Shin's power, a revelation that excited him greatly. Jae-young-hun marveled at the thought of someone with the potential to surpass Yang Yu Shin, the chairman of the Crimson Moon, actually existing. He grabbed Ryu's arm, explaining that he had created something new using the recovery abilities of his blood. Jae-young-hun revealed that it was the age-reversing drug that had given youth back to Dakal and Donga, both of whom were actually in their 50s. Ryu's shock was palpable as he realized the truth behind their youthful appearances. Ryu couldn't believe that his blood had actually made them younger, the reality of the situation sinking in. Donga smirked, telling Ryu that he had been talking a lot of nonsense to people older than his own father. Ryu was stunned, realizing that his blood had indeed made them younger, the weight of the revelation hitting him hard. Jae-young-hun assured Ryu that they wouldn't ask for his blood for free, offering to train him so he could unleash his potential and defeat Yang Yu. Ryu was taken aback by Jae-young-hun's proposal, struggling to comprehend the weight of the request. The idea of facing Yang Yu again sent a wave of disbelief through him. Jae-young-hun's patience was wearing thin as he reiterated his point, making it clear that he expected Ryu to understand the gravity of the situation. As Ryu recalled Yang Yu, the memories of their past encounter flooded his mind, bringing a mix of fear and uncertainty. Sweat beaded on Ryu's forehead as he grappled with the impossibility of the task. The Yang Yu he had faced before was a monster, and the thought of defeating him seemed beyond reach. Jae-young-hun reminded Ryu that he had managed to land a punch on Yang Yu, a feat that was not to be underestimated. Ryu dismissed the achievement as mere luck, but Jae-young-hun questioned that notion, hinting at a deeper potential within Ryu. Jae-young-hun turned to face Ryu, challenging his assertion and emphasizing that no one could land a punch on Yang Yu by mere chance. With a tap on Ryu's shoulder, Jae-young-hun explained that Ryu's ability to fight Yang Yu was the very reason they were betting everything on him. Frustrated, Ryu smacked Jae-young-hun's hand away, accusing him of feeding him nonsense and questioning his understanding of the situation. Dakal intervened, signaling that enough had been said, and Ryu began to apologize, realizing he might have gone too far. Dakal revealed the tragic past of Jae-young-hun, explaining how Yang Yu had murdered his wife and daughter, and even buried his niece alive. Shocked by the revelation, Ryu struggled to process the horrific acts committed by Yang Yu. Dakal reminded him to be more empathetic, considering the losses his colleagues had suffered. Donga expressed his frustration at having to work with such a difficult person, adding to the tension in the room. Ryu's eyes widened as he realized the depth of the situation and his own insensitivity, leaving him at a loss for words. Jae-young-hun walked away, signaling an end to the chit-chat and indicating it was time to get started with their plans. Donga and Dakal shared a smile, their expressions hinting at a shared understanding and readiness for what was to come. Ryu looked confused, unsure of what they were about to embark on, but sensing the gravity of the situation. The group found themselves at the entrance of Jae-young-hun's secret lab, an underground training center. Ryu, Donga, and Dakal stood together, each processing the weight of their mission and the challenges ahead. Ryu reiterated his stance, stating that he had no reason or capability to fight Yang Yu, his resolve seemingly unshaken. He thought of Taejong-oh, someone he needed to kill, but the task seemed daunting and impossible. Danga reminded Ryu to be more respectful to his elders, hinting at the importance of unity and respect in their mission. Ryu looked away, addressing Danga as Sir, and showing a moment of humility and reflection. Dakal snickered, urging Ryu to go easy on himself and assuring him that he would learn eventually. Ryu expressed his struggle with the situation, acknowledging the age and experience of his companions, despite their youthful appearances. Danga laughed, warning Ryu that his temper was running short and that he might snap his neck one of these days. Ryu responded defiantly, challenging Danga to try, the tension between them palpable. Dakal intervened, bringing the focus back to the matter at hand and revealing that Yongyu had taken Taejeong with him when they were on Muzang Island. Danga explained that Yongyu valued Taejeong's ability to come back to life and was likely training him to be a key member of the Crimson Moon, treating his men like his own sons. Danga continued, warning that Yongyu would likely crush him like an insect before he could even get close to Taejeong. Ryu cursed under his breath, realizing just how messed up the situation truly was. Dakal pressed on, asking if he finally understood the gravity of the situation and why he had no choice but to fight Yongyu. Ryu asked what exactly he needed to do, seeking clarity in the face of such a daunting task. Dakal grinned, suggesting that Ryu should already know the answer to that question. Suddenly, Dakal bolted towards Ryu with unexpected speed. Before Ryu could react, Dakal struck him in the face, sending him sprawling. Ryu hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of him. But Ryu quickly sprang back up, demanding to know what the attack was for and why Dakal had ambushed him like that. Dakal explained that this was how they were going to make him stronger. Ryu, still seething from the sudden attack, questioned Dakal's methods with a mix of anger and determination. Without hesitation, Ryu charged at Dakal, intent on landing a blow of his own. Dakal easily evaded, reminding Ryu to keep his distance from his opponent, but stay close to himself, a confusing piece of advice that left Ryu frustrated. Dakal began weaving through Ryu's attacks, instructing him to watch how far his opponent could reach. Dakal landed a punch on Ryu, continuing his lesson by advising him to jump in as soon as his opponent was done with their move. Dakal followed up with an uppercut, telling Ryu to quickly circulate the glaya in his blood until it was concentrated in his fist. Dakal demonstrated the technique, showing how the glaya circulated within his body. He explained that the glaya needed to be concentrated until it was fully gathered in the fist. Dakal then landed a powerful punch to Ryu's stomach, emphasizing that this was how you landed a blow right in the opponent's vitals to rupture organs. Dakal stated that this was how he fought, acknowledging that not many people could take a blow like the one he had just delivered. He admitted that he had held back a little, but a regular person would be dead on the spot from such an attack. Ryu, huffing hard from the exertion and the blows, questioned whether this could really be called training. He looked at Dakal, wondering what he was talking about now. Dakal explained that they were trying to teach him how to use his glaya when he fought, revealing that the red aura around him was glaya. Dakal questioned the blank expression on his face, asking if he could finally see the aura. He explained that it was a good sign, meaning his body was starting to use glaya efficiently. Ryu let out a sigh, clearly overwhelmed by the revelation. Ryu wondered what they wanted from him. He was just a police officer at a small station, nothing special compared to them. Danga stepped forward, telling Ryu to leave it to them. Before Ryu could react, Danga grabbed him, telling him all he had to do was keep up. Ryu was taken aback, his surprise evident as Danga's grip tightened. With a swift motion, Danga picked Ryu up, his intentions unclear. Danga slammed him onto the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through Ryu's body. Danga's body glowed with a red glaya, making him stronger. He explained that while Dakal's glaya gave him fists like knives, his own glaya granted him super strength. Ryu struggled to his feet, his frustration boiling over. He shouted that this wasn't funny, calling them freaks and bullies. With a burst of energy, Ryu dashed towards Danga, his fist ready to strike. Danga caught Ryu's punch effortlessly, telling him to look his opponent in the eye when fighting. That way, he would be able to tell where they planned to strike. With a swift motion, Danga smacked Ryu's face, explaining that once he blocked them by predicting their moves, he could use their force as his own. Danga slammed Ryu down onto the ground with his hand, the impact sending a shockwave through Ryu's body. Ryu coughed up blood, struggling to get back on his feet. He called Danga an asshole, saying this was just straight-up abuse and that he would be dead before he learned anything. Danga snickered, telling Ryu that was how weak he was right now. He charged at Ryu, asking if he really thought he would be saying that if his life was on the line. Ryu's mind raced as he thought about his opponent's distance from him but his proximity to himself. With a sudden burst of energy, Danga swung at Ryu, who barely managed to dodge the attack. Ryu ducked, his body moving on instinct as he barely avoided Danga's swing. Ryu's mind was focused, his body reacting faster than he thought possible. He was far from his opponent but close to himself, his thoughts clear and precise. With his mind clear and his body moving faster than his thoughts, Ryu struck Danga with precision, his focus unwavering. Danga staggered back, his eyes wide with surprise at the sudden attack. Danga quickly tried to grab Ryu, but Ryu evaded his grasp with ease, his movements swift and calculated. Danga's body fell to the ground, his attempt to counter Ryu's attack failing miserably. Dakal stepped forward, his voice echoing with a mix of amusement and challenge as he addressed Ryu. Dakal turned to Danga, suggesting they move on to the next stage of their plan together. Danga stood ready, his gaze fixed on Ryu, awaiting the next move. Ryu was stunned, his mind racing with disbelief at the turn of events. Dakal and Danga charged at Ryu simultaneously, explaining that they needed to intensify their attacks to push Ryu to his limits. Dakal's punch landed, the force sending a jolt through Ryu's body. Ryu felt the impact, his body reacting to the sudden surge of pain. Danga appeared behind Ryu, his presence adding to the overwhelming pressure. Ryu dodged Danga's attempt to grab him, his reflexes sharp and his movements swift. Ryu breathed hard, his body straining under the relentless assault. Ryu's frustration boiled over as he protested against the unfair advantage, his voice echoing with indignation. Danga responded with a smirk, questioning Ryu's resistance to their tactics and urging him to get his act together. Danga recalled Ryu's aura, noting the change in color and questioning the reason behind it. Dakal interjected, suggesting that Ryu's subconscious knew his life was in danger, causing the shift in his aura. Dakal emphasized the need for Ryu to learn how to maintain his composure while drawing out his power to the maximum. Dakal recalled the past, when they were young and driven by the desire to be the best, leading to their eventual downfall. Dakal spoke of Yongu, a figure who displayed power none of them could surpass, leading to their destruction. Dakal's voice grew somber as he spoke of their past failures and the consequences they faced. Dakal explained that when they combined their efforts, they were able to push Yongu to the brink of death. Dakal clarified that they weren't asking Ryu to fight with them as a team, but to be ready to land the ultimate blow when the time came. Ryu's power surged within him, the intensity of the moment pushing him to his limits. Dakal emphasized the importance of Ryu learning to control his power, the key to their plan's success. Dakal's words echoed in Ryu's mind as Danga stepped forward, urging him to focus. Wild power would get him nowhere, and time was running out with the Crimson Moon already on their trail. Frustration boiled over as Ryu charged recklessly, his patience wearing thin. Danga quickly grabbed him, holding him back before he could make another reckless move. Danga's grip was firm as he reminded Ryu that trust was the only way forward, no matter how difficult it seemed. Ryu was thrown to the ground, confusion and anger flashing in his eyes as he wondered what they truly wanted from him. Months of training flashed before his eyes as Dakal's voice echoed, promising that the basics would come with time. The bustling fish market was alive with vendors shouting out their best deals, from fresh mackerel to discounted underwear and knife sharpening services. Music played in the background, adding to the lively atmosphere of the market. A man on a cart moved through the crowd, drawing little attention until a sudden kick sent him tumbling. The man on the ground looked up in shock, recognizing the secretary of Youngyu standing over him. Before he could react, Sanjin stepped in, scolding him for his lack of respect toward the president. Sanjin's foot came down hard on his hand, a sharp reminder of the consequences for his actions. The crowd murmured in shock, some calling for the police as they witnessed the confrontation. A man in crimson turned to the crowd, warning them to stay out of it unless they wanted to face the same fate. Tay stepped forward, taunting the crowd to call the cops or even the army, unafraid of the consequences. The crowd quickly dispersed, recognizing the Crimson Moon and wanting no part in the conflict. Sanjin crouched down, his voice low as he questioned Mr. Beck about recent contact with his past colleagues. Mr. Beck flinched, his mind racing with the implications of Sanjin's words. The realization hit him hard as he wondered if his past colleagues were still alive. His shock was palpable as he grappled with the possibility that those he thought were gone might still be out there. Still reeling from the shock, Mr. Beck's thoughts darkened as he considered the fate of Min, Danga, and Jia. They were all dead to him, their betrayal cutting deeper than any blade could. Sanjin observed him, questioning if he had been in contact with them, his voice steady but probing. Mr. Beck's voice rose, raw with emotion as he revealed how their betrayal had left him broken, any thought of contact with them unbearable. Sanjin pondered this, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he considered the implications. He then introduced the man standing behind him, Taejeong-oh, a recent recruit by the chairman himself. Sanjin continued, noting that this newbie was actually pretty good at his job, warning that it was best not to lie to him. Tae knelt before Shintu, expressing what an honor it was to meet him and asking if he could shake his hand. Shintu hesitantly agreed, extending his hand with a nervous tremor. Tae's grip was strong, almost crushing, as he shook Shintu's hand. Shintu trembled in pain, crying out that Tae had broken his hand. Tae dismissed his cries, telling him he was being dramatic. He laughed, reminding Shintu that he still had one hand left and should be stronger. Another crack echoed as Shintu cried out in agony once more. Sanjin asked if it seemed like Min or Donga had reached out, his tone measured and calm. Tae responded that it was not, his voice firm and sure. Sanjin turned, remarking that it was impossible to tell when they might, but Tae reassured him not to worry. Tae explained that the piece of work before them would tell them when contact was made, as he was too scared of what would happen if he didn't report it. Sanjin questioned if that was why Tae had broken all 10 of his fingers. Tae confirmed, stating that this way he would be sure to report to them, just like a frightened, docile sheep. Sanjin seemed impressed, noting that he was beginning to understand why the chairman had promoted Tae. Tae threw a phone to Shintu, telling him to take it. He instructed Shintu to press the button on the pager if Min and Donga ever showed up, his voice carrying a clear threat. Tae warned that if he didn't, it would be his neck he broke next, leaving Shintu in terrified silence. As night fell, the tension in the air remained palpable, the events of the day hanging heavily over everyone. Meanwhile, the main character found himself in a car with Donga and Dakal, the city lights flickering past them as they drove into the night. As the car sped through the night, Donga pondered the danger they were in, the crimson moon hot on their trail. Dakal insisted they had to unite to defeat Yongyu, and Donga agreed, though they were uncertain about Jia's whereabouts. The main character listened intently, realizing they needed to collaborate with Shintu for Saiwan to have a chance at landing the final blow. Donga reflected on their loss at Musang Island, a bitter memory that still stung. Dakal urged they needed to take action immediately, leaving no room for hesitation. Donga agreed to talk to Shintu, but the main character stopped him, stepping out of the car with determination. The main character stepped out of the car, looking around with a sense of purpose. He cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself as he prepared to speak. Looking directly at Shintu, he requested a cure-all medicine, hoping to find some common ground. Shintu remained silent, ignoring the request, which only deepened the main character's resolve. Leaning in closer, the main character tried again, asking if Shintu had heard him. Shintu snapped, telling him to leave and that he didn't have any medicine. The main character looked around, mentioning that Dakal and Donga were with him. Shintu's eyes widened in surprise, a mix of shock and disbelief crossing his face. A chuckle escaped Shintu as he processed the news, asking if they were really there. Shintu reached for the radio, his expression darkening with a sudden intensity. The main character watched, confusion spreading across his face as Shintu's actions grew more erratic. Shintu pounded the button repeatedly, his frustration boiling over as he shouted about the hardships he'd endured because of them. The main character demanded to know what Shintu was doing, his voice rising above the chaos. A car screeched to a halt nearby, the sudden noise cutting through the tension. Donga's voice rang out, urging Saiwan to get Shin Hyung into the car immediately, the crimson moon closing in on their location. Shintu's eyes widened in shock as he realized Donga was alive, his voice filled with disbelief. The main character quickly picked up Shintu, carrying him toward the car despite his protests and accusations. Dakal and Donga shouted for them to get in, their voices a mix of urgency and frustration. With a screech of tires, they drove off, leaving the chaos behind as they sped into the night. Inside the car, Shintu's anger flared as he shouted at Dakal, demanding to be let out, while Donga urged Dakal to drive faster. Another car waited parked ahead, its presence ominous in the dim light. Suddenly, the parked car lurched forward, crashing into their vehicle with a violent impact. Their car flipped onto its side, the sound of metal crunching and glass shattering filling the air as bystanders gasped in shock and rushed to help. Amidst the chaos, the occupants of the overturned vehicle struggled to free themselves, groaning and coughing as they crawled out from the wreckage. Once everyone was out, the shock of the near-death experience set in. Someone muttered about how close they had come to disaster, wondering aloud who could have caused such a thing. Dakal, ever the straightforward one, chimed in that it should be obvious. The main character, Ryu, looked around, his gaze landing on a familiar face. He called out to Saiwan, his voice a mix of relief and urgency. Tae and Sanjin stood nearby, Tei's expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed that he couldn't believe Ryu was still alive, his annoying presence lingering. Ryu's fury was palpable as he shouted Taejeong's name, his voice echoing with a mix of anger and frustration. Tae, seemingly unfazed, laughed and taunted Ryu, asking when he would finally leave him alone. Dakal nudged Ryu, trying to calm him down as Ryu declared he was going to kill Tae with his bare hands. Dakal warned him not to get riled up. Dakal explained that Ryu wouldn't be able to maximize his power if he let his emotions get the best of him. Ryu fell silent, his anger simmering just below the surface. Danga, also known as Gwangma, chimed in, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. He greeted them and remarked that this time, things might not go as planned. He questioned if they were looking down on them now. Sanjin, ever the calm and collected one, spoke up. He assured Dakal that they would make sure this was fun for him. With a snap of his fingers, Sanjin signaled for something, his intentions clear. Doors slid open, revealing a new threat as the sound of steps echoed ominously. The steps grew louder, the tension rising with each passing second. More steps joined in, the sound growing into a cacophony of impending doom. A horde of Crimson Moon goons emerged, their presence filling the space. Sanjin introduced them as the members of their legal team in the new business strategy department, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Danga's face twisted in disgust as he glared at the Crimson Moon goons. He couldn't believe Sanjin had the nerve to call them a legal team. They were nothing but filthy animals who had no respect for the law. Dakal stepped forward, his expression serious. More of these goons would keep showing up if they dragged this out. They needed to settle this quickly and get out of there. Sanjin smirked, noticing the distraction in Danga and Dakal. He offered to help them focus, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With a signal from Sanjin, the Crimson Moon goons rushed forward, ready to attack. Danga scoffed at the unfair situation. These arrogant pricks thought they could take them on so easily. Dakal shouted for someone to take Shin Hyong and leave. They would take care of these nobodies who couldn't kill them. Ryu couldn't believe what he was hearing. Dakal ordered him to get out of there right now. Danga and Dakal charged at the goons, ready to take them down. Danga struck down 2 goons with ease, his movements swift and precise. Dakal followed suit, taking down multiple goons with his powerful strikes. Dakal scoffed, thinking that the legal team was supposed to be special. He taunted the goons, asking if this was all they had. He looked around, assessing the situation. A goon managed to land a hit on Dakal, surprising him. Dakal was taken aback by the goons' attack. Danga laughed as he fought, taunting the goons to get their weak asses back to the lab with Saiwan. He could handle these pricks himself. Dakal told Danga to shut up, calling him a dipshit. Dakal grabbed a goon, laughing at the situation. Danga found it hilarious. The goons got back up, ready to continue the fight. They stepped forward, their movements coordinated. The goons charged at Danga and Dakal, their attacks relentless. Dakal thought about the situation. These assholes were betas at best, yet they were dodging all of their critical hits and kept coming at them to wear them down. Dakal realized it was like they were a pack of starving dogs, fighting together but barely as strong as a gamma. He struck a goon, noting that they were able to get back up and fight like they were doing now, but they wouldn't be able to beat Gwangma and him. Dakal looked around, a thought striking him. Could it be they were just distracting them to buy time to get to Saiwan? As the thought of a possible distraction to buy time for Saiwan crossed his mind, Ryu's gaze sharpened. Those guys didn't look like easy opponents. Meanwhile, Shintu was still stuck in the car, desperately yelling to be let out. Tae approached with a smirk, taunting that escaping was not an option. Ryu's face twisted with fury as he called out Tae's name. Tae sneered, asking if Ryu was scared now that they were all there, and declared it was time to settle things once and for all, expressing his disgust at seeing Ryu's face repeatedly. Sanjin stepped forward, calmly addressing Tae. Sanjin stated he would handle Saiwan and instructed Tae to help the legal team with Gwangma and Dakal. Tae grit his teeth, insisting that Saiwan was his to deal with. Sanjin chided Tae for losing control in every fight and questioned what the chairman would think if he lost his temper over someone like Saiwan. Tae fumed internally, wondering if Sanjin was threatening him and vowing to send him to hell just like Hanjun. Tae walked away, addressing Sanjin respectfully, but Ryu taunted him, asking if he was running away. Tae glanced back at Sanjin, seething with anger and vowing that one day he would kill him with his own hands. Sanjin declared it was enough and stated that today, Ryu's opponent was him. Ryu looked at Sanjin, recognizing him as Yang Yu's right-hand man. Sanjin remarked that it wasn't often they ran into each other like this and suggested they take the time to get to know one another, starting with his favorite hobby. With a grin, Sanjin revealed his hobby was ripping people open with his fingers and tearing their tendons apart. Ryu thought about how Sanjin could rip people open with his fingers, assuming he was trying to scare him. Sanjin then asked if they should get started. Sanjin suddenly bolted towards Ryu. Ryu readied himself for the attack. Sanjin moved with crazy speed, almost too fast to see. Ryu was confused, barely feeling Sanjin's touch. Yet, his skin burned as if it was being torn off. Ryu was surprised by the intense pain. Sanjin expressed his long-held desire to kill Ryu, accusing him of laying a hand on the chairman's face. Ryu clenched his fist, resolving to pull himself together, knowing he couldn't beat Yongyu if he couldn't even handle someone like Sanjin. Sanjin launched a flying knee, but Ryu managed to dodge. Ryu threw a punch in retaliation. Sanjin looked surprised by Ryu's counterattack. Sanjin swiftly evaded, his surprise growing as he realized Ryu was not just a mindless fighter, but someone who could strategize. Sanjin had thought Ryu was only capable of brute force, but now he saw the calculation in Ryu's moves, a strategic mind at work. Ryu realized that the brutal training from Dakel and Gwangma had actually paid off, his mind sharp and focused during the fight. Sanjin found the turn of events interesting, yet his boredom began to creep in, the thrill of the fight fading. Deciding to speed things up before losing interest completely, Sanjin's aura flared with a purple glow, signaling a shift in his approach. Ryu felt the pressure increase, sweat beading on his forehead as he prepared for Sanjin's next move. Meanwhile, Danga effortlessly threw a goon aside, his attention shifting to Tae. Tae, noticing Danga's gaze, called out with a challenge, asking to be taught a move or two. Without hesitation, Danga charged at Tae, ready to teach him a lesson. Danga scolded Tae for his lack of respect, emphasizing the importance of manners, especially towards elders. Grabbing Tae by the throat, Danga made his point clear, his grip firm and unyielding. With a swift strike to Tae's throat, Danga demonstrated his power, leaving Tae gasping for air. Danga ordered Tae to get up, warning him not to disappoint so soon, his voice stern and commanding. Tae struggled to his feet, his vision blurring as he cursed under his breath, feeling the effects of Danga's powerful strike. Tae's head spun out of control, but he couldn't help but acknowledge Danga's strength, realizing why he was one of the sickos. Despite the dizziness, Tae grinned, determined to turn the tables by absorbing Danga's power. Despite the dizziness, Tae grinned, determined to turn the tables by absorbing Danga's power. But before he could act, Sanjin launched a swift strike, catching MC off guard. MC's mind raced as he struggled to keep up with Sanjin's relentless assault. The speed and precision of the attacks left him stunned and unable to dodge. Each blow landed with brutal force, sending waves of pain through MC's body, leaving him grimacing in agony. Sanjin admired MC's healing ability and potential, but he was determined to render him powerless by targeting his limbs. With precise strikes, Sanjin aimed for his tendons, showcasing his ability to disrupt his opponent's nervous system. Danga blocked Tae's attack, frustration evident as he wondered why Saiwan hadn't escaped yet, realizing he wasn't strong enough to face Sanjin. Dakel uppercut a goon, determined to quickly finish off his opponents and join the fight against Sanjin. Danga caught Tae's punch, vowing to save him after dealing with his current opponent. Danga dashed towards his enemy, urging him to stop resisting and accept defeat. Danga felt a sudden weakness, unsure of its cause but knowing something was terribly wrong. Tae laughed, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he prepared to reveal his plan. Tae taunted Danga, claiming he had fallen into his trap, his confidence growing with each passing moment. Danga had heard enough, ready to put an end to Tae's arrogance once and for all. Tae effortlessly blocked Danga's punch, his grin widening as he felt the power surging within him. Tae's excitement grew as he realized the extent of his newfound power, ready to unleash it on his unsuspecting foe. Danga's eyes widened in shock as he sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Tae. Tae's punch landed with devastating force, sending Danga reeling from the unexpected strength behind the blow. Tae scoffed at Danga's weakened state, expressing his disappointment in his opponent's lack of strength. Danga refused to back down, vowing to crush Tae despite his weakened state, but Tae only laughed, unafraid. Tae's aura turned red as he absorbed more of Danga's power, reveling in the immense energy he had gained. Danga couldn't understand why Tae's aura was red, questioning the source of his sudden increase in power. A horrifying realization dawned on Danga as he considered the possibility that his own power was being stolen. Danga's suspicion was confirmed as Tae admitted to stealing his power, leaving him in a state of shock and disbelief. Reeling from the betrayal, Danga barely had time to process Tae's words before a brutal punch crashed into him, Tae's fury unleashed with a single thought this was the end. A powerful kick sent Donga hurtling through the air, Tae's strength overwhelming as he pressed his advantage. Donga flew back, his body crashing through the air as Tae's relentless assault continued. He hit the ground hard, the impact reverberating through his battered body as he struggled to stay conscious. Tae followed up with a crushing knee strike, determined to keep Donga down for good. But Donga refused to stay down, pushing himself up with sheer willpower, defiance burning in his eyes as he cursed Tae. Tae appeared behind him, almost admiring Donga's resilience, taunting him for living up to his reputation. With a swift motion, Tae choked Donga, tightening his grip as he mocked him about his time on Musang Island, leaving Donga gasping for air. Tae squeezed harder, taunting Donga for his lack of strength to even struggle, pushing him to the brink. Dakal arrived, shouting for Donga to get up and fight, his voice filled with urgency. Looking at the goons, Dakal realized he had no choice but to quickly deal with them to save Sivan. He struck a goon with a powerful hit, knowing there was no time to waste. Moving swiftly, he hit another goon, aiming to create the smallest opening to exploit. Taking a hit himself, Dakal gritted his teeth, ready to hit them where it really hurt. With a powerful punch, he sent a goon flying, determined to take them down in one blow. Dodging another attack, Dakal's movements were swift and precise, his focus unwavering. He unleashed a flurry of hits on a goon, each strike more powerful than the last. With a final powerful strike, he sent the goon crashing to the ground, his strength overwhelming. Turning to the next opponent, Dakal wasted no time, sending another goon flying with a swift and powerful hit. He delivered a powerful punch to another goon, his strength and determination unmatched. The goon hit the ground hard, unable to withstand Dakal's relentless assault. Turning his attention, Dakal saw Ryu and Sanjin, Ryu struggling to stay conscious as Sanjin urged him to hold on. Ryu groaned in pain, his strength fading fast, while Sanjin's voice cut through the chaos, urging him to stay awake. As Ryu struggled to stay conscious, Sanjin loomed over him, his voice dripping with venom as he declared that today would be the day of his most horrifying death, a punishment for disrespecting the chairman. With a swift, brutal motion, Sanjin pierced Ryu's side, his attack precise and merciless. Sanjin sneered, taunting Ryu about what it felt like to have all his tendons shredded. Suddenly, Sanjin's eyes widened in shock as he noticed something unexpected. Ryu's body began to emit a red aura, a sight that left Sanjin stunned and questioning what was happening. From a distance, Donga watched the scene unfold, his expression a mix of shock and realization as he muttered about Saiwin finally doing it. Ryu fixed Sanjin with a menacing stare, his breathing heavy but his resolve unwavering. With a sudden burst of energy, Ryu charged at Sanjin, his movements fueled by a newfound determination. Sanjin's confidence wavered as he began to sweat, panic setting in as he realized he needed to get away. Ryu's attack was swift and brutal, breaking Sanjin's fingers and leaving him screaming in pain. With a powerful punch, Ryu sent Sanjin flying, the impact devastating and final. Sanjin's body crashed through the air, the force of Ryu's attack sending him sprawling to the ground. Sanjin was left sprawled on the ground, completely knocked out. The main character was huffing and puffing, trying to catch his breath after the intense fight. Tae couldn't believe his eyes. The main character had taken down Sanjin with just one hit. He was fuming, clearly annoyed by this turn of events. Donga stepped in, and Tae started to wonder if this was actually a good thing. He began to plot, thinking about breaking Donga's neck and absorbing Saiwin's power as well. Tae grinned at the thought of becoming stronger than Yongyu himself. He was getting excited about the possibilities. Donga suddenly grabbed Tae's arm, interrupting his thoughts. Tae felt a strange sensation as Donga's energy surged through him. He realized that the power was leaving his body and panicked. Donga broke free with a powerful roar, his energy overwhelming Tae. With a swift motion, Donga hit Tae square in the face. Tae fell to the ground, defeated. Donga explained that there was a limit to how much power Tae could absorb. Tae struggled to get up, refusing to accept that there was a limit to his power. Donga called him a dumb bastard. Donga lectured Tae, comparing his body to a teacup that couldn't hold an entire ocean. He questioned if Yongyu had told Tae about his limits. Tae was furious, feeling betrayed. He attacked Donga with all his might, determined to take him down even if it killed him. Donga easily overpowered Tae, slamming him down and declaring that Tae was the only one who would be dying that day. Tae was left unconscious, completely defeated. The main character, now in swole mode, was huffing and puffing, trying to catch his breath. Sanjin finally raised up, realizing that he had been wrong about Saiwin, Dakal, and Gwangma. He thought about how the legal team wasn't enough to take these monsters down and wondered why the inspection team hadn't come as backup. Dakel chimed in, calling Yongyu a bitch, adding to the tension and frustration in the air. The main character was still huffing, trying to recover from the intense battle. Sanjin was deep in thought, reflecting on his mistakes and the challenges ahead. The scene was tense, with everyone trying to catch their breath and process the aftermath of the battle. As the dust settled, Dakel strolled over to Sanjin, declaring that the mission to take Shinto was complete and it was time to wrap things up. Sanjin, still catching his breath, demanded to know what he meant, urging everyone to get their act together. Dakel made it clear they were letting Sanjin go and told him to leave while he still could. Sanjin struggled to his feet, looking determined but weary. Danga wasn't having it, questioning the point of letting Sanjin live and expressing his dislike for him ever since they met on Lissing Island. Dakel patted Danga on the shoulder, trying to calm him down, but Danga was too fired up to be pacified. Dakel ordered everyone to stop talking and get the car ready, but Danga brushed off his hand, still fuming. Dakel explained they had used too much of their power for the pills to keep them going much longer and that Saiwan wasn't in great shape either. The main character was still huffing and puffing, trying to catch his breath. Dakel insisted it would be smarter to leave before their enemies found out about their weakened state. Danga grumbled about the pills being useless, clearly frustrated with the situation. Suddenly, Danga lifted the van with ease, surprising everyone. Shinto, still inside, yelled in shock before demanding to be let out. Once in the car, Shinto started ranting about being kidnapped and how dare they come around, showing a surprising amount of energy. Danga flipped the car upright with a loud yell, ready to get moving. Danga ordered everyone to get in the car, eager to leave the scene behind. The main character was still huffing, struggling to keep up with the pace. Dakel noted that the main character was returning to his regular state and had done well, urging everyone to get back. The main character asked about Taejeong, clearly concerned about his whereabouts. Dakel snapped that he didn't have any strength left to take revenge on Taejeong right now. Dakel dragged the main character towards the car, who weakly told him to let go. Dakel sighed, telling him to stop being such a pain. Dakel warned Saiwan that the pills they took were wearing off and they might become old again at any second. Dakel questioned what would happen if a second wave of enemies arrived, hinting at the dire situation they were in. Dakel laid it out plainly, saying there was no different from suicide. He offered that the main character would eventually get his chance to kill Taejeong if he went after Yongyu. But if he insisted on fighting now, they would leave him behind. The choice was his. The main character looked frustrated, torn between his desire for revenge and the reality of their situation. Taejeong was out cold, unable to participate in the unfolding drama. Danga banged on the van, impatiently yelling that they should go already because he was hungry. The main character ground his teeth, clearly struggling with the decision but knowing he had to make a choice. After struggling with his decision, he turned to the van, ready to face whatever came next. Without hesitation, he stepped in, the van becoming his temporary sanctuary. Danga's voice boomed with urgency as he commanded the van to go, setting the wheels in motion. The van swerved through the streets, a blur of motion as it raced against time. Sanjin watched the van disappear into the distance, a mix of concern and determination on his face. Sanjin groaned in frustration, wondering what he was supposed to tell the chairman now. Above, two legs filled with aura loomed, watching the scene unfold with an air of mystery. As quickly as they appeared, the legs vanished, leaving no trace behind. More Crimson Moon members appeared, their presence announced by a respectful sir. Sanjin realized they were the inspection team, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Sanjin let out a sigh of relief, realizing he was late but not too late. A man looked down at Sanjin, his gaze intense and questioning. Sanjin yelled at the top of his lungs, demanding an explanation from the mysterious figures. A voice echoed back, telling him not to take that tone when he was the one who messed up. A large man stepped forward, his presence commanding and slightly familiar. Mujin Kong revealed himself, telling them to hang back, leaving Sanjin in shock at his sudden appearance. Mujin challenged Sanjin, asking if he had a problem with his orders. The van arrived at the facility, its journey fraught with tension and urgency. The van came to a halt, and a voice demanded it to stop, threatening to bury a fist in someone's face if they didn't open the gate quickly. Above, drones watched the scene unfold, their presence adding another layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. As the drones hovered above, Sanjin bowed deeply, stumbling over his apology. He hadn't expected Mujin to show up personally. Mujin, however, was less than pleased, stating they couldn't afford more casualties by leaving the sickos to him, especially since the chairman wouldn't approve. Mujin's frustration grew as he questioned why the chairman was there, his tone sharp and demanding. Grabbing his head, Mujin called out Sanjin's name, his voice echoing with a mix of anger and urgency. Mujin squeezed Sanjin's head, explaining that he was there because of the 4 sickos, his grip tightening with each word. Mujin revealed he had taken an interest in them and had put a surveillance team on them, ready to surround them once their hideout was located. Above, the drones continued their silent watch. Sanjin stammered his understanding, and Mujin, with a hint of excitement, suggested they take a look at what the sickos had. As morning arose, the scene shifted, leaving the tension behind for a new day. In his residence, Yonggu confronted Sanjin, accusing him of merely watching as they took Shin Hyang away. In a fit of anger, Yonggu threw food, his frustration palpable. The fishes in the tank eagerly ate the food, oblivious to the tension in the room. Sanjin tried to explain that Dokul and Gwangma were powerful, and Saiwan was incredibly strong. Yonggu cut him off, stating that wasn't the response he expected. Yonggu glared at Sanjin, accusing him of making excuses instead of assuring him that he would set things straight. Sanjin flinched under Yonggu's intense gaze, his nerves clearly getting the better of him. Yonggu's glare intensified as he questioned if Sanjin was helplessly defeated yet again. Sanjin fell to his knees, pleading for forgiveness and admitting that all of this was due to his shortcomings. Sanjin trembled, his fear and regret evident in every movement. Yonggu, slightly softened, acknowledged that he guessed how much Sanjin could handle. He then turned, his expression shifting. Yonggu turned his attention to Tae, who was trembling, and asked if he was helplessly defeated yet again. Tae admitted that he had thought he could steal Gwangma's power, just as he had done with Han Jun on Musang Island, but it hadn't worked out. Yonggu looked at Tae, assuming that the length for which he could hold his enemy's power was shorter for those who were stronger, which was likely why Gwangma was able to regain his power. Yonggu explained that this was a reflection of Tae's limitation, comparing it to how a small bowl couldn't hold the volume of a large bucket. Tae, surprised, asked how Yonggu knew that. Yonggu stated that this, too, was a reflection of Tae's limitation, emphasizing that a small bowl couldn't hold the volume of a large bucket. Yonggu's words hung in the air, leaving Tae to ponder his limitations and the challenges ahead. Yonggu's words left Tae deep in thought, his mind drifting to memories of Donga. Donga had been able to unleash his Omega level all by himself, his red aura blazing as he landed that ultimate blow on Sanjin. But Tae could only manage to tap into such power by stealing Gwangma's energy, and even that hadn't lasted long. Did this mean he had hit his limit? That he couldn't become any stronger? Yonggu's gaze was steady as he assured Tae that unlike Sanjin, he still had room to grow and expand his limits. Yonggu explained that Glaya typically flowed through the veins, which needed to be strengthened to increase the flow of power. Tae needed to open up all the clogged veins throughout his body so he could handle a stronger flow of Glaya. But how was he supposed to do that? Yonggu offered to help unclog Tae's veins by letting his own power flow through him, but there was a small problem. If Tae couldn't handle Yonggu's power, his veins might burst, leading to instant death. Tae's eyes widened as he realized that wasn't a small problem at all. Sanjin couldn't believe Tae was willing to go through with this for Yui. Tae asked if Yonggu had done this for others in the past, to which Yonggu replied, 3 or 4 times. Curious, Tae asked how many had survived. Not one, Yonggu revealed, leaving Tae stunned. The decision was entirely up to Tae test his fate for the greater good or live a long but fragile life. Tae clenched his fists, declaring he'd rather die than live a worthless life. Yonggu placed his palm on Tae's chest, a knowing smile on his face as he uttered. He knew Tae would say that. Yonggu let off his aura, the power beginning to flow into Tae. The pain was unbearable, but Tae had to fight through it. If he didn't, he was nothing but an empty vessel. Meanwhile, in a secret conference hall, Yonggu greeted the president, thanking him for taking the time to talk. The president welcomed Yonggu, expressing it was the least he could do for the chairman of the Crimson Moon. The president's guard was fuming, unable to believe Yonggu could show up without prior notice. Yonggu thanked the president again, a sly grin spreading across his face. The least he could do, the president had said, but Yonggu knew there was much more to come. The president leaned in, curiosity and caution mixing in his tone as he asked about the purpose of this visit, sensing there was more beneath the surface. Yonggu didn't waste time, dropping the bomb that it was time for the president to step down, leaving the president stunned and demanding an explanation. Yonggu reminisced about how genuinely pleased he had been when the president suggested a truce, believing that the Crimson Moon and the government could thrive together. The president agreed, stating that was indeed the purpose of the truce, but Yonggu wasn't buying it. Yonggu called him out, asking why he had created a secret task force to come after the Crimson Moon, even involving Dokal and Guangma. The president began to tremble, realizing that his plans might have been uncovered. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought frantically, concluding that they must have found out about their ultimate plans. The president stammered, trying to claim a misunderstanding, but Yongu cut him off, stating he didn't come there to listen to excuses. Yongu locked eyes with him, declaring that he came to give him a heads up. The president gulped, nervously asking for what. Yongu announced that they would be transitioning their main business, Red Moon Cash, to Red Moon Bank. The president was stunned, barely able to ask if Yongu was suggesting he accept Red Moon Cash as a bank. Yongu scoffed at the idea of asking for permission, making it clear that he was informing, not requesting. It was time for the Crimson Moon to expand their horizons, Yongu declared with finality. He laid out their plans to play an active role in all financial sectors of Korea through mergers and acquisitions, and to start making global investments. The president was shocked, realizing that Yongu pretty much wanted to take over the entire economy of the country. Yongu confirmed it, stating that this country would now be under the control of the Crimson Moon. As the city view turned red, symbolizing the Crimson Moon's dominance, Yongu's words hung heavy in the air. The president sweated profusely, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Yongu maintained a cold stare, his resolve unwavering as he solidified his intentions. A guard suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Yongu, yelling about how he dared to threaten the head of state. He went on about how this couldn't be allowed any longer and called Yongu's crew nothing but a bunch of thugs. The president called out to Mr. Song, trying to get his attention. Mr. Song cocked his gun, ready to fire. Yongu just grinned and acknowledged Mr. Song, even applauding him for his bravery. More security rushed in, with Song shouting that it wasn't bravery but just carrying out an operation. All the guards pointed their guns at Yongu, ready to take him down. Yongu just grinned and said nice try, but it seemed like he had something else in mind. Song looked absolutely shocked at what was about to happen. Yongu raised his hand, aura glowing, and warned them to be careful about who they pointed their guns at, especially when innocent lives were at stake. Suddenly, the security guards started floating up, their bodies bloating like balloons. They kept bloating, getting bigger and bigger, looking like they were about to pop. The guards bloated even more, their bodies stretched to the limit, almost ready to burst. And then pop, they all exploded, leaving nothing but a mess behind. Guns and blood rained down, covering the ground in a gruesome display. Song couldn't believe his eyes, shouting that there was nothing left of them. He was sweating bullets, saying that Yongu had killed them all before he could even blink. Sanjin stepped in, telling Song to put his gun down, saying it was disrespectful to the chairman. Song finally put his gun on the ground, stuttering that Yongu wasn't human, calling him a demon. Yongu's face twisted into an evil expression, showing his true colors. The president bowed down to the ground, saying that Yongu's wish was their command. He was sweating buckets, promising to lift all regulations that inhibited the transition of Red Moon Cash to Red Moon Bank. Yongu said great, now that they had reached an agreement, he would be on his way. The president nervously said he understood. Just as the president thought he was off the hook, Yongu dropped a casual bombshell, like he was just remembering to pick up milk on the way home. The president's eyes snapped up, sweat already forming. Yongu mentioned a wildfire on Yurisen Mountain, and the president's mind raced with panic. Internally, the president was freaking out. Had Yongu discovered Dr. Min's secret lab? This was bad, really bad. Yongu continued, saying there was a risk of the fire spreading, but he'd put it out. The president could barely believe his luck. The president bowed deeply as Yongu and Sanjin walked away, thanking Yongu for his kindness. He was shaking in his boots. Left alone, the president was sweating bullets. This was a disaster. In the safety of his guarded car, the president muttered about failing Dr. Min. The weight of his mistakes was crushing. Meanwhile, Yongu and Sanjin were cruising, the city lights reflecting off the car windows. The atmosphere was calm, almost too calm. Yongu broke the silence, asking who was at Yurisen Mountain right now. Sanjin answered promptly, listing the inspection team and VP Kong. Yongu wondered if that would be enough. Sanjin assured him that VP Kong would handle the situation. Yongu revealed he had also sent Yongju. Sanjin was shocked, asking if sending Chief Kim was really necessary. Sanjin pointed out that Chief Kim was a user beyond Omega level. Yongu's goals were bigger than just dealing with the four sickos. Yongu's mission was to destroy anyone who challenged the Crimson Moon. Sanjin apologized for not understanding the bigger picture. Yongu sat in thought for a moment, the wheels turning in his head. The car ride continued in silence. Suddenly, Yongu ordered the car to turn around. He decided to visit Yurisan Mountain himself. Sanjin complied without hesitation. Back at the facility, the atmosphere was tense. Something big was about to go down. The main character lay on a bed, looking weak and exhausted. This wasn't going to be pretty. Hooked up to a machine, blood was being drawn. The situation was dire, and everyone knew it. Dakal and Danga watched nervously. They were in way over their heads. Danga couldn't help but speak up, asking if they were drawing too much blood. The main character wasn't in the best shape. The doctor snapped back, saying they were almost out of pills. He blamed Danga for taking too many too quickly. Danga defended himself, saying they had no choice but to fight the Crimson Moon. It was a desperate situation. The doctor cut him off, saying none of that mattered now. The Crimson Moon was coming, and they needed to secure as many pills as possible. The doctor wasn't done dropping truth bombs. He declared that Saiwan was their last hope in many ways, just as the main character passed out cold. Dakal wasn't having it though. He argued they needed to bounce before the Crimson Moon crew caught wind of their little operation. The doc shot back with a reality check. Where could they even go? Building a new lab would take a year, and that was just the start of their problems. He dropped the mic with the fact that the Crimson Moon had eyes everywhere, which was exactly why they'd set up shop in the mountains in the first place. The doc started pacing, muttering about how they'd handle things once Shinto woke up. Dakal just shook his head, realizing they were in deep trouble. Suddenly, someone started shaking violently, yelling to let them go. The voice got louder, demanding they unchain him before he lost it. Shinto was awake and not happy. He called them every name in the book, asking if they had any conscience at all. Danga tried to calm him down, saying they were just trying to heal him. But Shinto laughed bitterly, asking if they'd forgotten how messed up his legs were. He reminded them that his legs were beyond repair, thanks to Yongyu. Shinto yelled that they couldn't fix what was already broken, and he wouldn't be in this mess if those two hadn't started fighting. Dakal and Danga just stood there, taking the heat. The doctor stepped in with a pill, telling Shinto to shut up and take it. Shinto asked what it was, and Danga said it was the pill that would heal him. Shinto wasn't convinced. He asked if they'd all lost their minds and reminded them his legs were shattered beyond repair. The doctor said they were running out of time and told Shinto to open his mouth. Shinto refused, yelling at them, but Danga insisted he stay still. Danga forced the pill into Shinto's mouth, saying they wouldn't have any more later. Shinto screamed in frustration. Shinto swallowed the pill, his body trembling. Suddenly, a red aura started emitting from Shinto, his body radiating power as he let out a fierce growl. Shinto's body began to crack as the red aura around him intensified, a guttural growl escaping his lips as the transformation took hold. The doctor pointed towards a mirror, urging Shinto to witness the changes unfolding within him. Meanwhile, Mujin was elsewhere, expressing his disappointment at how easy his recent task had been, craving more excitement and mentioning something about the four sickos. Mujin strolled through the facility, eagerly anticipating a meeting with someone, his excitement palpable. Back with Shinto, his reflection in the mirror showed a younger version of himself, the transformation complete. Shinto was stunned, struggling to comprehend how such a drastic change was even possible. Danga chuckled, explaining that the pill Shinto had taken was no ordinary medicine. It healed the body and reversed aging, hinting at a greater purpose behind their actions. Shinto was flabbergasted, his mind racing with questions. He recalled Danga's comatose state and wondered if they too had taken the mysterious pill. The doctor then announced the next crucial step in their plan, leaving Shinto curious and slightly apprehensive. Shinto's body cracked again, the sound echoing through the room as the transformation continued to take its toll. The doctor assured Shinto that what was to come would exceed all his expectations, a hint of excitement in his voice. Shinto looked down at his feet, barely recognizing them as his own after the transformation. He wiggled his toes, testing out his newfound mobility, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Shinto was stunned. His feet that had been crushed by Yongyu were now moving, the pain and limitations of the past seemingly erased. Overcome with emotion, Shinto realized he could move his legs again, a sense of freedom and possibility surging through him. Danga welcomed Shinto back, a smile on his face, but Shinto quickly dismissed any notion of friendship, his resentment still fresh. Shinto glared at them, his hatred for Danga and the doctor evident in his eyes, the past wounds still raw and unforgiven. Danga's hand cracked as he questioned Shinto's lack of gratitude, the tension in the room rising. Danga winced, commenting on how painful it was to watch Shinto struggle, reminding him that they had risked their lives to bring him there and give him the pill. Shinto's anger flared as he accused them of having no right to use certain words, his years of crawling on the ground because of them fresh in his mind. Danga began to sweat, the weight of Shinto's words and the intensity of his glare making him uneasy. Suddenly, an alarm blared, the sound echoing through the facility, drawing everyone's attention. The doctor looked around, his expression turning serious as he realized the alarm signaled an imminent threat. The doctor began to sweat, muttering that they had already been found, the reality of their situation setting in. Danga's expression turned chilling as he announced it was a raid, the memory of his entire body being torn apart still fresh in his mind. Outside the facility, the chaos of the raid unfolded, the fate of Shinto and the others hanging in the balance. As chaos unfolded outside, guards scrambled, pointing their guns and shouting for everyone to freeze. Suddenly, Crimson Moon goons stepped in, and the guards panicked, yelling not to let them get close. A grenade was thrown into the mix, escalating the tension. Smoke billowed out, obscuring everyone's vision and adding to the confusion. The guards couldn't see a thing, realizing it was a smoke bomb. Guards pointed their guns blindly, shouting in confusion about where the intruders had gone. A Crimson Moon member appeared near a guard, asking if the intruders were inside. The guard pointed his gun at the Crimson Moon member, shouting that he was there. In a flash, a sword was pulled out, glinting ominously. The sword sliced through the air, the tension reaching its peak. The guard was sliced on his shoulder, dropping his gun in agony. Guard started shooting wildly, shouting about who these freaks were and ordering to kill them. The Crimson Moon member swiftly sliced through the guards, taking them down one by one. Moving fast through the smoke, the Crimson Moon member barely made a sound, just a slight huff of breath. Another guard was swiftly stabbed, collapsing to the ground. One by one, the guards dropped, unable to withstand the onslaught. The Crimson Moon members defeated all the guards, standing victorious amidst the chaos. A loud step echoed through the room as Mujin assessed the situation, commenting that it was not too bad. The Crimson Moon members bowed to Mujin, who laughed heartily, praising their work and expecting no less from the inspection team. Mujin walked through the room, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Mujin declared he would take over from there, ordering them to sit tight and not let anything through, not even a rat. The Crimson Moon members bowed in unison, acknowledging Mujin's command with a resounding yes, sir. Mujin walked towards the door, a sense of determination in his stride as he declared his arrival. The steel-plated door stood as the final obstacle, looming ahead of him. With a grunt, Mujin forcefully pushed the door open, ready to face whatever lay beyond. Mujin forced the door open, and with a metallic groan, the steel barrier began to crack under the pressure. The cracked door finally gave way, crashing down with a thunderous boom. Before Mujin could take a step, guards were already pointing their guns at him, yelling for him to freeze and not move an inch. Mujin just rolled his eyes, complaining about the lack of hospitality and how this was no way to treat a guest. Ignoring the guards' warnings, Mujin called out for Dakal and Guangma, taunting them to come out wherever they were. The guards repeated their orders, but Mujin just smirked, asking why they didn't just shoot already. The guards, finally losing their patience, opened fire, yelling about teaching him a lesson. Bullets flew towards Mujin, hitting him square in the chest. The bullets stopped mid-air, suspended as if time itself had paused. Mujin grinned, asking the guards if they were having fun yet. The guards were confused, muttering in disbelief at what they were seeing. Mujin's body was infused with a glowing aura, radiating power and defiance. With a flick of his wrist, Mujin sent the bullets flying back at the guards, who cried out in pain as they were hit. The guards' bodies hit the ground with a thud, their guns clattering away uselessly. As the guards' bodies lay motionless, a towering figure emerged before Dakal and Danga. Dakal couldn't believe his eyes, questioning how something so massive could even be human. Danga, equally stunned, remarked that this beast looked more ogre than man. The giant figure finally spoke, his voice booming as he greeted them, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Mujin pointed at them, assuming the skinny one was Min and the muscular one was Danga, calling him a pig with a chuckle. Danga twitched, his face reddening as he couldn't believe what he just heard. He was being called a pig. Danga snapped back, saying a sack of lard like Mujin had no right to call him that. Mujin just tilted his head, confused by the insult. Mujin snickered, finding Danga's remark amusing. He seemed to enjoy the banter. Dakal recalled how they had dashed past the guards earlier, now lying unconscious. He demanded to know who Mujin was and if he was responsible for taking down the guards. Mujin introduced himself as a senior VP of the Crimson Moon, expressing his excitement to finally meet the infamous 4 troublemakers. Dakal's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. A senior VP of the Crimson Moon meant an executive had come in person. Yang Yu was really out to get them this time. Mujin tapped his head, complimenting Dokal on his intelligence, having heard he was the smart one of the group. Danga, already mad, took Mujin's words as an insult to his intelligence, ready to explode with anger. Dokal nudged Danga, telling him not to get worked up. They needed to focus on taking down Mujin and getting out before more enemies arrived. Danga, trying to keep his cool, challenged Mujin to a fight, acknowledging his strength. Mujin stepped forward, accepting the challenge with a grin. He was ready to squash Danga like a bug. Danga dashed towards Mujin, shouting that it was his line to use. The two clashed, grabbing each other in a test of strength. Mujin thought to himself, surprised by Danga's sturdiness. He had to give it to Guangma when it came to strength. But still, Mujin was confident in his own power. With a smile, Mujin declared he was stronger. Danga, not backing down, demanded to know what Mujin had just said. Mujin cracked Danga's hands, showing his superior strength. Mujin pushed Danga back, shoving him with ease. Danga stumbled, trying to keep his balance as Mujin's strength overwhelmed him. Danga hit the ground hard, feeling the impact of Mujin's strength. Mujin looked down at Danga, expressing his disappointment. He had come a long way to meet the rumored Guangma, but this was not what he expected. Danga was not having a great day. Not only was he weaker than he used to be, but the effects of the pill he took were wearing off way too fast. Out of nowhere, Dokal came bolting in from behind Mujin, yelling at Danga for bragging about his strength. Mujin just stood there, looking at the scene unfold, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Dokal didn't waste any time and immediately started throwing punches at Danga. One punch after another, Dokal kept hitting Danga, clearly not holding back. Dokal was on a rampage, screaming about how he was going to rip Danga's guts apart. Despite the beating, Mujin remained standing, almost as if he was unaffected by the chaos around him. Dokal couldn't help but wonder what was up with Mujin, who seemed to be taking the hits without any issue. He even joked about how it wasn't easy faking it. Suddenly, Mujin's aura started to radiate, hinting at a power that was previously hidden. Dokal realized that all that fat on Mujin was acting like an armor, making it impossible to damage his organs. Mujin swung his arm, boasting about how his fat was tough because it was surrounded by glaya, and declared it was his turn. Mujin punched Dokal, and to his surprise, Dokal couldn't pull his hand back out, leaving him in a state of shock. Danga saw his chance and attacked Mujin, calling him a show-off and telling him he got what he deserved. Danga was determined to take Mujin down, comparing him to a bloated whale and calling him a fat piece of garbage. Danga hit Mujin with all his might, but the fat seemed to absorb the blow, leaving Mujin unharmed. Mujin taunted Danga, asking if he was done yet, clearly enjoying the fact that his fat was protecting him. Danga realized that no matter how many times he hit Mujin, he couldn't hurt him, and he started to think about what that meant. Danga charged at Mujin with a low attack, hoping to find a weak spot. Danga heaved Mujin with all his strength, but Mujin didn't budge an inch. Mujin laughed loudly, telling Danga that he was still trying to show off his strength. Mujin grabbed Danga, pointing out that they were in totally different weight classes. Mujin suplexed Danga, declaring him dead meat. Danga's head hit the ground hard, leaving his fate uncertain. But Danga wasn't done yet. He struggled back to his feet, though his body screamed in protest. Mujin's voice cut through the haze, taunting him to get up and fight. He'd been waiting for this moment, craving a showdown with Danga. Mujin wasn't holding back. He threw shade at Danga for pushing the chairman to the brink of death back in the day. But then he switched gears, calling out everyone else for being total letdowns. Mujin was getting fired up. He warned that if they didn't want to go out like weaklings, they better bring everything they had. Mujin stepped forward, sizing up the Crimson Moon crew. He admitted they were stronger than he expected. Danga chimed in, keeping it real. They were all weaker now. If they were still in their prime, things would be different. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, calling Mujin a fat ass and telling him to pick on someone his own age. The mystery guy was ready to throw down. Mujin turned around, locking eyes with the new challenger. Mujin wasn't impressed. He asked who this guy was supposed to be, another fool looking for a beatdown. But the guy wasn't backing down. He told Mujin to bring it on, promising to beat him to a pulp. Dokal couldn't believe his eyes. Saiwan was there and he was not having it. He wondered why Saiwan was even there in the first place. Danga was just as confused. He couldn't figure out how Saiwan was even standing, given how much blood he had lost. Dokal yelled at Saiwan to get out of there, warning him that Mujin was not someone he could handle yet. Saiwan just sighed, seemingly unfazed by the warning. Danga and Dakal exchanged glances, sensing something different about Saiwan. Mujin taunted Saiwan, asking what he thought he was doing. He was clearly not in the best mood, disappointed that the people he wanted to meet were nothing but empty shells. Mujin looked down at Saiwan, telling him to get out of his sight unless he wanted to get pounded into oblivion. But Saiwan didn't back down. Instead, he charged at Mujin. With a swift punch to the stomach, Mujin was left stunned, wondering where that punch came from. Mujin was shocked. Saiwan's aura was red, something he had never seen before. Saiwan wasn't interested in talking. He wanted to get straight to the fighting. Danga was amazed. He couldn't understand how Saiwan had managed to get a red aura without bulking up. Dakal looked on, wondering if this was really Saiwan Ryu. Mujin realized that Saiwan was way more powerful than Dakal and Danga. Mujin was stunned. He couldn't believe where Saiwan had come from. Saiwan's arm was infused with a red aura, ready for the next move. Mujin attacked, but Saiwan could see the flow of his energy and countered with a hard hit. Saiwan's counter was brutal, leaving Mujin struggling to absorb the shock. Saiwan continued his assault, punching Mujin multiple times. Mujin was in disbelief. His defense was supposed to be invincible against anyone his level or below, but Saiwan was overwhelming him, leaving him wondering what this meant. Mujin was in disbelief. His defense was supposed to be invincible against anyone his level or below, but Saiwan was overwhelming him, leaving him wondering what this meant. And now, standing there, Mujin realized the harsh truth: Saiwan was a higher level than him. Mujin's mind raced back to his past defeats, remembering how he lost every time his ability didn't work. But this time was different. A fierce determination burned within him as he felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. Meanwhile, Danga couldn't believe what he was seeing. Saiwan was stronger than Mujin, and he could hardly land a blow on him. This meant Saiwan had surpassed them. Dakal chimed in, suggesting that Saiwan's Glaya ability could overpower both of them. But there was still a catch. Saiwan needed to surpass the Omega level. A slight gap in combat proficiency wasn't important when dealing with Glaya. What mattered was who had the stronger, greater amount of Glaya, creating a gap that could never be bridged. Saiwan's hands glowed with a red aura, signaling his readiness to strike. Suddenly, the aura changed color, leaving everyone in awe. The aura turned white, a sight that shocked everyone present. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Mujin couldn't believe his eyes as Saiwan grabbed him, the white aura radiating intensely. With a swift motion, Saiwan flipped Mujin over, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Mujin lay on the ground, defeated and in disbelief at the power Saiwan had just displayed. Saiwan readied a powerful punch, his aura still glowing intensely. He struck Mujin with a force that sent blood splattering everywhere, leaving no doubt about his victory. The impact was brutal, and the blood splatter painted a vivid picture of the battle's intensity. Saiwan looked down at Mujin, his expression cold and determined. Dakal and Danga watched in shock. Saiwan had just taken down the ogre, and they couldn't understand how he did it, especially since he was already injured and low on blood. Danga was particularly amazed by the white aura, however short it lasted. Dakal tried to downplay it, saying Saiwan was just lucky because his body didn't have enough physical strength to bulk up. He explained that Saiwan always needed time to recover after bulking up, meaning a significant amount of strength was used every time he changed. Danga jumped in, wondering if Saiwan couldn't bulk up because he didn't have enough strength in his body. Dakal confirmed that was indeed the case. Ryu wondered what to do next, feeling a mix of calm and an immense power swirling inside him. He looked at his hand, feeling the power but having no idea how he got to this stage. Dakal explained that the power Ryu felt wasn't all his power. Ryu insisted he could feel it, though. Dakal revealed that Ryu had always had an extraordinary level of strength within him, so powerful that he couldn't feel it, let alone handle it. But his power was reduced when a large amount of blood was drawn from his body, which allowed him to feel it. Dakal suggested that Ryu's potential was even greater than when he showed a white aura. Ryu questioned if he could control his power right now because he was technically weaker, and what would happen if he learned to control all the power inside him. Dakal smiled and said that then, Ryu would be able to feel an even greater level of power, and might even be able to defeat Yongyu someday. Dakal reminded Ryu not to forget the feeling he had right then, and that it would be best if he could use all of his power without bulking up. Danga chimed in, telling Saiwan that whatever it was, he did well, and that the Borishof Oaf was a lot for them to handle. Danga noted that Ryu had a red aura like EU's, but there was a clear difference in their strengths. Dakal added that they had to accept they weren't as strong as they used to be. Ryu questioned the point of it all since he couldn't draw blood every time. Dakal reminded him that remembering how he felt right now was a lot more than he thought. Danga asked if Ryu really thought he could learn how to control Glaya in just a few days, and advised him to take his time and turn it into his own. Dakal warned him not to be a fool like that dumbass. Dakal mentioned that Tay was going to get wasted because he thought he knew how to control his newly gained power. Dakal urged them to get out of there with the doctor and Shinto before it was too late. They entered the room only to find Shinto gone. Danga wondered where the hell Shinto had gone. Dakal suggested that Shinto had probably scurried off while they were fighting. Danga was frustrated, saying they risked getting found so they could save Shinto. Dakal reminded them they were running out of time and needed to get the doctor and go. In the research room, Danga called out for Professor Min. The doctor muttered that it was almost kiss-ready. Dakal called out for Jaeyoung-hun. Dakal urged them to leave before those guys got there. The doctor told them to stop talking, saying they were going to jinx it. Danga insisted they didn't have time for this and they could all get killed if they didn't leave right now. But Jaeyoung-hun wasn't having it. He clicked enter, insisting they grab what they could before leaving. No way was he walking away empty-handed. Something opened up, and Jaeyoung-hun tossed over a small container, urging them to take it and go. It was the last set of pills he could make using Saiwon's blood. He warned them they'd have to take out Yongyu before running out. Dakal caught the pills, and Jaeyoung-hun's expression turned serious. If they failed, everything would be lost. Jaeyoung-hun looked at them, a mix of exhaustion and resignation in his eyes. What a messed up game they were all playing. Ryu asked if he was coming with them, but Jaeyoung-hun just scoffed. He wasn't a mutant like them, so what was the point? He'd just get caught if he tried to run. Besides, he was tired of being alive. At this point, they'd be doing him a favor. Ryu tried to push back, urging him to come with them, but Jaeyoung-hun suddenly called out to Saiwon. Jaeyoung-hun looked down, telling Saiwon that first, he had to survive. Because if he did, it would mean he had taken out Yongyu Shin. Jaeyoung-hun's gaze shifted to a photo in his hand. It was a picture of his wife and daughter, a reminder of what he was fighting for. The photo of his wife and daughter still in his grip. His expression turned uneasy. The doctor's eyes widened as he spotted Yongyu, disbelief flashing across his face. Yongu's glare was sharp enough to cut through the tension in the room. The doctor let out a sarcastic laugh, appreciating the visit in his final hours, though he would have been upset if it was just Yongu's annoying presence. Yongu glanced around the room, taking in every detail. Yongu addressed the doctor as Dr. Min, which seemed to strike a nerve as the doctor demanded to know what he was talking about. Yongu continued, asking if the doctor had planned all of this. He accused the doctor of convincing the president to set up the lab. Yongu's voice was steady as he claimed the doctor released Dakal from death row. The doctor's plans seemed to include waking Gwangma from his coma to make them young again. Yongu's words hung heavy in the air as he revealed the doctor had discovered Saiwon and his potential. Yongu concluded that all of this was in the name of revenge, asking if he had it all correct, mentioning the doctor's beautiful wife and daughter. The doctor's face twisted in rage as he pointed his gun at Yongu, telling him to shut the hell up and not to dare talk about his family with that filthy mouth. Yongu just stared back, unfazed by the doctor's outburst. The doctor, sweating and furious, shouted at Yongu, demanding how dare he speak like that. The main character suggested they ditch the car, looking around cautiously. Dakal turned and proposed they get away over the other side of the mountain. As they walked through the dense forest, Gwangma complained about the change of scenery from the sea to a mountain. Dakal told him to shut up and do as he said, threatening him. Gwangma retorted that the first thing he would do when they got down was kill Dakal. The main character intervened, asking the old geezers if they really wanted to be fighting among themselves right now. Dakal looked around, seemingly considering the main character's words. They continued to stealthily walk through the forest, tensions still high but slightly subdued. Eventually, they reached a quiet city, the atmosphere calm but the group still on edge. The group finally reached a quiet city, the atmosphere calm but everyone still on edge. They all huffed, exhausted from their journey, trying to catch their breath. Danga couldn't help but exclaim about the crazy path they had taken, questioning how humans were even meant to survive such an ordeal. Danga continued, pointing out that it was a miracle they made it out alive, as reinforcements would have kept coming until they were all wiped out. Dakal, looking determined, urged them to keep moving. Dakal started walking, insisting there was no time to waste. Ryu, still breathing heavily, couldn't help but comment on Dakal's renewed energy, hinting that it might be due to drinking his blood. Danga chimed in, remarking on Ryu's messed up personality, noting that he only ever thinks about himself. Danga looked around, commenting on the gloomy atmosphere and wondering why it was so deserted. Ryu agreed, saying it felt like a deserted film set with no one around. Dakal ordered Saiwan to go find something to drink, while he and Gwangma scoped out the area. Ryu grumbled about always being the one to run errands, prompting Donga to call out his attitude and self-absorption. Donga pointed out a fundamental problem with the way Ryu talked, hinting at deeper issues. Dakal challenged Donga, asking if he wanted to go instead, escalating the tension between them. A mysterious blue-haired person appeared, mocking their bickering and expressing excitement at the thought of killing them all. The blue-haired figure vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving the group bewildered and on high alert. Donga looked around, confused and frustrated, wondering where the mysterious figure had gone. Suddenly, the blue-haired person popped out again, startling everyone. Donga was shocked, exclaiming that there was someone there, his voice filled with surprise and alertness. The blue-haired person introduced herself as Yongju Kim, the COO of the Crimson Moon, her voice echoing with confidence and a hint of mischief. The group was shocked, with Dakal pointing out that she worked for the Crimson Moon, and Donga noting that she was just a kid. Donga observed that the road ahead was the only one they could drive down, his voice tinged with concern and urgency. Yongju got mad, her voice rising as she questioned if they were looking down on her because of her size. Dakal warned Gwangma to be careful, expressing a bad feeling about Yongju and suggesting she might be stronger than Mujin. Donga dismissed Dakal's concerns, insisting that Yongju was just a kid, a puny little girl, and questioning if Dakal's eyes didn't work. Donga was shocked, his expression filled with disbelief and confusion. Dakal was equally shocked, exclaiming about Yongju's incredible speed as she moved with blinding quickness. Yongju appeared in front of Donga, her presence menacing as she taunted him, calling him a little rascal. Dakal looked on, his expression grim as he realized the severity of the situation. Yongju smiled, her eyes gleaming with malice as she prepared to make things easy for herself. Donga could only exclaim in shock, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. Yongju's smile was pure malice, and Donga was frozen in shock. Suddenly, Dakal shouted a warning to Gwangma, sensing the danger. In a flash, Yongju vanished, leaving everyone on edge. She reappeared instantly, her foot connecting with Donga's face in a brutal kick. Donga's head snapped back from the force of the blow, his body unable to keep up with the sudden attack. Yongju's leg hung in the air for a brief moment, poised and ready for another strike. She brought her foot down hard on Donga's shoulder, scolding him for his foolishness as he crumpled. Donga hit the ground hard, his body limp and defeated. He groaned in pain, clutching his shoulder as he realized the extent of his injury. Dakal saw his chance and charged, knowing he had to land this blow or it was game over. But Yongju was too quick, vanishing again before he could even get close. Dakal skidded to a halt, looking back in confusion, trying to figure out where she had gone. Yongju struck again, this time with her knee, catching Dakal right in the face. Dakal staggered back, utterly bewildered by her strength and speed. He hit the ground hard, fearing the worst for himself and his friends, and desperately warned Saiwan to stay out of the fight. Yongju stood triumphantly, dismissing Dakal's warning with a smirk, and turned her attention to Ryu, asking who he was. Her gaze locked onto him, curiosity and malice dancing in her eyes as she awaited his response. Yongju turned away, her curiosity and malice still lingering in the air as she decided what to do next. She stepped towards Donga, her gaze fixed on him as she approached. Without warning, she stomped on his head, her frustration boiling over. Yongju's voice dripped with sarcasm as she scolded him for annoying her, her patience clearly worn thin. She walked away, leaving him with a chilling promise that his friends would soon join him in hell. In a flash, she vanished, leaving Donga alone and helpless. Donga, barely conscious, muttered a warning to Saiwan, urging him to run away. With his last bit of strength, he repeated the plea, telling him to get away. A mysterious figure stepped forward and closed Donga's eyes, a somber finality to the act. Donga lay motionless, his fate sealed. Shinto appeared, his presence adding a new layer of tension to the scene. He looked around, taking in the aftermath of the confrontation. As he walked away, he bid farewell to Gwangma, his voice echoing with finality. Back with Yongju and the doctor. Yongju's power was on full display, leaving the doctor in awe. The doctor questioned Yongju's abilities, wondering just how far his power extended. Yongju explained the wonders of Glaia's power, highlighting the gap it created between those who possessed it and those who did not. He went on to explain how Glaia's power varied among users, with the doctor interrupting, calling him a piece of shit and vowing not to go down without a fight. Yongju continued, explaining that the doctor's weak human status didn't apply to the principles of Glaia's power, leaving the doctor struggling to control his arm. Yongju just stood there, watching the doctor struggle with his own arm, like a cat playing with a mouse. The doctor was clearly losing it, and Yongu was just vibing, totally unfazed. Suddenly, the doctor whipped out a gun and pressed it to his own head. He started laughing like a madman, saying he didn't care about anything anymore. If he couldn't take Yongu down, he wasn't going down at his hands. Yongu smirked, like he was enjoying the show. He told the doctor that things weren't going to go his way, but he wasn't done yet. Oh no, the fun was just getting started. Yongu flexed his power, and the doctor's body just froze up. The gun dropped from his hand, and he couldn't move a muscle. The doctor was stuck, unable to do anything but watch as Yongu took control. He tried to curse, but it was no use. Yongu leaned in, telling the doctor he couldn't die until Yongu allowed it. He had too many questions, and the doctor wasn't going anywhere. Meanwhile, Ryu was getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Yongju was on him in a flash, kicking him in the face and asking if he liked it. She was fast, too fast. Ryu couldn't believe how quick she was. It was like she was teleporting, and he wondered if it was another power of Glaya. Dakal jumped in, attacking from behind. Yongju was getting tired of his sneaky moves, telling him to fight like a real man. In a flash, she was in front of Dakal, kicking him in the face. Ryu watched, thinking she looked too small to take a hit, but maybe all they needed was one good punch. Ryu threw a punch, but Yongju vanished, reappearing behind him with her foot aimed at his face. Ryu barely reacted in time, grabbing her foot and leaving Yongju stunned. He took the chance to throw a punch, but before it could land, Danga shouted, telling Dakal he had this. Dakal wasn't having it, though, shouting back that it wasn't over yet. Yongju flashed to Dakal, ready to take him down. With a powerful kick, she sent him flying. Ryu watched, thinking this girl was something else. Ryu thought she looked too small to take a hit, but maybe all he needed was one good punch. He threw a punch, but Yongju vanished, leaving him swinging at air. Before he could react, her foot was aimed at his face, ready to strike. Ryu barely managed to grab her foot, leaving Yongju stunned for a moment. Seizing the chance, Ryu threw a punch, aiming to end this. But before it could land, Danga shouted, telling Dakal he had this under control. Dakal, however, wasn't ready to give up, shouting back that it wasn't over yet. The battle was far from over, and everyone was on the edge of their seats, wondering what would happen next. The tension was at its peak, and then, in a split second, she moved with lightning speed, dodging the attack and leaving everyone stunned. Ryu couldn't believe his eyes. She had actually dodged the attack, and the shock was written all over his face. Yongju, now glowing with a mysterious white aura, smirked. She hadn't expected Ryu to read her moves, but it was time to up her game. Meanwhile, Dakal was losing it. There was someone else with a white aura? Dakal was sweating bullets. He had no idea there was anyone else with a white aura besides Yongyu, but still, he couldn't let it shake him. Frustration took over Dakal. He had to believe Yongyu was stronger than this kid, no matter what. Suddenly, Danga grabbed Yongju in a chokehold, shouting for Dakal to take Saiwan and get out of there. Danga's voice was desperate. They couldn't all die here together, not like this. Ryu and Dakal were in shock. No way, it couldn't be Gwangma? The realization hit them hard. Danga's voice cut through the chaos. They were as good as dead if they stayed, and he wasn't about to let that happen. Yongju, struggling in the chokehold, mocked Danga. Having trouble using that arm with a broken shoulder, old man? Yongju's voice was strained but defiant. They were all gonna die here, no matter what they did. Danga, with a burst of strength, grabbed Yongju's arm, yelling for everyone to get the hell away from there. Ryu was uneasy, but Dakal was already making a move. They couldn't stay, but leaving Gwangma behind wasn't an option either. Ryu was torn. What? Were they really going to leave Gwangma here to die? Dakal's voice was firm. It was their only choice if they wanted to survive. Ryu looked conflicted, but there was no time to waste. The decision had to be made, and fast. Yongju broke free from Danga's grip, and he let out a cry of frustration. This wasn't over yet. Danga, despite the pain, shouted for everyone to get the hell out of there. It was their only chance. The battle raged on, with hits and kicks landing, bodies falling. The intensity was relentless. Yongju's voice was cold. They sure knew how to waste their lives, and the others would end up the same if they didn't get out. Danga, with a surge of determination, grabbed Yongju's heel, refusing to let her go. Danga's voice was resolute. He wasn't going to let her go no matter what. But back to the dock in Yongu, Danga's resolve hung in the air like a bad smell. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The doc's body froze in place, like he'd just seen a ghost. The vibe was so awkward, it was almost funny. Yongu broke the silence, dropping a bomb of a question. Did Mo Kong and Donga Li really return to their prime? The room felt like it was spinning. Yongu wasn't done, asking why old men couldn't just live out their days in peace. The doc's sweat was basically a waterfall at this point. The doc was sweating bullets, looking like he'd just run a marathon. The pressure was on, and it showed. Yongu started talking about Glaya, the stuff in our blood that gives us powers. He wasn't just making small talk, he was dropping hints like breadcrumbs. Yongu laid out a wild theory. What if someone's Glaya could heal so well it could reverse aging? Suddenly, Guangmo waking up and the doc getting younger made way too much sense. Yongu's eyes gleamed with suspicion as he thought about the main character. The pieces were falling into place, and it wasn't looking good for the doc. Yongu asked if he was far off, but it was clear he thought he'd hit the bullseye. The doc was stunned, looking like he'd just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The doc was stunned silent, his face a mix of shock and horror. Yongu was on a roll, and he wasn't about to stop now. Yongu wasn't surprised the doc wasn't talking. He knew pain was the most effective way to make someone spill the beans. The doc finally snapped, asking if Yongu would talk if he were in his shoes. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Yongu smirked, saying pain was the most effective way to make someone talk. The doc was in for a world of hurt, and he knew it. Yongu tapped the doc's head, his grin widening. He called this new experience a gift to a scientist like him. The doc was sweating bullets, and it wasn't from the heat. Yongu's grin was downright creepy as he called this a gift to a scientist like the doc. The doc was sweating bullets, and it wasn't from the heat. Yongu's fingers pierced through the doc's head. The pain was excruciating. The doc screamed, his voice echoing in the room. It was a brutal move, and it left the doc writhing in agony. Yongu was smiling, enjoying the doc's pain a little too much. The doc was in agony, his body convulsing from the pain. It was a dark moment, and the tension was palpable. The doc was in pain, his body writhing and his voice barely a whisper. He couldn't take much more, and it showed. The room was silent except for his ragged breathing. The doc's body convulsed, his mind racing as he tried to focus through the pain. He needed to think straight, but it was getting harder by the second. Yongyu leaned in, his voice cold and calculated. Humans lose the ability to lie when a certain part of their brain is stimulated, and he was about to exploit that. The doc didn't need to feel embarrassed about what was coming next, but he would anyway. Yongyu repeated his question, his tone sharp and demanding. He wasn't going to let this go. The research room felt smaller, the walls closing in as Yongyu pressed on. Did the doc really concoct a drug that made Min Kong and Donga Li younger right here? The doc's voice was barely a whisper, but it was enough. He admitted it, his body trembling with the weight of his confession. Yongyu's eyes narrowed. Was Saiwen's blood the source of that drug? He was getting closer to the truth. The doc's body jerked in pain, a guttural groan escaping his lips. He was barely holding on. Yongyu smirked, his fingers twitching. There was no point in resisting. The doc was only going to make the pain worse. Yongyu thrust his fingers into the doc's head again, his voice a cold whisper. The doc was only going to make the pain worse, and Yongyu was going to enjoy every second of it. The doc's scream echoed through the room, raw and desperate. Yongyu demanded an answer, his patience wearing thin. The doc's body throbbed, another groan tearing from his throat. He was on the brink, and Yongyu knew it. Yongyu's eyes gleamed with sadistic curiosity. Was the doc subconsciously stopping his mind from giving way? He had no idea what was about to happen next. The doc's eyes filled with tears, his body trembling. Yongyu's words hung in the air, a promise of something far worse than pain. In a sudden, desperate move, the doc bit his own tongue, blood trickling down his chin. He was willing to do anything to escape this nightmare. Yongyu's eyes widened in surprise. Was the doc really that desperate to die? He wasn't going to give him that choice. Yongyu's voice was cold, his words calculated to inflict maximum pain. He wanted the doc to feel worse about the fact that his family left this world before him. Yongyu leaned in, his voice a whisper. He wanted to see how long the doc could last. This was far from over. In the doc's mind, a storm raged. He was trapped, his thoughts a whirlwind of pain and desperation. The doc's gaze darted around, his vision blurry with tears. He was searching for something, anything to hold on to. Then he saw them, his wife and daughter, their faces etched into his memory. They were there, watching him. Their eyes met, a silent conversation passing between them. They looked at him, their expressions filled with a mix of love and sorrow. The doc's eyes welled up with tears, his heart aching. He was lost in a sea of pain and memories, and there was no escape in sight. As the doc drowned in his sorrow, a flicker of warmth broke through the darkness. His wife and daughter appeared, their smiles a bittersweet reminder of what he was fighting for. But the moment was short-lived. Yongu's gaze cut through the haze, snapping the doc back to reality. The doc crumpled to the ground, the weight of his pain and exhaustion finally taking its toll. Yet, even in his despair, a faint smile graced his lips, as if he had found some semblance of peace. Yongu watched the doc's final moments, a mix of respect and sorrow in his eyes. He acknowledged that death was the only peace the doc could find, a worthy adversary till the end. Outside, the world continued to move. Cars lined the streets, oblivious to the drama that had just unfolded. The cars parked neatly, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just taken place. Yongu stood amidst an army of Crimson Moon goons, his presence commanding and formidable. With a stern voice, Yongu issued orders for the HRE company, demanding an immediate halt to all their operations. The goons bowed in unison, their allegiance unwavering. Yongu commanded them to put all their efforts into finding Saiwan Ryu, their voices echoing in agreement. Yongu's final order was clear and concise: bring Saiwan Ryu back to him alive. The goons responded with a resounding yes, their determination palpable. Back at Yongu's residence, the atmosphere was tense and heavy with anticipation. Tae stood still, his body barely holding on, a testament to his resilience. His body cracked under the strain, yet he remained standing, a symbol of his unyielding spirit. Despite the visible damage, Tae remained unconscious, his fate hanging in the balance. With Tae's fate still hanging in the balance, Yongu's attention shifts. He calls out for Sanjin, who promptly responds, ready for orders. Yongu turns to Sanjin, his expression serious. He orders Sanjin to do everything in his power to find someone, warning that they might try to flee the country. Sanjin bows, showing respect and obedience. Yongu instructs him to reach out to all airports, seaports, and related organizations for help. Sanjin understands and accepts the task. Sanjin thinks to himself about the chairman's determination to find this guy, wondering just who Saiwan Ryu is. Yongu looks at Tae, who is still unconscious. He seems to have almost forgotten about the kid. Yongu mutters to himself, realizing he almost forgot about Tae. Sanjin asks if Tae is dead, concerned about his condition. Yongu touches Tae, checking his condition. He remarks that Tae is not the type to die so easily. Yongu taps Tae on the back, trying to revive him. Tae screams in pain as he starts to regain consciousness. Yongu uses his aura, trying to help Tae recover. Tae screams again, the pain seemingly intensifying. Tae finally gains consciousness, his eyes opening slowly. Tae grunts, trying to get his bearings. Sanjin looks on, surprised and curious about Tae's condition. Tae is huffing hard, trying to catch his breath. Yongu grins, seemingly pleased with Tae's progress. Sanjin is shocked, exclaiming that everyone who has received the chairman's power before has died instantly. He wonders how Tae was able to survive it. Yongu asks Tae if he feels that his limits have been stretched. Tae responds honestly, saying it's hard to say. Yongu suggests that the only way to find out is to test himself by fighting someone stronger than him. Sanjin bows, offering to oblige and help Tae test his newfound strength. Yongu tells Sanjin to hold his horses, saying he is not strong enough to test Tae. Sanjin asks what that means, curious about Yongu's intentions. Yongu raises his arm, challenging Tae to try stealing his glaya. Tae is taken aback, surprised by the sudden challenge. Yongu wasn't done yet, calling out Tae's shocked expression and questioning if he was afraid. Classic power move. Tae stood there, mind racing, trying to figure out his next move. Tae reached out, determined not to back down, responding with a firm no sir. Yongu grabbed Tae's hand, the tension between them palpable. Tae buckled under the pressure, the weight of the moment hitting him hard. Tae, still reeling, tried to gather his thoughts. Yongu wasn't messing around, telling Tae to give him everything he had if he didn't want to end up like a dog right then and there. Tae, nervous but determined, responded with a shaky yes sir. Suddenly, Tae's aura flared up, glowing a fierce red. Sanjin, watching from a distance, couldn't believe his eyes. That bastard had a red aura now. Yongu, unimpressed, let out a hum and told Tae he was boring him. In a flash, Tae's white aura burst out, blowing everything back. Sanjin quickly covered his face, shielding himself from the intense light. Tae was sent flying back, his body buckling under the strain. Tae struggled to stay on his feet, the pressure almost too much to handle. Sanjin looked on in disbelief, Tae's aura completely gone. What just happened? Tae started laughing, a manic edge to his voice. He chuckled. Tae's laughter grew louder, echoing around them. Ha ha ha, he couldn't stop. Sanjin couldn't believe what he was seeing. What the hell was wrong with that guy? Had he gone mad? Tae's laughter turned into a full-on cackle. Wahahaha. A white aura began to form around Tae, growing brighter and more intense. Tae burst with white aura, his laughter reaching a fever pitch. Ha 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 ha. Yonggu looked on, his expression unreadable. Tae, still laughing, apologized but with a twist. Tae smiled, declaring he would be leading the Crimson Moon from now on. Bold move, Tae, bold move. Yonggu's face remained expressionless, giving nothing away. With that, we venture into the forest. The main character and Dokkel were left huffing and panting, struggling to catch their breath. Dokkel paused for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. Jaeyoung-hun, calling out his name. Dokkel wondered what it could mean. In the memory, Jaeyoung-hun mentioned something about the lab getting destroyed. Dokkel snapped back to reality, catching a piece of paper. He wondered if it was a safe house or something similar. Looking around, Dokkel guessed that it might indeed be a safe house. As they ventured further, a well-lit city came into view, offering a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the bushes rustled, hinting at an unseen presence lurking nearby. Dokkel's eyes narrowed at the rustling bushes, the unseen presence now impossible to ignore. The leaves fluttered, teasing him with the promise of an answer. Dokkel had enough of the games, demanding the hidden figure to stop hiding and come out. Out stepped Yongju, a smirk playing on her lips as she praised Dokkel for not being as dumb as that fat bear from earlier, leaving him stunned. Dokkel wiped the sweat from his brow, demanding to know what happened to Gwangma, but Yongju just played coy. With a casual wave, Yongju dropped the bombshell, leaving Dokkel fuming. Dokkel saw red, Yongju's words hitting him like a freight train, calling Gwangma a lame-ass who died. Yongju mocked him, asking if he was sad, reminding him that the four sickos wanted to kill each other, and he should be thanking her. Dokkel charged at her, done with her taunts, ready to shut her up. He threw a punch, but Yongju was already moving, weaving out of the way with ease. Before he could react, Yongju struck, her kick landing squarely on his shin. Dokkel grunted in pain, his shin shattered with a single kick, leaving him stunned. Yongju smirked, telling him she really wanted to let him punch her, but he was just too slow. She turned, her attention shifting to a new threat, Shinto moving fast. Shinto was a blur, his kicks landing with precision, but Yongju was always one step ahead. She dodged, her movements fluid and graceful, leaving Shinto's attacks to land on empty air. Yongju was impressed, Shinto's speed matching his reputation, but she was still faster. She blocked his kick, her eyes narrowing as she realized who he was, Shinto, the fast one. Shinto didn't answer, his focus solely on the fight, his kicks a whirlwind of motion. Yongju blocked his kicks, her speed matching his, the clash of their movements a blur. She was impressed, his speed was incredible, his kicks powerful, but she was still faster. Yongju smirked, telling Shinto he was fast, just as she heard, but still not fast enough to catch her. Shinto wasn't having it, though. He demanded to know who else was after her, calling her out in frustration. Yongju dodged his advance with ease, leaving Shinto fuming. Ryu wasn't about to let her get away. He unleashed a powerful attack, demanding she bring Gwangma back. Yongju was caught off guard, leaving her vulnerable for a moment. Ryu seized the opportunity and smashed her face with a fierce fist, sending her reeling. She bounced and slid across the ground, the impact taking its toll. Finally, she hit the ground hard, struggling to recover. Ryu stepped closer, his rage boiling over as he declared he was going to kill her. Shinto turned to see what was happening, analyzing the situation. He noted that Yongju had turned her head at the last moment to absorb some of the impact, softening the blow. Shinto explained they needed to make her pay for what she had done. He revealed that Yongyu had killed Dr. Min and was on his way there right now. Ryu was stunned by the news, muttering about how they had gotten Yongyu involved. His eyes started to close as the weight of the situation hit him hard. Dokkel caught him before he could collapse, holding him steady. Dokkel noted that Ryu had reached a white aura without losing himself, a rare feat. He reminded Ryu that Gwangma had believed in his potential enough to give his life. Meanwhile, at the Yongyu residence, Tae was radiating with a white aura. He laughed maniacally, drawing the attention of Sanjin. Sanjin cursed at Tae, calling him a son of a certain unmentionable word. Yongyu waved Sanjin off, telling him to leave Tae be. He found the situation rather amusing, grinning at Tae's antics. Tae boasted that he was going to suck out every last drop of Ryu's power, despite having no strength left. Yongyu smirked, questioning if Tae really thought he could do that. Tae insisted he was already sucking in Ryu's power, though his body felt heavier for some reason. As Tae struggled with the unfamiliar weight of Ryu's power, he sensed a sudden shift in Yongu's energy, something entirely unexpected. Yongu's presence intensified, and Tae's eyes widened as he realized this wasn't the same man he'd known before. The pressure radiating from Yongu was overwhelming, like standing next to a black hole with an endless flow of energy pouring out. Tae couldn't help but shiver under the sheer force of Yongu's aura, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yongu finally released his grip, the intense energy subsiding just enough for Tae to catch his breath. Tae dropped to his knees, bowing deeply as he begged for forgiveness, admitting he'd been foolish to think he could ever surpass Yongu's power. Yongu simply grinned, clearly amused by Tae's sudden change in attitude. Sanjin stepped forward, declaring his loyalty to Yongu with unwavering devotion. Yongu dismissed Tae's apology with a casual remark, leaving Sanjin visibly shocked by his leniency. Tae looked up to see Yongu musing about the need for more driven individuals like Tae to strengthen the Crimson Moon clan's dominance. Tae stared at Yongu, realizing this man was no longer just human, his power transcending anything Tae had ever witnessed. Bowing once more, Tae vowed to dedicate his entire being to Yongu, acknowledging the vastness of the world Yongu had shown him. Yongu's gaze sharpened as he asked Tae to confirm his feud with Saiwan Ryu, a name that carried weight in the air. Tae confirmed the rivalry, stating that only one of them could walk away alive when their fight reached its end. Yongu ordered Tae to pursue Saiwan alongside Sanjin, referring to Tae with a new title that hinted at greater things to come. Tae flinched as Yongu added a final command, ensuring that Saiwan was to be brought back alive, no matter what. Yongu wasn't playing around. He repeated his orders with a sharp edge, making sure Tae knew this wasn't up for debate. Saiwan had to be brought in alive, no excuses. Tae snapped to attention, his voice firm. There was no room for mistakes here. With a quick nod, Tae turned and walked away, the weight of the mission settling on his shoulders. Yongu then dropped some heavy intel on Tae could heal and recover, while the other had the power to steal abilities. This was getting wild. Yongu smirked, like he was already seeing the big picture. This was going to be huge. Sanjin wasn't convinced, though. He pushed back, suggesting they loop in the chief strategy officer before making any moves. Yongu just smirked, like he had a plan Sanjin couldn't see yet. Yongu dropped the big reveal Satsu Saiwan's ability could reverse aging. That was the game changer. Yongu's grin widened. Eternal life was within reach, as long as he had Saiwan under his control. Yongu's ambition was crystal clear. The Crimson Moon wasn't just aiming for the country. They were going global. Meanwhile, in a hidden house deep in the forest, someone wasn't happy. The tension was thick. Dokkel was torn. He needed to save the last pills for emergencies, but being old was getting on his nerves. Dokkel snatched the pills, his frustration boiling over. Dokkel snapped, demanding to know what was going on. Shinto argued they needed to take the pills now if they wanted to be young again. Dokkel shot back that these were the last pills they had. Dokkel laid down the law. The pills were only for emergencies like fighting the Crimson Moon. Shinto wasn't having it, though, and called him out. Dokkel checked on the main character, who was just taking everything in. He was fine, but this place was a mystery to him. Dokkel explained it was a safe house Jaeyoung-hun had set up, just in case things went south at the lab. The main character was stunned. This place was a whole secret backup plan. Dokkel got a little sentimental, thinking about the past. Gwangma and Jaeyoung-hun might have had attitudes, but they were good people deep down. Suddenly, Shinta made a move, grabbing the pills. Dokkel wasn't having it and called him out. Shinta didn't hesitate. He popped a pill, ready to take action. Dokkel was furious, shouting at Shinto for disobeying his orders. Shinta transformed right before their eyes, the effects of the pill kicking in. With the transformation complete, Shinta wasted no time and urged Saiwan to get out of there. Ryu questioned where they were heading in such a hurry. Shinto explained that Gwangma had entrusted him with Ryu's safety and they needed to prepare him to face Yongyu. Ryu gulped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Outside, the two stood, ready to begin their training. Shinto asked Ryu if he was a user too, mentioning Gwangma. Ryu asked how Gwangma had died. Shinta thought about how Ryu was mourning Gwangma's death and how he was staying humane in such a messed up time. Shinta turned and revealed that Gwangma had died protecting someone, but Yongju had crushed his skull effortlessly. Ryu ground his teeth, imagining the brutal death Gwangma had suffered. Shinta told Ryu that the best way to mourn Gwangma was to kill Yongju. Ryu's white aura form manifested, surprising Shinto. Shinto was amazed by the white aura, realizing Ryu's potential was beyond his expectations. Shinto walked and mentioned that Ryu had learned to punch from Dokkel and Gwangma, and now he would teach him to manifest his glaya with his feet. Shinta pointed to a tree and asked Ryu if he thought he could jump over it. Ryu looked at the large tree and thought it was too high to jump over. Shinta's red aura flared up, ready to demonstrate. With a powerful step, the ground crumbled beneath Shinto. He leaped over the tree with ease. Ryu was shocked, wondering how such a feat was possible. Shinto landed gracefully on the other side. He turned to face Ryu, ready to continue the training. Just as Ryu readied himself for the next round of training, Shinto declared it was his turn, leaving Ryu utterly confused. Shinto explained that feet were not just for attacking but also crucial for defense, emphasizing that the ability to jump could be a lifesaver in critical situations. Ryu walked in front of a massive tree as Shinto instructed him to focus all his strength in his feet, just like he would when punching. Ryu looked up at the towering tree, estimating it to be at least 30 feet tall. A white aura began to emanate from Ryu as he prepared himself. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, getting ready to make his move. With a burst of energy, Ryu jumped towards the tree. Shinto watched intently, wondering if Ryu could succeed on his first attempt. Ryu crashed into the tree, his attempt falling short. He began to fall, his body descending rapidly. With a thud, Ryu hit the ground, his first attempt a clear failure. Shinto sighed, clearly not surprised by the outcome. He walked over to Ryu, ready to offer some advice. Shinto explained that it wasn't just about focusing strength but ensuring all muscles shared that strength equally, urging Ryu to be smart if he wanted to defeat Yongju. Ryu stood there, deep in thought, processing Shinto's words. Shinto turned to leave, telling Ryu not to come back inside until he jumped over that tree, leaving Ryu desperate for more specific instructions. Ryu sprang up, calling out to Shinto for more clarity, but it was too late. Shinto looked back, telling Ryu that he had to figure it out for himself, as that was the only way. With that, Shinto slammed the door shut, leaving Ryu alone with his thoughts. Ryu turned around, facing the massive tree once again. He looked up at the towering tree, determination burning in his eyes as he prepared to try again. Yongju and Sanjin were strolling together, the atmosphere between them relaxed yet charged with unspoken questions. Sanjin hesitated before addressing Yongju with a respectful title, but Yongju quickly corrected him, insisting on a more familiar term. Meanwhile, Yongju perched atop a house, casually declaring she had taken down Guangma. Yongju, curious about the past, asked what the first Saiwan was like. Yongju sighed, recalling how he had a white aura. Yongju's curiosity deepened as he wondered how he compared to Miss Kisma. Yongju pondered for a moment before admitting she wasn't sure. Yongju then instructed to find Saiwan but sternly warned not to kill him. The scene shifted to Shinto and Dakal, who were looking out a window. Shinto questioned why Dakal was so interested in watching someone. Dakal wondered how someone could control their power enough to jump over a tree. Shinto teased Dakal about having a soft spot for Saiwan, which Dakal denied. Shinto suggested giving him some time. Dakal, sitting down, told Shinto to go make some instant noodles. Shinto refused, telling Dakal to do it himself. Dakal reminded Shinto that he was older, though Shinto pointed out it was only by 2 years, accusing Dakal of having an age complex. Shinto commented that even after all these years, Dakal hadn't changed one bit. Some time passed, and Dakal noted that it seemed like Shinto had finally accepted Saiwan as his pupil. As they walked out, Dakal mentioned that instant noodles always taste better when someone else makes them. Shinto called him a freak and couldn't believe he ate all 3 packs. They both looked and noticed something unusual. The main character was huffing hard, clearly struggling with something. Dakal commented that he had told them it wasn't going to be possible. Shinto quickly interrupted, telling Dakal to wait. The main character gritted his teeth, determined to push through. A white aura began to form on his leg, hinting at a hidden power. The white aura on his leg flared as he suddenly leapt into action, leaving the others stunned. With a burst of speed, he soared over a tree, his momentum carrying him effortlessly through the air. He landed gracefully right in front of Shinto and Dakal, his sudden appearance leaving them speechless. Shinto's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected this to take much longer, but here he was, defying expectations. Ryu approached them with a newfound confidence, ready to show what he had learned. Dakal stammered, trying to hide his surprise. This should have been a piece of cake for Ryu, but his progress was astonishing. Shinto pondered, realizing that Ryu's guilt had pushed him to his limits, unlocking new abilities. Ryu stood there, huffing and puffing, but determined. His hard work was paying off. Shinto noted that Ryu had not only learned to use his feet, but also how to circulate his energy to the tips of his toes. A remarkable feat. Shinto and Dakal launched a series of attacks, testing Ryu's new skills. Ryu blocked, dodged and countered with precision, showing his growth. Suddenly, a van pulled up, interrupting the training session. Yongju stepped out with a man, their arrival adding a new layer of tension. Yongju and the man walked towards the house, their expressions serious. Something was about to go down. Yongju confirmed that this was the house they were looking for. The man agreed, setting the stage for their next move. The man explained that they had searched everything within a 10-mile radius based on the last combat location. The house had been empty for years, but the electricity was recently reactivated, making it suspicious. Yongju found it odd that it was the only house on the mountain. The mystery deepened. Yongju, with a mischievous grin, suggested they take a look inside. The man, however, advised caution. The man suggested they wait for Sangjin and the inspection team, who were on their way. Yongju, however, was not one to wait. Yongju pulled the man down, asserting her authority. She was higher in rank and not about to be told what to do. The man tried to reason with her, reminding her that she was more senior. But Yongju was not having it. Yongju turned away, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. She was ready to take action, and no one was going to stop her. With a determined look, Yongju swung open the door, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Stepping inside, she called out for Saiwen, wondering which room he could possibly be in. Suddenly, she came to a halt, sensing something was off. Before she could react, Ryu appeared right behind her, claiming he wasn't asleep but was disturbed by the sound of a rat. Ryu explained that he woke up because he heard a rat squeaking around his manga. Yongju turned around, puzzled by the mention of a rat. Without warning, she lashed out with a kick, but Ryu swiftly dodged her attack. She spun through the air, aiming to strike him from a different angle. Ryu evaded her kick with ease, moving swiftly out of her reach. It was clear that Ryu was much faster than before, leaving Yongju confused. Yongju couldn't believe how much faster Ryu had become. Ryu threw a punch, but Yongju managed to weave out of the way. He followed up with a kick, but she blocked it and countered with a swift kick of her own. Yongju hopped back, creating some distance between them. Ryu's feet glowed with a white aura, hinting at his enhanced abilities. In a flash, Ryu appeared in front of Yongju, boasting about his speed. She retorted that she was fast too. Ryu landed a punch on Yongju's face, leaving her stunned and questioning how it was possible. He followed up with a barrage of punches, pushing her back. Yongju was sent flying out the window, crashing to the ground below. She hit the ground hard, struggling to get back up. Ryu charged towards her, demanding that she bring Guangma back. Yongju looked scared as Ryu approached with a determined look. With devastating power, Ryu punched Yongju, leaving her fate uncertain. The devastating punch from Ryu sent Yongju flying through the air, her body crashing into the cold, unyielding wall with a force that shook the room. Yongju's body slammed against the wall, leaving a visible crack as she slumped to the ground, the impact echoing through the room. Ryu stood there, huffing and puffing, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath, the intensity of the fight already taking its toll. A cloud of white smoke billowed around them, adding an eerie atmosphere to the already tense situation. Suddenly, Yongju stirred, her body rising from the ground as if defying gravity itself. Her eyes locked onto Ryu with a fierce determination. Ryu's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face as he watched Yongju rise, her strength seemingly undiminished. Yongju let out a sigh, her voice laced with a mix of frustration and grudging respect as she acknowledged the power behind Ryu's punch, a force she hadn't felt in years. She couldn't help but note how much more dangerous he had become since their last encounter. With a fierce glare, Yongju declared her intent to crush Ryu before he could grow any stronger, her words carrying the weight of a promise and a threat. She compared him to Guangma, a name that seemed to hold significance between them. Ryu quickly assumed a ready stance, his body coiled like a spring, ready to unleash his power. He vowed to smash Yongju's skull, his voice filled with a raw, unyielding determination. Yongju bolted towards Ryu, her speed a blur as she closed the distance between them. She warned him not to get ahead of himself, her voice a mix of amusement and challenge. In midair, Yongju revealed that the chairman had ordered her to bring Ryu back alive, but she had other plans. She intended to end him right there and then, her words hanging in the air like a death sentence. Yongju landed a swift kick on Ryu, but he retaliated just as quickly, his fist connecting with her body in a dance of violence and skill. Suddenly, Dakel and Shinta burst onto the scene, their voices filled with concern and curiosity as they demanded to know the source of all the noise. Their eyes widened as they took in the scene before them, recognizing Yongju and realizing that she had found their hideout. Dakel's voice was a mix of surprise and resignation as he called out to Saiwen. Dakel turned to Shintu, his voice filled with urgency as he called out to Saiwan. Shinto, however, had other ideas. He called out to Dakal, asking him to wait. When Dakal asked what was going on, Shinto saw an opportunity to test Saiwan's skills. Dakal turned to Shinto, his voice filled with disbelief as he asked if Shinto was serious, his words hanging in the air like a challenge. Dakal's expression was a mix of shock and exasperation as he turned to Shinto, his voice filled with disbelief at Shinto's suggestion. Yongju, however, was not interested in their conversation. She turned to Ryu, her voice filled with curiosity as she asked how he had gotten so powerful so quickly. Ryu, however, was not interested in sharing, his voice filled with defiance as he asked if it was any of her business. Yongju cracked her hand, her voice filled with frustration as she admitted that she didn't want to strain herself, but she saw no other choice. Suddenly, a white aura began to emanate from Yongju, her body glowing with an otherworldly light as she prepared to unleash her power. In the blink of an eye, Yongju vanished, her body moving faster than the eye could track as she reappeared behind Ryu, her fists a blur of motion. Before Ryu could react, Yongju was behind him, her body coiled like a spring, ready to unleash a barrage of punches that would decide the outcome of their battle. Yongju's fists moved like a storm, each punch carrying the weight of her strength and determination as she aimed to end the fight once and for all. Yongju's fists moved like a storm, each punch carrying the weight of her strength and determination as she aimed to end the fight once and for all. Her opponent barely had time to react before her fists connected, one after another, in a relentless barrage. Dakal watched in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. He wondered if she had somehow created clones of herself, as her speed seemed almost supernatural. Shinto, equally astonished, realized it wasn't a trick of the eyes but pure, unadulterated speed. He marveled at how she controlled her glaya, using it to propel herself with incredible force and precision. Despite her impressive display, the tide began to turn as her opponent started to land hits, each one a testament to his resilience and growing strength. Yongju, moving at blinding speed, taunted her opponent, daring him to try and match her pace. She was a blur, her movements almost too fast to follow. A well-placed hit to her opponent's face seemed to slow him down, but only for a moment. The crowd watched in awe as the battle intensified. Dakal couldn't bear to watch any longer, fearing the worst for his friend. Shinto, however, urged him to wait, believing that a few more minutes could change everything. Her opponent, despite the beating, readied his stance, a determined look in his eyes. He wasn't about to give up without a fight. He looked at Yongju, his gaze steady and unyielding. There was a newfound resolve in his eyes, a spark that hinted at a hidden potential. With a sudden burst of speed, he bolted forward and threw a punch, catching Yongju off guard. The crowd gasped as the unexpected hit connected. The punch landed squarely on Yongju's face, a shockwave of surprise rippling through the spectators. No one had seen that coming. Yongju staggered back, her mind racing. She couldn't believe he had landed a hit on her. She was supposed to be too fast for him. But there it was, the sting of his fist on her face, a stark reminder that he hadn't given up. She decided to back out for now. With a swift movement, she jumped back, putting some distance between them. The crowd held their breath, wondering what would happen next. Yongju hopped over the fence, her mind still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. She muttered something about being back again, her voice barely audible over the din of the crowd. Like a scene from a scary movie, her opponent was right behind her, his presence looming and relentless. She couldn't shake him off no matter how hard she tried. He grabbed her head, his grip firm and unyielding. She struggled, but his strength seemed to have grown exponentially. With a mighty push, he sent her head crashing against the ground, the impact echoing through the arena. The crowd watched in stunned silence. He slammed her head against the ground, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the arena. It was a move that left everyone in awe. He looked at her, his expression a mix of determination and surprise. He couldn't believe he had managed to overpower her like that. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices a cacophony of excitement and disbelief. Dakal and Shinto exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock and pride. He had just defeated a Delta-level opponent, something they had both believed was possible. Yongju, battered and bruised, crawled away, her pride wounded but her spirit unbroken. The battle had taken a toll on her, but she knew this wasn't the end. Yongju barely had time to catch her breath before Ryu's fury erupted. With a raw scream, he unleashed his rage, throwing a punch that seemed to shake the very air. He demanded the impossible, his voice cracking with desperation and fury. Yongju, already battered, could only stammer in fear. She tried to plead, her voice trembling, but it was too late. Ryu's next move was swift and brutal. Yongju's face slammed into the ground with a sickening thud, her body going limp. Ryu's fury didn't subside. He screamed again, his voice echoing with a mix of pain and rage, blood splattering around him. The sound of Ryu's rage was deafening, a loud wham and crush noise that seemed to shake the very foundations of the place. Just then, a van screeched to a halt nearby, tires smoking. The sudden interruption cut through the tension like a knife. Out stepped Tae, a smirk plastered on his face. He looked like he was ready for a party, not a brawl. Behind him, the Crimson Moon goons stepped out, their presence ominous and foreboding. They were ready for a fight. Sanjin looked on, his eyes widening in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yongju lay motionless on the ground, her fate sealed. Sanjin muttered in disbelief, his voice barely audible. Tae, still grinning, called out to Saiwin, his voice dripping with mockery. He was clearly enjoying this. He continued to provoke, his words sharp and cutting. He was trying to get under Ryu's skin. Ryu turned his gaze towards Tae, his eyes filled with a killer's stare. The tension was palpable. Sanjin cautioned Tae, his voice firm. He knew the stakes were high. He continued, his words a stark warning. If Ryu had taken down Yongju, he was not to be underestimated. Sanjin pointed out the obvious. Ryu wasn't alone. Dakel and Shinta stood by his side, ready for a fight. Tae smirked, unfazed by Sanjin's warnings. He was ready for a fight, his words dripping with confidence. He had a score to settle, his voice filled with determination. This was personal. Sanjin couldn't help but feel a pang of uncertainty. He didn't know how much stronger Tae and Ryu had become. He decided to take all necessary precautions. The inspection team moved to cover Tae, their loyalty unwavering. They were ready for whatever came next. Dakel and Shinta stepped forward, their eyes locked on Ryu. They were ready to fight, their words a challenge. Tae's grin widened as he taunted Saiwin. Ryu's stare was icy, his voice a low growl. The stage was set for a showdown. With the stage set, Tae and Ryu wasted no time, immediately clashing in a fierce exchange of blows. Tae took the first hit, stumbling back as the impact reverberated through him. Shock flashed across Tae's face as he struggled to comprehend Ryu's sudden speed. Regaining his composure, Tae threw a punch, his anger fueling his words as he declared Ryu would never surpass him. Suddenly, a white aura began to radiate from Ryu, catching Tae completely off guard. Tae's eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled back, his voice barely a whisper. Tae barely dodged the next attack, his mind racing with disbelief at Ryu's newfound power. Meanwhile, Dakel threw a punch at Sanjin, who skillfully weaved out of the way. Sanjin countered with a precise aura-laced finger attack, taunting Dakel about retirement. Dakel, unfazed, landed a punch to Sanjin's stomach, his strength evident. Dakel sneered, asking if Sanjin planned to slice him up next. Sanjin could only look on in shock, his confidence momentarily shaken. Elsewhere, Shintu was seen effortlessly taking down Crimson Moon goons with swift kicks. Ryu's white aura intensified, growing to an immense size as he prepared his next move. Tae stood stunned, his mind struggling to process the sight before him. Ryu recalled his promise to Tae, his determination renewed as he prepared to strike. With a powerful uppercut, Ryu sent Tae flying, the force behind the blow evident. Ryu followed up with another punch, his attacks relentless and precise. Tae, fueled by anger, glared at Ryu, his frustration boiling over. Tae retaliated with a punch of his own, his words laced with venom as he questioned Ryu's next move. Ryu wasn't done yet, he kneed Tae right in the chin, showing he meant business. He followed up with a flurry of hits, each punch carrying the weight of his words about Tae and Yongyu. With a determined look, Ryu made it clear that he was out for blood, declaring his intent to take them both down. Tae struggled to his feet, frustration boiling over as he questioned why someone like Ryu had such a powerful white aura. Tae wasn't about to back down. He tackled Ryu with all his might. They crashed to the ground, the impact shaking the very air around them. Tae got on top and started choking Ryu, his grip tight and unyielding. Ryu's face twisted in anger as Tae taunted him, saying it was his turn now. Tae squeezed harder, his laughter echoing as he thought he had the upper hand. Tae's laughter filled the air, a sinister sound that seemed to mock Ryu's struggle. Meanwhile, Dakel watched in horror, screaming for Saiwin to get up and fight. Sanjin saw his opening and launched an attack, determined to turn the tide. Dakel's vision darkened as Sanjin's words echoed, urging him to focus, with Shinta adding his own desperate plea. Shinta's voice cut through the chaos, warning that if they fell, Saiwin was next. Dokkel snapped out of it and landed a punch on Sanjin, declaring that he wasn't the one who should be worried. Sanjin staggered back, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to keep up. Tae, now on top of Ryu, laughed maniacally, declaring the fight over and Saiwon as good as dead. But his laughter turned into a cough, a sign that something wasn't right. Tae's confidence wavered as he looked down, confusion and worry creeping into his voice. Ryu's power surged, a crazy depth of energy radiating from him. His eyes glowed white, a terrifying sight that left Tae in sheer disbelief. Tae couldn't believe his eyes as Ryu got up, realizing he had almost drained all of his power. Filled with rage, Tae lashed out with a fierce kick, determined to take Ryu down. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each one fueled by frustration and desperation. But Ryu remained unfazed, standing strong and declaring that Tae was the one who would meet his end. Tae felt a shiver down his spine, realizing he was afraid, but quickly tried to shake it off, reminding himself that they were equals in strength. Ryu smirked, confident that his experience and lessons from his mentors would give him the edge he needed to win. Tae was left confused, wondering what Ryu meant by hands-on lessons. Before he could dwell on it, Ryu tackled him with lightning speed. Ryu grinned, explaining that the gut strike he just used was a technique he learned from Dokkel. Tae coughed, struggling to get back up. Ryu followed up with a powerful twisting kick, revealing that he learned it from Shinto. The kick sent Tae flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Ryu flipped Tae over, showcasing another technique. Tae hit the ground hard, struggling to keep up with Ryu's relentless assault. Ryu stepped back, explaining that the body flip he just performed was a move he learned from Gwangma. Tae lay on the ground, defeated and helpless. Sanjin observed the fight, realizing that Ryu had Taejeong completely outmatched. Dokkel taunted Sanjin, asking what he was going to do now that his only hope was defeated. Sanjin stood there, deep in thought, trying to figure out his next move. Meanwhile, Shinto had already defeated the inspection team, leaving Sanjin with even fewer options. With the inspection team out of the picture, Ryu wasn't messing around anymore. He grabbed Tae, his voice sharp with warning. He had tried to play nice, but now it was time to get serious. Ryu wound up a punch, his fury boiling over. He was done holding back, vowing to take down Yongyu and his crew once and for all. And he wasn't stopping there. He made it clear they wouldn't even get a chance to face the chief in the afterlife. Without another word, he let his fist fly. The punch landed with a brutal slam, echoing like a verdict. No mercy, no second chances, just a one-way ticket straight to hell. The punch landed with a brutal slam, echoing like a verdict. No mercy, no second chances, just a one-way ticket straight to hell. Sanjin stood there, mind racing, realizing the chairman had been right all along. Sanjin huffed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. That monster wasn't just any threat, it was the biggest danger to the Crimson Moon. Exhaustion finally took its toll, and Sanjin collapsed, his body giving out. Dokkel stepped in, telling Saiwon to get some rest, assuring him that they would take it from there. They dodged the incoming weapons, their reflexes kicking in just in time. Dokkel's eyes widened as he recognized the knives, a sense of disbelief washing over him. A figure emerged, walking towards them with a calm demeanor, uttering that it had been a while. As the figure came into view, it was revealed to be Wasa, her presence sending shockwaves through the group. Dokkel couldn't believe his eyes, uttering Wasa's name in sheer disbelief. Shinta chimed in, mentioning the rumors that Wasa had gone missing after Yongyu maimed her that day. Wasa acknowledged Shinto, commenting on how he looked just like he did back then, younger and full of vigor. Dokkel, still in shock, could only mutter Wasa's name, his mind racing with questions. Wasa signaled, and suddenly, they were surrounded by a group of users, the situation escalating rapidly. The group closed in, leaving them with little room to maneuver. Shinta looked around, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wasa alone was a formidable opponent, let alone with so many users backing her up. Wasa revealed that she had handpicked the users herself, a sign of respect, leaving Dokkel even more confused. Dokkel couldn't help but ask why Wasa was with the Crimson Moon, his confusion growing. He questioned if she was trying to show off or prove something to him, the tension palpable. Wasa, taken aback, simply responded with a what, her expression unreadable. She smacked her head, letting out a laugh, the situation taking a bizarre turn. Dokkel stood there, confused. As Wasa continued to laugh, the atmosphere growing more intense. Wasa finally spoke, suggesting that the person who ran his mouth to save himself needed to keep it shut, her tone sharp and commanding. Suddenly, knives came flying towards Dokkel, the threat immediate and deadly. Dokkel braced himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. Dakel barely dodges the flying knives, his mind racing. She was much faster than he remembered, and that speed was not a good sign. Wasa stood there, an eerie white aura surrounding her, a clear sign of her enhanced abilities. Dakel's eyes widened in shock. She was a Delta level now? What had happened to her since they last met? Before he could process it further, more knives came flying towards him, Wasa's attack relentless. Dakel's mind flashed back to the past. That V-mark was the only choice he had back then. Someone had to get away. Someone had to take revenge on Yongyu. Wasa smirked, her eyes cold. Revenge, what a useless excuse. She wasn't buying his reasoning. Shinta stepped in, his voice firm. He would distract Wasa, giving Dakel a chance to take Saiwan and get out of there. Dakel protested, pointing out Shinta's lack of strength, questioning if he was trying to get himself killed. Shinta's resolve didn't waver. It was too late for all of them to make it out alive. Defeating Wasa alone would be tough. Wasa chimed in, her tone icy. She would take Saiwan back alive, though she had no idea what kind of experiments they planned on doing with him. More knives laced with that white aura came flying, the threat escalating. The knives glowed with a sinister white aura, each one a potential death sentence. Dakel managed to deflect one, his movements quick but strained. Shintu was there too, deflecting multiple knives, his skills impressive but the odds against them growing. More knives kept coming, the relentless attack showing no signs of stopping. Shinta's leg got cut, a cry of pain escaping him as he faltered. Dakel looked at Shintu, the reality of their situation sinking in. Shinta's voice was strained but determined. They would all have died for nothing if Dakel stayed. He needed to go, hurry. Dakel was sweating, the pressure mounting. He brought out some pills, his hand trembling slightly. He took a pill, his expression grim. He would rather die than run, but he had the NN3 pills with him. With a sudden burst of energy, Dakel dashed forward, his voice echoing with desperation. Shintu needed to take Saiwan and go. Dakel's speed increased, his focus solely on giving Shintu and Saiwan a chance to escape. Wasa dodged his attack, her smirk widening. She would give him the honor of dying from her knives. Shintu, carrying Saiwan, urged him to wake up, his voice a mix of desperation and hope. Sanjin's voice cut through the chaos. He told someone not to just stand there, to go get Saiwan. Shinta looked back, his expression grim. This was not going to end well. Shinta's grim expression turned into a desperate sprint as he dashed towards his friends, yelling for Saiwan to wake up and run. He kicked the guys out of the way, clearing a path as he moved. Sanjin came attacking, taunting Shintu about not being tired yet. Sanjin jabbed at Shinta's leg, hitting the wound from Wasa's knife, making Shinta stagger. Shinta's leg gave out and he dropped to the ground. Ryu got up, confusion written all over his face as he tried to figure out what was going on. His eyes landed on Shintu, who was on the ground, struggling. Then he saw Dakel, armed with knives, and a memory flashed in his mind. Ryu's aura intensified as he declared he wouldn't stand around and watch others get killed. A white aura surged around him, signaling a power-up. Dakel yelled at Saiwan to keep it together and snap out of it. Ryu went berserk, unleashing a powerful roar as his aura flared up. Shinta tried to get Ryu to calm down, yelling out his name in desperation. But Ryu was too far gone, screaming out his nickname as he continued to lose control. In his frenzy, Ryu lashed out, hitting two guys who were unfortunate enough to be in his path. Wasa frowned, watching the chaos unfold with a mix of concern and annoyance. Dakel couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ryu had defeated Yongju. And now he was fighting Tae, yet somehow Ryu still had strength left to keep going. Dakel thought Ryu was going to die at the rate he was going, but Wasa wasn't having any of his sudden concern. She called him out, asking since when did he start worrying about anyone but himself. Dakel turned to face her, clearly not expecting her to challenge him like that. But Wasa wasn't done, knives suddenly appearing out of Dakel's body, making him scream in pain. She wasn't messing around, sending more knives his way. Dakel stood still, seemingly unfazed by the knives sticking out of him. But then Ryu stepped in, taking the knives out of Dakel himself. Wasa looked confused, clearly not expecting Ryu to interfere. Dakel was furious, demanding to know what Ryu thought he was doing. Wasa gritted her teeth, clearly not happy with the situation. But Ryu wasn't done. Knives started to come out of his body too. His body fell to the ground, the effort clearly taking its toll on him. Shinta realized the gravity of the situation, admitting that they had all lost too much blood and with Ryu out of commission, they were done for. Sanjin gave the order, telling everyone to go all out and attack. The guys dashed forward, ready to give it their all. but knives came flying towards them, stopping them in their tracks. Wasa declared that she would kill Dackel herself. Sanjin tried to protest, but it was too late. Wasa sent the knives flying, her aim precise and deadly. In a split second, all of the guys were sliced, their bodies hitting the ground. Sanjin was in shock. He could hardly believe what he had just seen. Still reeling from the shock, Sanjin barely registered Wasa's sudden outburst. She was done with this place and everyone in it, demanding they all leave immediately. Sanjin, snapping back to reality, quickly affirmed his loyalty and informed her that the van was ready and waiting for them below. Without another word, they all piled into the van, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Wasa glanced around, her eyes cold and distant, as if she was already miles away from this mess. Dackel huffed, his breath visible in the cold air, clearly not happy with the situation but keeping his thoughts to himself for now. Wasa readied her weapons, her grip tight and her expression unreadable. Something was brewing, and it wasn't going to be pretty. Shinto, lost in his thoughts, wondered if this was really the end. The weight of everything that had happened was finally catching up to him. Dackel, his voice laced with suspicion, demanded to know why Shinto was siding with Yongyu. The tension in the van ratcheted up another notch. Wasa, her voice icy, corrected him. She wasn't siding with anyone. This was about something else entirely. Dackel pressed further, asking what had happened with Yongyu that night. He needed to know and he wasn't going to let it go. Wasa's voice was like a whip crack, reminding him of the night he left her behind and ran away on his own. The memory was clearly still raw for her. As she recalled that night, the pain and betrayal came flooding back. It was a wound that had never quite healed. The memory of being choked, of fighting for her life, played out in her mind like a nightmare she couldn't escape. Wasa trembled, her voice barely more than a whisper as she admitted that all she could think about was killing him. The anger and pain were overwhelming. She repeated herself, her voice rising with each word. She wanted him to know just how much he had hurt her, how much she wanted to make him pay. Dackel looked at her, his expression unreadable. He had no idea what to say, what to do. This was a side of Wasa he had never seen before. Wasa readied her knives, her voice dripping with venom. She dared him to act like he was protecting someone now, after everything he had done. The knives flew towards Dackel, their trajectory deadly and precise. It was clear that Wasa meant business. Shinto yelled out, his voice filled with panic and fear. He couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. Dackel, accepting his fate, told her that if killing him would relieve her anger, then so be it. He was ready to face the consequences of his actions. The knives stopped mid-air, as if an invisible force had halted them. The tension in the van was palpable, everyone holding their breath. Shinto looked on, confused and unsure of what was happening. This was all too much for him to process. Dackel opened his eyes, his gaze meeting Wasa's. There was a moment of understanding between them, a silent acknowledgement of the pain they had caused each other. Wasa turned away, her voice cold and final. She told him to get out of her sight, that she never wanted to see him again. Dackel was confused, his voice filled with disbelief. He didn't understand what was happening, why she was acting this way. Wasa's voice was like ice as she told him that he could go on pretending to have changed for all she cared. It was none of her business anymore. She added that she didn't want to get her hands dirty when Yongyu was going to kill him anyway. The finality in her voice was chilling. Wasa wasn't playing around. She dropped the mic with a death glare at Jia, promising that if they ever crossed paths again, it would be game over for her. Dackel could only watch, whispering Jia's name like he was already mourning her. And just like that, Dackel took a nosedive, hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. Drama queen much? One by one, they all went down like dominoes. It was a total wipeout. Sanjin was in the van, driving away, but his mind was still back at the scene. He couldn't wrap his head around why she sent them away first. It just didn't add up. But then he shook his head, like he was trying to snap out of it. Nope, not the time to be stuck on that. His mind raced. Who saw this coming? Yongju and Taejeong both gone. He needed to report this to the chairman, and fast. Then he saw it. Tae's body, glowing with this eerie purple aura. It was like something out of a sci-fi flick. And get this, energy was literally being sucked out of the guy like he was some kind of human battery. Sanjin couldn't believe his eyes. He was frozen just watching the whole thing go down. Then it hit him. That bastard was absorbing the aura. Sanjin's mind was blown. What in the world was happening? Sanjin's mind was still reeling from the shock as the scene shifted back to the hidden house. Shinto was relieved, thinking he would finally be able to walk on both feet again. Dackel pondered that even if Wasa left, that four-eyed Sanjin might come back again soon. The problem was how long it would take for Saiwen to wake up. Even with his outstanding recovery ability, it was uncertain. Dokkel was sure that the fight with Yangju had taken a toll on Saiwen. Having to fight those tough opponents, Yangju and Taejeong, one after another was no joke. Shinta worried that he didn't even think he could run away properly, let alone put up a fight. Dokkel declared there was no need to hide in the city, grabbing Saiwen as Shinta questioned the idea of hiding in the city. Dokkel confirmed that yes, they would hide where there were people around. The scene shifted to Taejeong's branch office. Tae smirked, feeling as good as new. Sanjin was deep in thought, recalling how Tae had absorbed the aura. Sanjin couldn't shake off the memory of Tae absorbing the aura. Tae noticed Sanjin's distraction and asked why he was so lost in thought, suggesting he had a lot on his mind. Sanjin admitted he was thinking about Jia's actions and how he should report them to the chairman. Tae laughed it off, telling Sanjin not to worry as it wouldn't be a big deal. Tae assured Sanjin that soon, they would be able to report that they had Saiwen, which would settle everything. Sanjin couldn't help but think that Tae was a prick. Just then, a phone rang, interrupting Sanjin's thoughts. Sanjin answered the phone, asking how it went and confirming that they ran away that way. He instructed to continue watching them and wait for his signal. Sanjin announced that they had found Saiwen and his crew. Tae smiled widely, excited at the prospect of seeing them again. The scene shifted to Motel Heaven, where Dokkel, Shintu, and Saiwen were staying. Dokkel, Shintu, and Saiwen were together, trying to figure out their next move. Saiwen swung his arm, feeling that something didn't feel right. Saiwen swung his arm, feeling that something didn't feel right. Dokkel's confusion was evident as he questioned what was going on. Saiwen realized he couldn't feel his glaya, which only added to the tension in the room. Dokkel explained that this could happen if one used too much glaya at once, but the concern on his face was palpable. Dokkel couldn't believe that 2 days had passed and Saiwen still hadn't healed, which was unusual and worrying. Shintu, with a serious expression, told them that if those bastards showed up, they should leave him and go, as it was better than all of them dying together. Dokkel retorted with a hint of humor, saying that Shintu needed to live so he could go back to begging for money on the streets. Shintu was taken aback, asking what Dokkel had just said and calling him a ruthless son of a bitch. Dokkel mentioned that it was rare, but he had heard that it could happen when one's glaya was getting ready to move on to the next level. Dokkel pointed out that Saiwen's aura was already white, which meant he was at the Omega level, and he had never heard of anyone going beyond that before. Suddenly, a window squeaked, drawing everyone's attention. Dokkel looked out and cursed, saying that they were already there, which shocked Shintu. Dokkel told Shintu to stay in the closet and not make a sound, which left Shintu questioning what Dokkel was thinking. Dokkel explained that the two of them had to go, as that was the only way all of them could survive. Outside, cars were pulling up, adding to the tension. Sanjin wondered why the other group wasn't getting out. His curiosity piqued. Sanjin looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. He walked towards the car, his steps cautious and deliberate. Sanjin slid the van door open, his expression changing as he saw something inside. He cursed as he saw the aura-depleted bodies, realizing the gravity of the situation. Tae had Sanjin in a chokehold, his laughter maniacal and unsettling. Tae laughed loudly, saying he felt like he could fly right now, his energy overwhelming. Sanjin's aura began depleting rapidly as he struggled in Tae's grip. His body hit the ground with a thud, the fight drained out of him. Tae looked down at Sanjin, taunting him about how he always looked down on him and calling him a loser. Tae told Sanjin not to be too upset, as his power was going to help rip Saiwen apart, which would make the chairman happy. Tae smiled, clearly enjoying the moment and the power he held. Tae's grin widened as Dokkel stumbled in, slurring an apology to Shintu, or rather, Shin Hyong, promising to return and face the consequences of his past actions. Shintu stood there, sweat dripping down his face, clearly not buying Dokkel's drunken apology. Dokkel turned, his words slurring even more as he declared he would let Shintu beat him up for everything he had done in the past. Suddenly, the door rattled with loud bangs, voices shouting from the other side, demanding to know what was going on and suggesting they just kick the door down. Dokkel grabbed Tae, urging him to go, calling him Saiwen, and suggesting they make a quick escape. Without hesitation, they hopped out of the window, the cool night air hitting their faces as they made their escape. They landed with a thud, the impact knocking the wind out of them for a moment. Dokkel quickly suggested they hide in the crowd, figuring it would work to their advantage. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man approached his chief with urgent news. He reported that Sangjin and Taejeong had found Saiwen Ryu. Wasa, standing nearby, asked what the big deal was, her tone dripping with indifference. The man explained that they had left immediately, and he expected to find Dakel there, as well since it wasn't far from their current location. Wasa asked how he wanted to handle this, her eyes narrowing with determination. The man simply responded, "Let's go." As they left, Wasa couldn't help but express her urgency, whispering that they needed to get to Saiwan first. The morning sun rose over the bustling streets, casting a golden glow on the city. Wasa's urgency from the night before still hung in the air as the day began, full of life and noise. Dakel and the main character pushed through the crowded streets, their faces set with determination. Dakel shouted for people to move out of their way, his voice cutting through the chatter of the crowd. The crowd began to chase after them, their voices rising in a chaotic chorus. Shouts of frustration and determination filled the air as the pursuers refused to give up. Dakel turned around, his eyes narrowing as he faced the relentless crowd. He wasn't about to let them catch up so easily. A guy from the crowd leaped towards them, his body soaring through the air with a fierce determination. Dakel's foot connected with the attacker mid-air, sending him crashing back into the crowd. The impact was brutal, leaving no doubt about Dakel's strength. Another attacker swooped in, trying to catch them off guard. The crowd's determination seemed unending. Dakel dodged the incoming attack with a swift sidestep, his reflexes sharp and precise. The main character delivered a powerful uppercut, his fist connecting with a satisfying thud. The crowd gasped, stunned by the sheer force of the blow. Despite his powerful move, the main character couldn't help but feel frustrated. He still couldn't use his glaya, and it was taking a toll on him. The crowd started recording the fight, their phones capturing every brutal moment. Some shouted about the blood, while others called for the cops, their voices filled with panic and excitement. An officer arrived, trying to take control of the situation. He urged the crowd to move out of the way, his voice struggling to be heard over the chaos. A Crimson Moon goon approached the officer, his demeanor calm and collected despite the surrounding chaos. He tried to reason with the officer, suggesting they mind their own business. The goon showed the crimson emblem, a symbol that carried weight and fear. The officer's expression changed as he recognized the emblem, his resolve wavering. The officer, stunned by the sight of the crimson emblem, could only mutter the name, his voice barely audible over the noise. The officer regained his composure and started pushing the crowd back, urging them to disperse. The crowd protested, their voices rising in frustration as they demanded to know what was going on. Back to the fight, the intensity had not waned. Dakel and the main character were still surrounded, their enemies relentless. Dakel shouted for Saiwan to run, his voice cutting through the noise of the battle. His concern for Saiwan was evident, his tone urgent and protective. The main character looked in the direction Dakel had indicated, his expression a mix of confusion and determination. The sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the scene. The fight had taken its toll, and the day was drawing to a close. Dakel turned to the main character, his expression a mix of frustration and concern. He asked if the main character was ready yet, his voice tinged with impatience. The main character expressed his own frustration, his voice filled with confusion and determination. He didn't understand why he couldn't use his glaya, and it was taking a toll on him. Suddenly, Tae appeared out of nowhere, his voice cutting through the tension. He called out for Saiwan, his tone filled with urgency and concern. Tae walked towards them, his expression softening as he spoke. He admitted that he had grown fond of Saiwan, his voice filled with a mix of affection and humor. Dakel looked at Tae, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. He couldn't believe his eyes, his voice filled with disbelief as he asked if Tae was really alive. Ryu stood frozen, his mind reeling. That bastard was alive and kicking, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The shock was real. Tae wasn't wasting any time. He dashed forward, screaming that it was time to end this once and for all, calling Ryu a name that would make a sailor blush. Dakel wasn't having it. He jumped in, shouting for Tae to stop. Tae dodged Dakel's move, telling him to get out of the way and calling him grandpa. He was tired of these moves, he yelled. Dakel took a hard punch to the stomach. He gasped, wondering what Saiwan was going to do since he couldn't even use his glaya yet. Ryu shouted Tae's name, his voice filled with desperation. Tae grabbed Ryu by the neck, lifting him up with a grunt. Tae held Ryu by the neck, saying that since they went way back, he'd make it quick so Ryu wouldn't feel any pain. Ryu struggled as his aura was being taken. He groaned, calling Tae a rotten son of a gun. But he wasn't done yet, warning Tae that this would be his last. Tae smirked, saying that as Ryu could see, he had completely mastered how to absorb glaya. Ryu's aura was depleted, leaving him weak and vulnerable. His body dropped to the ground, lifeless and defeated. Tae looked down at Ryu, asking if that was really it. He couldn't believe he had been stressing over a weak little prick like Ryu this entire time. Tae snapped, his patience wearing thin. Ryu was down, weak and barely conscious.
Tae sighed, disappointed.
There was hardly anything to absorb, he muttered. Tae lifted his leg, ready to stomp on Ryu's head. He said he guessed he had no choice but to beat Ryu to death. Suddenly, Ryu's body started to glow, a faint light emanating from him. His cells began to change, transforming in a way that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Ryu's aura started to surge, a powerful energy building up within him. The surge sent Tae flying, knocking him back with an incredible force. Ryu got up, his body radiating with a newfound power. The tide of the battle was about to turn. Ryu's body started to heal, glowing with an intense light as his wounds slowly closed. Color returned to his face, his strength visibly surging back as the healing process completed. Tae's jaw dropped in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the sudden transformation. Dakel's laughter echoed, thanking Tae for the unexpected turn of events. Dakel explained that Ryu's power had been blocked, and Tae had somehow released it. Tae stood there, utterly confused and shocked. Tae's nervousness grew as he tried to make sense of the situation, his mind racing with questions. Ryu's aura intensified, radiating a power that even Tae had never felt before, surpassing anything he had experienced, even from the chairman. Tae, unable to contain his frustration, threw a punch, demanding to know what was happening. Tae realized that Ryu, who had barely any strength left, was now overflowing with power, his glaya flowing uncontrollably. Ryu's voice cut through the tension, telling Tae that if he wanted to live, he should beg to the people he had killed. Tae scoffed at the idea, declaring his ambition to become the chairman of the Crimson Moon and refusing to beg like a loser. Ryu shook his head, noting that Tae never changed, always staying true to his arrogant self. Tae charged at Ryu, declaring that this was who he truly was. In a flash, Ryu appeared right in front of Tae, ready to strike. With a powerful and devastating punch, Ryu hit Tae, the impact echoing through the air. Tae's head cracked under the force of the blow, the sound chilling to the bone. His body fell down the side of the construction building, crashing onto the ground below. Ryu looked down at Tae's fallen form, the battle seemingly over. Dakel grabbed Ryu, pulling him away from the edge. Ryu's mind drifted back, recalling the first time he had met Tae. It felt like it was only yesterday that he had first encountered that arrogant prick. Memories flashed in his mind, remembering Tae holding the chief, his ambition always burning bright. And now, with a final punch, Ryu had brought him down, the cycle of their rivalry seemingly coming to an end. But as Ryu stood there, thinking it was all over, Tae came out of nowhere and landed a punch, reminding everyone that this fight was far from finished. Ryu hit the ground, tears streaming down his face as the weight of everything crashed down on him. He had lost all his colleagues at the police station, and now, in this moment of vulnerability, it all felt too much. Dakel stepped forward, his voice cold and cutting. He taunted Ryu, asking if this revenge really felt as good as he thought it would. Dakel continued, his words heavy with truth. Vengeance by blood was their way of living, but it still didn't bring back the dead. The weight of his words hung in the air, leaving everyone in deep thought. As the weight of Dakel's words lingered, Wasa suddenly appeared, her presence cutting through the tension like a knife. She called out for Min Kong, her voice sharp and commanding. Dakel's eyes snapped to her, surprise and anger flashing across his face. He couldn't believe she had been watching them kill Taejeong. Wasa, unfazed by his outburst, suggested taking Saiwon to the chairman. She explained that the chairman only assessed people by their abilities, so he would surely take him. Dakel wasn't having it. He shut her down, declaring that the only time he planned on seeing Yongyu was when he went to kill him himself. Wasa, with a sigh, pulled out her throwing knives. She had expected as much from Dakel's stubbornness. Dakel dashed towards her, taunting her about planning to throw those fruit knives at him again. Wasa threw the knives with lightning speed, declaring that he was already too late. Slowpoke. Dakel knocked them down, his reflexes as sharp as ever. He looked around, realizing he was surrounded by the knives Wasa had thrown. The knives surrounded him, their sharp edges glinting in the light. Wasa waved her fingers, and the knives moved as if by magic, stabbing towards Dakel. The knives moved fast, their sharp points finding their mark in Dakel's body. Wasa smirked, telling him not to worry. She didn't plan on killing him here. Dakel, bloodied but not beaten, declared that it wasn't over yet. Wasa charged at him, suggesting they go to the chairman. She looked at him, her eyes filled with determination. Wasa turned, saying it would be better to make him submit to her before taking him. She shot, throwing knives at him, her aim precise and deadly. Dakal effortlessly dodged them, his movements fluid and graceful. In an instant, he was in front of Wasa, his speed leaving her stunned. He hit Wasa in the face, his punch swift and powerful. Dakal was shocked by his own actions, his eyes wide with surprise. Dakal huffed, his chest heaving with the effort of the fight. Dakal huffed, his chest heaving with the effort of the fight. Wasa's eyes widened in shock as she saw something unexpected. She couldn't believe it. How dare he use Dakal's technique? Without hesitation, the main character charged forward, his determination clear. Dakal observed the battle, realizing that even though Saiwan had turned the tables with that technique, the situation still wasn't in their favor. The main character dodged swiftly as Dakal warned that Saiwan had used up all of his energy. In that state, he was vulnerable and one of those knives could be fatal. Wasa grabbed a knife, her intent clear. She would drain the main character of his blood before taking Saiwan. She swung at the main character, who barely dodged, yelling at her to get away from him. Dakal's eyes widened as he saw the trap, realizing the danger his student was in. Knives appeared behind the main character, a deadly surprise. Blood splattered as the knives found their mark, the scene turning chaotic. Wasa stood shocked, her plan seemingly successful. But then, Dakal appeared behind the main character, revealing the true extent of the trap. Knives were stuck in Dakal's back, a grim sight that showed the severity of the situation. Dakal staggered, coughing as he realized it might be the end for him. The main character yelled, calling out to his master in desperation. He caught Dakal, trying to save him from the brink of death. Wasa, furious, screamed at the main character, calling him a bastard and questioning his sanity. She realized this wasn't what she wanted, her plans crumbling before her eyes. Clenching her fist, she blamed Saiwan for ruining everything and questioned who the main character was to get in her way. In her rage, Wasa punched the main character back, demanding to know who he thought he was. She continued her assault, hitting the main character back with all her might. As the assault continued, Dakal coughed, his voice barely a whisper as he uttered a name, Ja. With his last bit of strength, Dakal pleaded for Saiwan to be freed, stating it was his final wish. Wasa cried out in anguish, screaming in frustration and pain at Dakal's words. Dakal apologized, his voice trembling as he confessed his regrets for leaving and for dying in such a manner. But he insisted that what he was about to say was the truth. From the moment he was born, he confessed, Wasa was the only person he had ever loved. Dakal reminisced, saying Wasa had always been this way, from the moment they met. Wasa retorted, accusing him of always doing things his way, even now choosing to die like this. With that, Wasa turned away, her emotions overwhelming her. As Wasa walked away, a man asked if she was leaving. She simply replied, yes. Ryu carried Dakal, who weakly called out to Saiwan, urging him to go. Dakal warned Ryu to leave before he ended up dying for nothing too. Ryu set Dakal down as he spoke of their dream, a dream of killing Yongyu, the monster. Dakal told Ryu that he was their last hope for that dream and urged him to go, to leave and survive so that one day. Ryu looked at Dakal, who repeated, one day. Dakal took his last breath, his body slumping as life left him. His body went limp, the finality of death settling in. Ryu realized what had happened, the weight of the moment crashing down on him. In desperation, Ryu shook Dakal, screaming for him to open his eyes, pleading with him to wake up. Tears streamed down Ryu's face as he cried out, saying Dakal couldn't die like this, sobbing that without him, he really didn't have anyone left. Ryu's tears dried up as the scene shifted to the Yongju residence, where a voice announced the names Yongju Kim and Taejeong-oh, setting the stage for what seemed like a high-stakes gathering. The voice continued, adding the name Sangjin Lee to the list, hinting at the significance of the people being called out. Yongju's voice echoed, acknowledging the tension between him and Saiwan Ryu, stating that they couldn't seem to get along, and that he couldn't delay things any longer, calling out first kiss. Meanwhile, the Crimson Moon goons made their presence known, adding an air of menace to the scene. Cars screeched to a halt, and a voice declared that regardless of the Crimson Moon's reputation, these newcomers were about to make their mark. Two guys arrived, and the tension rose as someone questioned who these pricks were and where they came from, asking if Chairman First Jong was there. Jong sighed, calling Yonggu a disrespectful bastard and suggesting they go teach him a lesson. A welcoming voice boomed, greeting everyone to the Crimson Moon's General Assembly, setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation. The guys looked around, taking in the scene, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. A car screeched to a halt, drawing everyone's attention. A voice welcomed the director of the Financial Supervisory Service to the Crimson Moon's General Assembly, adding another layer of intrigue. Someone called out Taepyeong-yu from the Financial Supervisory Service, making it clear that this was no ordinary gathering. More cars arrived, hinting at the arrival of even more influential figures. The tension escalated as a voice announced the arrival of the president, leaving everyone in shock. A guy looked surprised, muttering that even President Hyeonseong Riseong was there, making everyone wonder what was about to happen. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone tried to process the gravity of the situation. The scene shifted into the residence, where the real drama was about to unfold. Yonggu's voice echoed, announcing that today, they were honorably gathered there. He continued, stating that the owners of multinational companies leading the Korean economy were present. Yonggu then introduced Director Taepyeong-yu from the Financial Supervisory Service, adding to the weight of the gathering. Yonggu turned, his voice trailing off as he prepared to introduce the next guest. The tension reached its peak as Yonggu announced the arrival of President Hyeonseong Cho, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats. Yonggu dropped the bomb. He wasn't just here to chat. He'd gathered the big shots for a reason, and you could feel the room leaning in. And then he hit them with it. The Crimson Moon was launching Red Moon Bank. Mic drop. The room was silent, but you knew the gears were turning. Taepyeong looked like he'd just seen a ghost. His face said it all. This was not what anyone expected. Even the president couldn't hide his reaction, glancing down like he was already calculating the fallout. Yonggu wasn't done. He threw out numbers like they were nothing, a cool 1 trillion won from their private stash, just to kick things off. The room erupted. 1 trillion won? That was Red Moon Cash's worth? And he wanted to raise 100 trillion? The financial world was about to get flipped on its head. Zhang tried to keep it together, but even he had to ask, was Red Moon Cash really capable of pulling this off? Yonggu just grinned like he already knew the answer. The Crimson Moon had this in the bag. He wasn't stopping there. The rest of the cash. Oh, that was coming from their loyal customers, the ones who'd been using Red Moon Cash like it was their lifeline. Zhang's mind was racing. This guy was basically planning to squeeze money out of people already drowning in debt. Cold move even for him. Taepyeong tried to steer things back to reality, reminding everyone about banking laws and deposit limits. But Yonggu? He just smirked like he had a wild card up his sleeve. And then the president dropped another bombshell. A special order was already in place, giving Red Moon Bank a pass on the usual rules. Taepyeong was losing it. This was way too much power to hand over without a fight. The press, the people, the opposition, they'd all go nuts. But Yonggu just shrugged it off, like it was nothing, because to him it was. He made it clear the Crimson Moon had everyone in their pocket. The government, the opposition, even the press. No one was touching this. With the money locked in, Yonggu moved on to the next big question: who was actually going to take out these loans? And then he hit them with it. Each of the bigwigs in the room was getting a personal invite. 20 trillion won loans. Anyone? The room was in chaos. 20 trillion won? That wasn't a loan, that was a noose. But Yonggu wasn't done. Oh no, he wanted collateral too. And he had just the thing in mind: their company shares. You could see the rage building in Zhang. This was getting out of hand. Loans, collateral, shares. Yonggu was playing for keeps. And then Zhang snapped. He'd had enough. This punk was pushing too far, and someone needed to put him in his place. Zhang was done playing nice. He unleashed his fury, screaming that Yongyu had crossed the line. But Yongyu just stood there, smiling like he was enjoying the show. He started praising Zhang, talking about how amazing he was, running a huge company, working day and night. Classic villain move, buttering him up before the real attack. Yongyu kept going, saying how inspiring Zhang was, but then he dropped the bomb. He was worried Zhang was pushing himself too hard. Yeah, right. This guy didn't care about Zhang's health, he was just setting up his next move. Then he hit Zhang where it hurt. He brought up the heart condition, and you could see Zhang's face change. This wasn't just a low blow, it was a full-on attack. Zhang clutched his chest, looking like he was about to go down. He managed to gasp out for Yongyu to stop, but you could tell he was struggling. Yongyu wasn't done. He ripped up some grass, like he was making some kind of twisted point. This guy was really enjoying himself. Zhang screamed, and it was clear he was in serious trouble. The tension was through the roof, and everyone was watching, frozen in place. Someone from the crowd yelled for Zhang, but it was too late. The damage was done, and Zhang was going down fast. Zhang hit the ground hard. The room was silent, and you could feel the shockwave. This wasn't just a fall, it was a full-on collapse. The president stepped in, asking how Yongyu was going to handle the backlash for taking out the chairman of a huge company. Like this was a big deal and everyone knew it. Yongyu played dumb, asking what the president meant by murder. like he didn't know exactly what he'd just done. He claimed Zhang had just passed away from a heart attack and asked if anyone there was a witness. Smooth move, trying to cover his tracks right in front of everyone. Zhang was gone. The light was out of his eyes, and it was clear he wasn't coming back. The room was in shock, and Yang Yu was just standing there, like he just finished a regular business meeting. Yang Yu told Wasa to take Zhang to the hospital like he actually cared. Wasa just nodded and got to it, but everyone knew it was too late. They dragged Zhang away, and the room was dead silent. Everyone was scared, and you could feel the fear in the air. Yang Yu broke the silence, asking if anyone had anything else to say about the Red Moon Bank, like he'd just handled some minor issue and was ready to move on to the next agenda item. He looked around, waiting for a response. No one dared to say a word. The power move was complete. Then, out of nowhere, something came flying towards him. Someone was screaming at him, calling him out. It was chaos, and Yang Yu was about to face the consequences. As chaos unfolded, Ryu found himself at the Yang Yu residence, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Ryu glanced at the guards, their presence a clear sign that this wasn't going to be a friendly reunion. Sure enough, the guards charged at him, their intentions as clear as day. Ryu readied himself, a fierce determination in his eyes as he challenged them to come at him. With a swift and powerful strike, Ryu took down multiple guards at once, his strength and skill on full display. One by one, the guards fell, unable to match Ryu's intensity and resolve. With the guards out of commission, the coast was clear, but the confrontation was far from over. Wasa appeared, her voice filled with surprise and a hint of relief as she called out to Ryu, acknowledging his arrival. Ryu turned his gaze to her, his expression a mix of determination and resolve. With a firm and commanding tone, Ryu demanded that Yang Yu be brought out to face him, the urgency in his voice palpable. Wasa, taken aback by Ryu's boldness, quickly intervened, ordering the guards to stand down and announcing that the chairman had been waiting for him. A guard, reluctant and hesitant, tried to protest, but Wasa's authority was clear. Ryu, without hesitation, walked past the guards, his focus unwavering. Wasa halted him, her voice filled with concern as she questioned whether he was going to make the sacrifices of others be in vain. Ryu, his expression resolute, declared that hiding in the shadows was not the answer, and that it would only dishonor the memories of those who had fallen. Wasa was left speechless, the weight of Ryu's words hitting her deeply. Back to the present, a rock came flying towards Yang Yu, who swiftly dodged it. Yang Yu, with a smirk, commented on how Wasa had unfortunately lost Ryu by a hair, and how nice it was of him to come there on his own. Yang Yu's expression turned serious as he addressed Ryu by his full name, Saiwan Ryu. Ryu's face was filled with anger, his resolve unwavering as he faced Yang Yu. Taepyeong, confused and curious, wondered aloud who Ryu was. The president, recognizing Ryu, revealed that he was the man Dr. Min had been performing tests on. Ryu and Yang Yu stood face to face, the tension between them palpable as they sized each other up. Yang Yu extended his hand towards Ryu, offering him a chance to take it, and with it, wealth and power. Ryu looked at Yang Yu's hand, confusion etched on his face as he tried to understand the offer. Yang Yu, with a persuasive tone, explained that the hand he offered would give Ryu wealth and power beyond his imagination. Ryu, his teeth grinding in frustration, declared that he didn't come there for wealth or power, his resolve unwavering and his purpose clear. With his resolve set, Ryu charged forward, done with the nonsense. But Yanggu was already right in front of him, ready and waiting. Before Ryu could react, Yanggu slammed him into the ground, mocking his foolishness. Yanggu smirked, acting like he had already won. Ryu got back up, refusing to stay down. He swung with all his might, telling Yanggu to shut his mouth. Yanggu punched him in the stomach, unfazed. A white aura suddenly flared around Ryu. Ryu turned to Yanggu, thanking him for the warm-up and declaring he was going to end him. Yanggu was impressed, realizing Ryu had already reached a new level. Ryu dashed towards Yanggu, but he evaded effortlessly. Yanggu dodged again, making Ryu look clumsy. Yanggu slipped away from another attack, toying with Ryu. Ryu threw another punch, determined to land a hit. Yanggu caught his fist, stopping him in his tracks. Ryu was shocked. Even his white aura's power wasn't working on Yanggu. Yanggu praised Ryu's improvement and offered him a reward for his efforts. Suddenly, a black aura surrounded Yanggu. Ryu was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yanggu's black aura formed a blade-like shape off his hand. He hit Ryu hard, sending him flying and coughing up blood. As Ryu lay there, coughing up blood, Wasa stood in awe, sensing something unprecedented. A black aura, something beyond the white aura she knew, pulsated in the air. She couldn't believe her eyes. There was a level beyond what she thought was the peak. Ryu struggled to his knees, his body shaking from the brutal hit. Yang Yu loomed over him, his voice cold and commanding, stating that Ryu needed to learn obedience first. Yang Yu continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm, assuring Ryu that his life was about to get a whole lot more meaningful. Spoiler, it wasn't the good kind of meaningful. Yang Yu turned to his minions, ordering them to handle Ryu carefully, making sure he didn't get damaged. The lackeys scrambled, eager to follow orders, responding with a quick and nervous affirmation. They approached Ryu, their steps cautious but determined. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The others watched in shock, their faces a mix of fear and disbelief. This wasn't part of the plan, and they all knew it. The president, standing in the back, shook his head, thinking to himself how foolish he was to believe Ryu could save them. The weight of his mistake settled heavily on his shoulders. Suddenly, Ryu's white aura flared up, bright and intense, catching everyone off guard. The energy around him shifted, and the room filled with a blinding light. The guys stumbled back, their eyes wide with shock. This wasn't just any aura, it was something else entirely. Ryu's white aura surged forward, piercing through the minions like a hot knife through butter. The room echoed with the sound of energy colliding, and the lackeys didn't stand a chance. Wasa stood there, amazed, her mind racing with the implications of what she was seeing. Yang Yu, on the other hand, burst into maniacal laughter, thoroughly enjoying the unexpected turn of events. Yang Yu's smirk widened as he realized what was happening. Ryu had surpassed his human limits, his aura taking on a physical form. This was getting interesting. Ryu's massive white aura surrounded him, a shield of pure energy. He stood there, panting, his body trembling from the exertion but his spirit unbroken. Yang Yu's smirk faded, replaced by a cold determination. He muttered to himself, saying Ryu left him no choice. A black aura ball formed in Yang Yu's hand, swirling with dark energy. He shook his head, expressing his disappointment that they couldn't see eye to eye. With a swift motion, Yang Yu launched the black aura ball straight at Ryu. It tore through the air, a dark comet aimed to strike. The black aura ball hit Ryu square in the chest, sending him flying. He coughed up blood, his body slamming against the ground with a sickening thud. Ryu collapsed, his body limp and broken. Yang Yu sighed, shaking his head as he muttered about how disappointing it all was. Yang Yu's smirk returned, his eyes gleaming with a twisted satisfaction. He stated that Ryu had left him no choice after turning down his offer. A black aura blade materialized in Yang Yu's hand, slicing through the air towards Ryu. He declared that he would make use of Ryu's blood, his voice echoing with finality. Just as Yang Yu's blade was about to strike, Wasa's throwing knife flew in, stopping it in its tracks. Yang Yu smirked, realizing that Wasa had finally decided to show her true intentions. Wasa locked eyes with Yang Yu, her gaze unwavering. Wasa turned to Yang Yu, reminding him that Dakel had tried to protect Ryu with his life, pleading with him to spare Ryu. Yang Yu sighed, finding Wasa's plea heart-wrenching. But he assured her that he wouldn't harm Ryu. Wasa looked confused, asking if he meant he would let Ryu go. Yang Yu walked towards Ryu, declaring that all he needed was Ryu's blood. With Ryu unconscious, Yang Yu revealed his plan to use Ryu's blood to rule the world with the Crimson Moon. Wasa realized that Yang Yu intended to turn Ryu into some sort of medicine. Yang Yu reminisced about the last time Wasa had looked at him with such eyes, noting it had been 10 years. He offered to re-educate her, his stare chilling. Wasa looked down, considering her options. Deciding she had no choice, Wasa readied her throwing knives, preparing to attack first. She threw the knives with precision and force. Yang Yu effortlessly deflected all of them, his speed and agility on full display. The knives clattered to the ground, rendering Wasa's attack useless. Wasa was shocked, wondering how Yang Yu could block all her steel knives so easily. Before she could react, Yang Yu dashed towards her with incredible speed. In a blink, he got behind Wasa, his movements too fast to follow. He karate chopped her sides, leaving her stunned. Wasa was stunned, her eyes unable to follow Yang Yu's movements. Yang Yu, with a sinister aura, prepared for his next move, leaving Wasa vulnerable and exposed. Wasa quickly hops back, trying to put some distance between herself and the looming threat. A surge of black aura erupts, knocking the knives out of the air like a scene from a superhero flick. The black aura now heads straight for Wasa, and she can't help but think this might be the end. But plot twist, the black aura vanishes into thin air, leaving everyone confused. The main character grabs Yongyu, trying to restrain him. Yongyu looks at the main character, taunting him about still having the strength to get up again. The main character struggles to move Yongyu, who smugly declares that enough is enough. Yongyu warns that if the main character angers him any further, he'll have no choice but to kill him. A black aura starts to form around Yongyu, signaling that things are about to get real. The black aura flares out dramatically, like a villain's power-up scene. The black aura stabs the main character, and it's as brutal as it sounds. The main character grits his teeth in pain, letting out a roar of agony. With a burst of strength, the main character slams Yongyu against the wall. Both are huffing and puffing, clearly exhausted from the intense fight. Yongyu, ever the drama king, laments that it's unfortunate but oh well. Yongyu suddenly dashes, moving with incredible speed. He gets low and is already in front of the main character before anyone can react. Yongyu swings his hand, and you just know it's going to hurt. The black aura comes out again like a bad guy's signature move. It hits the main character hard, and it's not looking good for our hero. Wasa clenches her throwing knife, declaring that Yongyu is coming down with her. She attacks Yongyu, but he just stands there calmly, like a boss. Yongyu is just standing there, calm and collected, like he's got everything under control. A massive amount of black aura surrounds him, making him look even more menacing. The black aura cuts through the people around, causing chaos and destruction. The president drops low, trying to avoid the deadly aura. The president looks scared, muttering "Mr. President," as if that's going to save him. Yongyu just stood there, looking at the scene. Ryu wasn't having it, though. He called Yongyu out, questioning if he felt anything at all when taking lives. Suddenly, Ryu was surrounded by this dark aura, like he was tapping into some next-level power. Yongyu was stunned, wondering if Ryu had actually done something insane. In a flash, Ryu was right in front of Yongyu, ready to throw down. Yongyu barely managed to dodge, but it was clear Ryu wasn't messing around. Yongyu took a hit to the face, and he was not happy about it. He shouted, asking how dare Ryu challenge him like this. Yongyu went all out, attacking with his own black aura, but Ryu was quick on his feet, dodging every move. Yongyu even smacked Ryu in the face, but Ryu stayed standing, not backing down. Ryu was still up, shaking it off like it was nothing. Ryu dodged another attack, realizing he might actually have a shot at winning this. He kept dodging, noticing that Yongyu was getting weaker. He taunted Yongyu, saying he was only human after all. Ryu threw a punch, putting everything he had into it. The punch landed, hitting Yongyu with serious power. Wasa watched from the sidelines, shocked at how fast Ryu was improving. She couldn't believe how he was breaking through Yongu's aura. Ryu clenched his fist, thinking about everyone who had ever cared about him. He knew this was his moment. He hit Yongyu again, declaring that his fists could finally reach him. Yongyu skidded back, feeling the impact of Ryu's blows. Yongyu admitted that Ryu had reached a certain level, but he wasn't about to let him get too cocky. Yongyu unleashed a massive black aura, warning Ryu not to get too confident. The black aura surged forward, aiming to take Ryu down. But Ryu wasn't done yet. He hit the black aura head-on, ready to prove he could take whatever Yongyu threw at him. Ryu crashed into Yongu's black aura, and the evil dude actually flinched. Ryu smirked. Was that seriously all he had? No way was Ryu letting some sketchy bloodsucker like Yongyu take what was his. He dropped into his fight stance, ready to throw down. With a look that screamed, "Try me," Ryu locked eyes with his enemy. Game over, man. Yongyu was done for. Ryu wasn't playing around. With a look that said, "You're done," he charged at Yongyu like a man on a mission. Yongyu tried to stand his ground, but Ryu's knee to his chin sent him stumbling back. Yongyu was definitely going to feel that in the morning. He groaned in pain, clutching his face. Yongyu wasn't going down without a fight. He lashed out with a kick, but Ryu was ready and blocked it effortlessly. Ryu saw his opening and delivered a hard punch straight to Yongu's stomach. The air whooshed out of him as he doubled over in pain. Yongyu was sweating bullets, struggling to catch his breath. This wasn't looking good for him. Wasa watched from the sidelines, her eyes wide with excitement. This was a real slugfest, and Ryu's punches were actually landing. But then, Yongu's hands started glowing with black aura balls. Wasa's jaw dropped. Did that mean he had the same amount of glaya as Ryu, or possibly even more? Yongyu wasn't messing around anymore. He shot the black aura balls straight at Ryu, his face twisted with rage. Ryu barely had time to react. He quickly looked around, assessing the situation. Yongyu smirked, his eyes locked onto Ryu. This was it. Black balls of energy filled the air, closing in on Ryu. Things were looking pretty dire. The black balls pierced Ryu, sending him staggering back. He was trembling, struggling to stay on his feet. Yongu wasn't letting up. He sneered, saying Ryu never thought he'd have to push himself this hard to fight a kid like him. But Yongu wasn't done yet. He smirked, promising Ryu a quick death. Despite the beating, Ryu stayed in his fight stance, ready for whatever Yongu threw at him next. Yongu dashed forward, his eyes locked onto Ryu. This was the end. He reached out his hand, fingers spread wide. In a flash, Yongu grabbed Ryu by the neck, lifting him off the ground. It was over. Yongu's face was a mix of satisfaction and rage. He had fun, but Ryu had crossed the line. Wasa watched in shock. Was this really the end? Ryu didn't know how to control his power as well as Yongu did. Yongu squeezed harder, his grip tightening around Ryu's neck. Ryu gasped for air, his vision growing hazy. As Yongu's grip tightened, Ryu's world began to fade, darkness creeping into the edges of his vision. In that moment of despair, Ryu couldn't help but wonder if this was the end. Just as Ryu's consciousness began to slip away, a familiar voice echoed through the darkness, pulling him back from the brink. Ryu's eyes fluttered open, his gaze searching for the source of the voice that had called out to him. The police chief stood before him, his expression filled with a mix of sorrow and regret. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears welled up in Ryu's eyes as he called out to the chief, his voice barely a whisper. A doctor approached, his voice tinged with disbelief as he spoke of Ryu's unexpected survival. The doctor shook his head, a sense of regret evident in his voice as he lamented the turn of events. Danga interjected, his voice firm as he defended Ryu's strength and determination. Ryu's eyes widened as he recognized Danga, a smile spreading across his face. But Dakel wasn't having it, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he reminded Danga of his role. Dakel continued to tease Danga, his words laced with playful sarcasm. Danga shot back, his voice rising in frustration. Dakel, however, was unfazed, his words carrying a mix of annoyance and pride. Dakel's voice softened as he acknowledged Ryu's growth and resilience. With a rare display of affection, Dakel patted Ryu on the back, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Tears streamed down Ryu's face as he looked at his friends, his voice filled with determination and promise. Ryu clenched his fist, his voice steady and resolved as he vowed to return. Suddenly, a loud shot rang out, shattering the tense moment. Song had taken action, his gun aimed squarely at Yongu. Yongu paused, his attention drawn to the unexpected interruption. Yongu's voice dripped with contempt as he dismissed the attempt on his life. Yongu's gaze shifted, his attention drawn to something behind Ryu. The president turned, his expression unreadable as he faced the unfolding scene. Ryu stepped forward, his body healed and radiating a newfound power. Yongu's eyes widened in shock as he took in Ryu's transformed state. Ryu felt the power coursing through him, a power he had once doubted but now embraced fully. Yongu's voice was filled with disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the aura radiating from Ryu. Ryu stood tall, his aura shifting through a spectrum of colors, each representing the trials he had overcome. Yongu couldn't believe his eyes. A mix of shock and disbelief etched on his face as he wondered if Ryu had surpassed him. Yongu, still reeling from Ryu's transformation, snapped back to reality with a furious determination. He wasn't about to let anyone, not even Ryu, stand in his way. He had a nation to rebuild, a mission to fix the broken system plagued by ignorance and corruption. With a fierce resolve, Yongu vowed to fix it all, his determination burning brighter than ever. But before he could even finish his thought, Ryu's fist connected, the impact so intense that it drained the color from the panel. The world turned crimson as the force of the blow reverberated through the air, a stark contrast to the previous emptiness. Ryu stood over Yongu, his voice cold and unyielding. He questioned Yongu's actions, pointing out the hypocrisy of his words versus the innocent lives lost. Yongu's face twisted in fury, but there was no time for retort. With a final, decisive blow, Yongu's body crumpled to the ground, his ambitions shattered like the throne room around him. Some time later, the city bustled with life, oblivious to the clash that had just taken place. In the heart of the city, Wasa's voice rang out in surprise. She couldn't believe what Ryu was telling her. She questioned if he had truly been unable to feel his Glaya since that fateful day. Ryu confirmed it with a nod, his expression unreadable. Ryu, now in a police uniform, tried to brush her off, insisting he was working and needed to focus. Wasa smirked, calling him a snippy little prick, her curiosity piqued by his sudden change in demeanor. Around them, the city's chatter filled the air. Voices of desperation and frustration echoed, painting a picture of a society on the brink. Ryu stepped in, his voice cutting through the noise like a knife. He had heard enough. The man turned around, his face a mix of shock and indignation. He demanded to know who Ryu was. Ryu's glare was icy, sending a chill down the man's spine. He warned the man to think carefully about his next actions if he valued his life. The man, now trembling, stammered an apology and tried to leave. Ryu, however, was not about to let him off that easily. The city's murmurs continued, a symphony of chaos and confusion. As Ryu stood firm in his new role, Ryu paused, his mind wandering to the past. He reflected on the journey that had brought him here, the trials and tribulations he had faced. Thoughts of Shinto, Danga, and Dakel flashed through his mind, each memory a reminder of the path he had chosen. A small smile played on his lips as he stood there, ready to face whatever came next.